generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wiretap. Dead backs. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hine reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264 Placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as ATLANTIS will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer, Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind or multiple minds.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technocracy Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I want to conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and be cowed while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it retains surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeler. She's the type of person that will still rock the Tigre. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to stop for you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, compare it, work it work. Come on.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Endless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that will highly adapt to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alabi brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within construction. Nano-net filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claws risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight, disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. To hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with clones. Like a programmed metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel.
The bridge Kuwait, do or die shit. Coming from the bridge Kuwait, do or die shit. Yo, my gun burn like acid. Your flesh chastised, little worm ass maggot nigga thinking he more fly. Khadaf lines is justifiable. Homicide, green paper, demonic faces. Money haunts me. I don't talk much when it's beef. I'm just a known creep. Nocturnal scope in the desert, cover the whole beak. So when I spit black talent, you hear my bird speak. Only bird your bird ass see is when you hyper tweak, mock day, grand padre, machete your teeth. Casually, I pull out blade and wipe it on your cheek. Tiffany green Air Maxes, 9.5 classics. Mock D, Frank Matthews, crime praying mantis. Lay on the track like I swallowed 1,000 Xanaxes. And you should never ask questions if you don't want the answers. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. LIC, that old fly shit. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Told me everything that you said, little bastard. Tarzan animal sounds over the loudspeaker. Attica demon, CO named preacher. We the gorillas, you more timid, Wiz Khalifa. A'udhu billahi min ash-shaitanir rajim. Info on the barrel, the bullets follow the beam. Now your grave is a pavement, swallowing your dreams. 33rd and 1/3 of me, all you see is G. Hang rappers from rosary beads, slowly he deceased. Dick blower, I'm Champola with pistola. Battery back holder, mock the energy of solar. Cleopatra, Caesar, Solomon and Sheba. Behind every king's fall is a foul diva. Ice on my neck, chest feeling like a freezer. Heavy, leaving me leaning like the Tower of Pisa. Say less, Gaddafi beast. Raw meat, pull up, bitch, hop in the front. She in the wrong seat. Bet I make sure ass in the floor me. Get the 440 your back like you Reggie Jack. More than that, 44 caliber killer over track. Golden era terrorized rap, and that's a Snapple fact. Red top shotgun shells are still with mega crack. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. LIC, that old fly shit. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across.
Yo, son. I'm looking at his dad. No doubt. That's what I like to hear talk to.
Niggas dead on arrival, hand on the Bible. Bet I be the last nigga that you ever lied to. What nigga lying you when anybody round you? Life's no value, take a look around you. All we see is dead people, we're all thirst equal. Look at the Grim Reaper, repo life, take yours and that's that. They damn near do anything for more stacks. With all that said, they walking without that. But that did said, you fool without rats. Who the livest nigga, we pick him out of the batch. Wash him up, song about it, this is savage rap. Throw an H on your chest, nigga, handle that. Tryna figure where you sleep, I had your man do that. It's a cold world, nerve you, not rocking the thermal. Keep your mouth shut, especially when shit don't concern you. I got goons on Troy Ave down to Fran Lewis. Anybody fucking with snitches, we call it rag grooming. Yeah, so you could keep that moving. I'm all niggas for death, don't let me start tattooing.
First a dynasty break up, now every day I wake up. Rappers want me to prove I can still bang something. Like cousin turned punk all of a sudden. Like suddenly I'm soft like erectile dysfunction. You niggas is truly bugging, trying to act all fly. But y'all crabs on my ball sack, hitching free rides. I know you try and use me for publicity. Use a stunt man, jumping to the fire, use a beast. Use an illest nigga in Omaha, you take me for an easy lick. I see you real naive, yeah, you powered by lithium, all charged up. Plus that Superman juice got you feeling it. Yo, niggas wanna move on me and make history and make TMZ. And this is 50, that's the kamikaze mission, I'm commander-in-chief. You hit Obama, guess what happened to you after you swing? Hey, yo, dog shit, you play yourself, you gon' get curved. I'll let you know right now, whatever it is you heard from these bird-ass thugs, stay chirping my name. You get yourself heard bad, push me to display strength, power, force. What is it that you thought? I'll be lying in my songs? Nigga, I'm a boss, you deal with my employees. I got a couple freelance niggas that enjoy me. Niggas won't play chess, I don't even play games. What I do, got a few queens, niggas stay banging. 5-star flags, 6-star rags. I will drop bodies, but I'd rather drop bags. You should know the bandana dawn. Run rap marathon tracks around any rapper. They never last long. That's why they always won't go at me. They know they want the top slot. They gotta beat the top dog.
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies. Whoops, sorry about that. Well, yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I got some special ideas to present to you today. Continuation of 64-part series here on foundations of technological society, right? And yeah, we're also combining it with the history of Eastern philosophy. Okay, and we're also looking at ideas of transhumanism, right, as an extension of the show material. So there's a few ideas here that I'm working on, right? And the primary idea would have to be the movement from the environmental, right, organization of man, right, based on the natural environment, right, to the cultural associations of man, right, based on his cultural modes of existence, right? And by extension, we call that symbolic modes, right? Right. And then we have the technical complex, right? The arrival of the technical complex. So instead of the three modes that you usually see history divided in, right? You see ancient, right? And then you have the Middle Ages, right? And then you have modern society, right? Well, if you critically examine these modes of civilization, right, you come up with a lot more in terms of your historical analysis, right, than just looking at how certain societies, okay, or how a global system formed. Now, first of all, many people don't think that there's even a global system in place. Okay, they don't realize this, right? Because they don't understand. Okay, they think the history of humanity is not based on nature at all, right? So they don't have any idea of man and nature, right? That seems to be the problem, right? They don't see man's relationship to nature. And as we look at man's relationship to nature, right, it seems that man has a symbolic relationship to nature itself, right? Okay, and those symbolic forms, okay, that we perceive from nature, okay, they have to do with a sort of mediation, okay, between man and his natural environment, and that mediation is technique. So the mediation between man and his natural environment, right? And obviously this ramps up when man develops symbolic modes, right? So you see that, that basically, right, the ideas of man in relation to his natural environment, right, are about, nature being peopled, right, with spirits. Okay, and you could really put the terminology of nature and mind, right, back and forth, right? Because nature, nature becomes spirit, which becomes mind, right? Okay. Okay, and you could see how the transmission of nature, right, transforming itself from spirit to mind throughout history. Okay. And this is obviously the canalizing, okay, or the mediation of man's symbolic forms or symbolic energies or cultural forms, right? Okay, through the development of human technique. So it's obviously private or personal, okay, or human or individual techniques, right, which are consolidated, right, by a technical system, right? And so how does this idea come about, right? Right. Okay, today we live in a reliance on machines, right? Most people rely on machines, right, for their well-being, for their everyday existence. Okay. Now, how did we get a man? Okay, how do we develop into man that is basically the object of techniques? Okay, and you can't find a man that's outside of the influence of technology, right? Okay, and the people who are outside of the influence of technology, right? Okay, or they're not inundated into the technological system, right? They're still affected by the changes in the technological world. Okay, like pollution and all that type of stuff, right? So they still have, they still feel the effects, right? So we're dealing with a man, right? Okay, that has been subsumed by technique, right? And how that happens, right? How man becomes the object of technique, the thing that he created, okay, is an extremely interesting process, right? And it has to do with the fact that we can't control the changes within human society, right? Right? If we could control the changes within human society, right, we wouldn't have a problem. We wouldn't have a problem. If we could predict human behavior, right, we wouldn't have a problem, right? But we can't predict human behavior, right? Okay, so you have to have a man. Okay, for optimal efficiency, man has to become calculable, right? So this is the problem. Man has to become calculable. Okay, so first, nature is peopled with spirits, right? And that really means that nature is peopled with intelligences. Okay, and through the understanding, okay, as we saw, right, of Greek philosophy, okay, man created the ideal of the state, not only the ideal of the state, right, but he also created, okay, the ideal form of man, right, the archetypal man, okay, among other ideas. So first idea that happens is that man separates himself from nature through the ideal of the state, right? And you have to have the ideal of the state, right, emerge so that you could create liberal ideals, right, and the notions of the universal man, right? Once you create the notions of the universal man and the ideal state, right, okay, then it's all a matter of testing those modes, right? Once you test those modes through experimentation, right, you develop techniques, right? And once you develop techniques, right, okay, you develop the necessary end of the process of rationalization of forms, right? Okay, why you made things efficient, right, is so that you don't have to predict human behavior, right, which is necessarily unpredictable. Okay, so you have the rise of the man instead of based on his natural environment, right? He's based on economics, right? Based on the economic system, right? And what is the economic system based on? It's based on techniques of efficiency, right? And the automation of choice, right? The massification of means. Okay, but before man created a global world system, right? He had to create the ideal of a man. Okay, the ideal of a man, right? Which is this universal or archetypal man, right? Okay. So I'll briefly outline some of these changes that we've been sort of looking at, right? And as I said, instead of the ideas of, like the ancient world, the world of the Middle Ages, and the modern world, right? Post-Enlightenment Europe, right? We're looking at sort of a more complex arrangement of facts, okay? And that's going back, going back to either the ideas of Orphic Pythagoreanism, right? And its influence on Plato, right? Okay, and the influence of obviously Mithraism, right? And the sectarian ideas within the Zoroastrian religion. Okay, and what does Plato really develop, right? From those sort of Zoroastrian notions, right? A separation between this world and the otherworldly, right? The spiritual world, right? And the physical world, right? Which was the basic idea within the Manichaean. Okay, was this idea of dualism, right? Okay, so this notion of dualism, okay, through the ideas of Christianity and Judaism, right? Their battle with the Aristotelian philosophers. Okay, they had to take God out of nature, right? They had to make God immaterial. Now, whether God is, material or immaterial, I'm not here to argue that, right? I'm not here to argue that, right? What I am here to tell you is that this was an easy compromise, right? Because right, God had to remain all powerful, right? Not subject to change, right? And obviously the world is subject to change, right? But also they had to create the world out of nothing, right? God had to create the world out of nothing, right? So it was Aristotelian philosophy which gave them this guarantee, right? Okay, that you could create, and this is mainly because of the achievements of Avicenna, right? The philosopher Avicenna, right? The Persian philosopher. See, it's always those Persians, right? Okay. Surprise, right? Thought I was gonna say Jays, huh? Jesuits, right? Please don't tell us all roads lead to the Jesuits. I'm not gonna deny that they didn't play a huge role. They played a huge role, right, in creating the school systems, right? And of course, Ellul mentions how they created the school systems that were taken over by technique, right? Okay. And of course, they're, I mentioned the Jesuits when I mentioned St. Thomas Aquinas, right? Right. I mentioned the major influence on Hasidic Judaism and the Kabbalah, Maimonides, right? Okay. But what happens, okay, is that Avicenna, right, had to say that God created the world through pure act and that man shares the same intelligence as God, that intelligence is just one thing, right? Because there's a universal mind, right? So he understood certain ideas of Neoplatonism, right? Like the universal mind, okay? And so they use these notions to create the universe ex nihilo, banish God to immaterial realm, right? Out of nature, right? Okay, so spirit is taken out of nature. It has to communicate with nature through the universal mind, right? Okay. So when you take out the notion of God, right? Okay, in secularism, we have to totally separate the moral framework, right, from the empirical method, right? Okay, because they don't both guarantee the same thing, right? And then you have to keep the notion of the universal mind through the notion of the tabula rasa and the archetypal man. Okay, but instead of the world as an emanation of the universal mind, right, the universal mind emerges out of the world, right, out of the collective spirit of humanity, right? And this is the collective Christ consciousness, or whatever you want to call it, right? The notion of Teilhard de Chardin, right? Of the Omega. Right, I forget what he calls it, right? It's not the singularity. Okay, he calls it something else, right? Slipping my mind here, right? But yeah, Teilhard de Chardin, right? Okay, he's basically the Jesuit priest who thought of the singularity before it was a thing, right? Okay, and he used the Aristotelian notion of the telos in nature, right? Okay, that they still have in the Kabbalah, right? Right. See, you could take two notions, right? Two philosophical notions, right? The hierarchy of being of Aristotle, right? And telos in nature, right? And you could, boom, right? Create the notion of evolution, right? So the notion of evolution has existed for 2,000 years. It just didn't have philosophical concepts, ideas, and scientific techniques, right? And other aspects of things to go along with it, right? So what did Maimonides and St. Thomas Aquinas do, right? They separated God from nature. They separated faith from reason, right? They separated knowledge from revelation. Okay, and all of these ideas lead us to the total separation of knowledge and values, right? The total separation of knowledge and values. Exactly, Omega point. I forgot I have a bunch of geniuses down there. I should have asked one of you guys. Right? Should have asked one of you guys, right? Notions of the Omega point, right? So Kant totally separated, right, knowledge and values, right? And they created the pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? Here they align the notion of the kingdom of God, right, with the notion of a utopian world system. Okay, the transhumanists, right? So you have people that have ideological affinity. Okay, like for example, right? Right, millenarianists that are of a Jewish and Christian origin, right? Transhumanists, right? Okay, those who follow a utopian ideal, okay, even though they would have different varying worldviews and principles, right, to which they establish their pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? That they all seem to rely on similar notions of futurism. Right here, the notion of universal mind, right? Right, taken away from God, put in the collective of humanity, right? In the collective spirit of humanity, right? And popping out on the other end, right? The evolution of man, right? Okay. So you see, first nature has to be made secondary. Then God has to be taken out of nature. Then the universal mind has to be placed in the collective, right? And the pseudo-eschatology of progress has to put the notion of the universal mind in the future instead of in the past, right? So all of these notions have to come together, right? Right, man's separation from nature, right? The collective spirit, right? The archetypal man, right? Based on these notions like the tabula rasa, right? The species man, right? Forged from the collective, right? Okay. And yeah, let me let me change this. Yeah, blessings to the people in the chat. I'm gonna start reading about different ideas, but let me first talk about where we're at in terms of looking at these ideas, right? And so I mean, we've looked at some of the ideas of Plato and Aristotle, okay, in relation to the development of its influence on Aquinas and Maimonides, right? And now we're looking at the influence of the very same thought on Kant and Hegel, right? Okay, so Kant takes the notion of the universal mind, right, and introduces the notion of teleology, right, and progress, right, into the moral schema of Kant, right? And both of them believe in this utopian ideal, right? Okay, and they're basically pre-evolution believing in this ideal, okay, of a world system, a global world system, right? Which is kind of like the notion of a universal mind, right? But it's sort of secularized, right? And placed within the political ideal, right? Instead of within the religious ideal, right? As I said, we moved from the ideal of religion to one of politics, right? We moved from a aesthetic of art to one of science, right? And technique, right? Okay. Right. So let me open this up and look at how Kant and Hegel are sort of a reflection, okay, of Aristotle, right, and Plato, and how they're basically doing the same thing, right, for the Europeans that Plato and Aristotle did for the Greeks, right? Which means they're separating nature and time, right? Okay, you're gonna put Plato as nature and Aristotle as time, right? Right. Everything in nature seeks its own perfectibility, right? For Aristotle, right? Whereas the perfection of a thing for Plato exists outside of nature. Right. So let me look at the dualism in Swedenborg, right? Look at what he says. He says, in the New Jerusalem and its heavenly doctrine, remarking on a passage in Revelation about the coming of the kingdom of God, the man who reads these things understands them only according to the sense of the latter, namely, that the visible heaven and earth will perish, and a new heaven will exist, and that holy city of Jerusalem, Right? It's called the New Jerusalem and the Heavenly Doctrine, right? Answering to the measures above described will descend upon the new earth, but the angels understand these things altogether differently, right? So there's different levels of intelligence, right? Just like Maimonides said. Right, but he's totally transforming the apocalyptic script to one of a utopian script, right? In the coming of the kingdom of God on earth, right? And he's collectivizing this notion to say that it'll be a notion that will happen all around the world, right? And he's saying that there's a separation between the physical and the spiritual aspects of things, right? So something may seem one level on a physical aspect, but another on a spiritual aspect, right? Okay, and he's saying that this is the internal or spiritual sense of the word. The internal or spiritual sense, a new heaven and a new earth, which means a new church, both in heaven and on earth. The inner spiritual sense of the word was a renewal of all life, the future coming of the kingdom of God. Right? And we looked at how Kant was basically influenced hugely by the ideas of Swedenborg, right? Okay, so just like Hegel was influenced by Jacob Bohm, Nicholas of Cusa, right? So was Kant influenced by like Spinoza, right? Swedenborg. But yeah, see, one has the divine spark, right? Right, which separates one from nature, right? And the unification of these divine sparks will transcend nature, right? And lead to the concept of the universal mind, right? And the coming of heaven on earth. Right, also linked to the notions of the pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? Because it's a new Jerusalem, the coming of the kingdom of God on earth, just as the League of the Just and Karl Marx and all these people believed in, right? Right, so he says, right? Right, he says, he wanted to prove knowledge apart from experience, a priori knowledge, right? Experience and the moral world, right? All separate levels of our conception, right? Okay, what experience gives us is disjointed, while spatial organization comes with the mind imposing on reality. Okay, it was actually Heidegger who tried to really go against this, right? Okay, but he says the mind of man is not passive wax, but a force of organizing potential. This was the notion of the transcendental or the correspondences, right? Mentioned in occult literature, right? Seen in the writings of Swedenborg. This was a split between the world, the word, okay, which is the manifestation, right? Sort of like a code, right? So there's the world, the word, and the spirit, right? And taken to mean in a very colloquial sense, right? This is basically sort of what the Neoplatonists had come up with, right? The Neoplatonists thought of the good, right, or the one, right? The mind, okay, the universal mind, or the nous, and the world spirit. Okay, so you can see that it's sort of backwards, right? Inversion of Neoplatonism, right? Where you see the word proceeding from the world, the spirit proceeding from the word, right? The word was an organizing potential. The spirit was the moral law within. Okay. Wait, hold on. The world was experience. The word was an organizing potential, and the spirit was a moral law within. Sorry about that. Right. So you have the ideas of empiricism. Right. You have the ideas of the rational, right, like mathematics and logic. Okay, and finally you have those notions of the moral framework, right, of man. And of course, Kant came to the conclusion that man's moral and aesthetic considerations are totally separate from his reason, right? So it's knowledge for the sake of knowledge, right? Goodness for the sake of goodness, art for the sake of art, right? And once you take the rationality out of these things, there's a disastrous consequence, right? In terms of, like postmodernism, right? Take rationality out of art and spirituality and these things, right? Neoplatonism. Neoplatonism. Neo, like Neo from the Matrix, and then Plato, right? Like from 4th century BC, right? They refined his ideas into Neoplatonism. Okay, this happened with Plotinus, Proclus, and subsequent philosophers, right? This had an influence on St. Thomas Aquinas and Maimonides, right? Who influenced the development, I believe, right? Or I've argued, right, of Protestantism and the Kabbalah, right? The Kabbalah influenced Martin Luther. Okay, they totally separated faith and reason. They created the mechanistic and scientific worldview. And they totally dislodged the religious consciousness and moved to, from a religious consciousness to a technological consciousness, subsuming man in the process, right? Man became transformed into an extension of the mechanistic universe, right? And he's not distinguished from machine at this stage, right? Yeah, get rid of that guy if he asks another stupid question. I just answered your fucking question, dimwit. Right now, take a fucking seat, right? But yeah, let's move on. The guy's still barking in the chat. What a fucking loser. I answered your question for free there. Let me take a look at the chat here. No, I can't do better. It's not my job to answer your fucking question. Get rid of this guy in the chat. See you later. See you later. Rewind it. Yeah, see you, buddy. Yeah, have a good day. I'm not your monkey. Yeah, so mind is a coordination of experience. Okay, okay, the split between the word and the world, right, is akin to the split between spirit and flesh, right? Okay, mind is a coordination of experience. He created a hierarchy of understanding. Sensation was placed at the bottom, similar to Platonist notion of the eros mentioned in the Phaedrus. Then perception, right? The same thing for Plato, right? He said that the eye was a metaphor for the mind. Okay, and he does this in basically book 7 of the Republic. Right? It's interesting. Right? So the fact that Kant is mirroring these Platonic notions, right? And of course he put knowledge and science. Okay, and okay, knowledge, then science, then wisdom, then morality. Right? In a hierarchical succession. Yeah, exactly. Google it, buddy. Right? Why are you demanding answers from some random guy? Right? Google it, right? If you're not part of the ongoing discussion, right, where I've laid down hundreds of examples of these things, right? Okay. This is part of an ongoing discussion, right? You can click on the old videos. Okay, I give 2-hour presentations in the beginning of every single show, right? Okay, where I outline a lot of these materials. I greatly appreciate the 11 people that are watching this. You guys are my homies for real. It's Wednesday night. Okay, you guys are out here watching the Machine Lies talk about Kant's philosophy. Woo! Woo, baby. Woo, baby.
Woo, baby.
Tent and he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
Facts.
Well, I may not be a philosopher, but I know a couple things, folks. Thursday morning here in Spain. Mirror, mirror, blessings. Got another new person in the chat. Kind of suspicious about that. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, appreciate you. Man, I like that picture. Is that a cow? Yeah, ESP revaluation. You tell me. Blah blah. Thanks for watching. In a thought experiment. Still barking in the chat. Got your feelings hurt because you can't Google, huh? Denise, blessings. Right, just because you're too dumb to know something doesn't mean I don't know it there, bud. That's not what that means. Shadow and light, blessings. Panelverse, I greatly appreciate your time. Writington, I greatly appreciate you. Machine Head, thank you for being here. Browns Boy, thank you for being here. Yeah, sorry if I didn't mention anybody, right? Okay, let's move on. Right. Okay. The mind that knows itself is itself an ordering, says Kant. He says, echoing Aristotle, right? Who said the greatest I think it's like greatest activity or something, or the greatest form of knowledge or something, is thinking about thinking, or something to that effect, right? To paraphrase, right? But that idea that thinking is the end purpose or the highest purpose of existence, right? That the rational mind is the highest aspect of existence, right? So much so that it's separate from nature. Okay. And of course, yeah, the paradox of Kant lies in the fact that his moral synthesis, being apart from reason, somehow discovered through it. Okay, this not only puts religion outside of reason, but morality equivalent to natural laws akin to fixed notions of space and time. These facts were predetermined. He put faith outside of reason, but restyled morality as an appropriation of the universal, both by moral and physical, while both moral and physical law govern the cosmos, excuse me. But if these moral laws are outside the bound of reason, how can they be proved? If morality is beyond reason, then how does it appear in the form of law? Kant separated a sense of duty from a sense of happiness. Duty is not synonymous with sincerity or integrity in his eyes, right? Duty is often based on a sense of misplaced pride and false humility. That's me, right? Saying that about the notion of duty, right? Okay, words like rights, and duties do no more for common morality than to instill a common and base sense of entitlement. Honor and love are more useful in this regard, as is trust and hopefulness. Duty is a replacement for faith. This was quite clearly a Protestant summation. Kant said that by putting morality above happiness, we cease to become mortals and become gods. This doctrine of ascension is familiar. Okay, rather than teaching the clear sense that morality is its own reward, Kant puts it above happiness. Okay, this is introducing the notion of suffering. Okay. On religion and reason, he reduced religion to mere moral faith and hope. Theologians were not amused. He reduced the beautiful to the symmetrical. He extolled a flaccidly disinterested pleasure, apparent in the structures of art seen today. Kant's utopian dreams of world peace were anarchistic and won him even less favor with statesmen. Yet his view of the inevitability of progress, and this is actually symbolic of what has to go with modernism, right? Both religion and the state have to go to make modernism, to make the modern project actually succeed, right? Right? Right. To reiterate, okay, it's a notion of dualism, right? That creates the notion of the universal mind with Plato, right? And the notion of perfectibility in man, right? Creates the notion of the archetypal man. In Aristotle, okay, faith and reason put in two different spheres. Okay, the rise of the notion of the state, right? Because with faith and reason being put in two different spheres, the church and the state go in two different spheres. As we saw, so after you have the loss of faith and the loss of the transcendental realm, you have the development of the state. Okay, and the state becomes the bulwark of universalism instead of the church, right? And so you get the notion of futurism. And you have the birth of the world system. Now, you have to have the notion of universalism and the notion of the mechanistic worldview that came from science. right? To create the notion of a universal ideal placed within the state and placed within the collectivization of man, right, into a world system, right, the way that Kant and Swedenborg are dreaming of, right? But this utopian ideal had to come into existence, right, the ideal of the state and universalism, for the transhumanist ideal to take shape, right? But yeah, the technological world system gives to the state everything that liberalism was supposed to give it, right? Right? It finally equalizes the condition of man, right? All embracing technique is a conscience of the mechanized world, as ellul says, right? Everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine. Anyways, okay, this belief. Wait, hold on. The inevitability of progress has been used to bolster power in the industrial age and the technological age by those who gave hubristic prescriptions of man's suffering arrived at by grandiose and untimely visions taken from occult fantasy. Okay, this belief in the progress of universal goals and aspirations was taken over by Hegel, who proposed the movement of history was based on the world spirit, quote unquote. Okay, this was an attempt to switch out the theology of a coming judgment and apocalypse into a worldly salvation. A worldly salvation. Right? It corresponds to the apocalyptic message of Christ being substituted for one of collective salvation that would be brought about by a new covenant. Quite incredibly, the notion of a period of strife manufactured to the purpose of a world government which puts an end to all conflict is both utopian fantasy, right? But also it's based in the pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? But it's also based in religious conceptions, right? This view of the world spirit can also be seen in the telos of Aristotle and Averroes. Kant apparently did not follow Rousseau's dreams of a small republic. Okay, he instead wanted world peace, right? A world government, right? Kant admitted in a letter to Moses Mendelssohn that he held some of his beliefs back from public. The British notion of separation of business and pleasure, right, is linked to the separation of duty and happiness, and the link between beauty and math or symmetry. Okay, and of course at this time, the Germans had completely absorbed a lot of Neoplatonic philosophy. Right, they were hugely influenced by occultism as well. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and describe some of the ways that they were influenced by occult theology. Okay, and so we'll get into that, right? Exactly how they were influenced by occult theology. Okay, and I greatly appreciate you guys for being here. Okay, not that many people watching today. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, donkey head resting on your head. Yeah, cool. Yeah, we got tons more explanations for you guys. right? We're going to move to Road to Wigan Pier here and look at some of the thoughts of Orwell on efficiency and look at some of the thoughts of Skolomowski on knowledge and values. Before we get into Jacques Ellul and his views on the technological system, right, and how man becomes the object of techniques, right, becomes totally transformed by the technological system, right, through economic techniques, right, that puts him totally in line with the state. Right, and these several features of the state that we're going to study, that Ellul describes, that bring it in line with the technological system, right? But how did the notion of a world system come about? Well, it was already there all this time, right? Right, starting with the notion of world domination, right, with the Jews. Okay, transformed over time through the political ideal, okay, through the notions of universalism and the universal mind, right, to lead to the political ideal of the state and the notion of the universal man. Once you have a global world system and a single type of person that they can administer to, right? Then it's very simple for man to become the object of techniques, right? Okay, we're going to play some music here, and we're going to move on to Skolomowski and look at some of the thoughts that he has. Okay, we're going to look at Skolomowski and Ellul very quickly here, right? And of course, we're starting a new text today in terms of Eastern philosophy, which is the Shangzu. Huge reflections in the Shangzu, okay, that I think are worth mentioning as we move to a new section, okay, in terms of Eastern philosophy. And of course, we have lots of ideas of transhumanism coming up, right? So we greatly appreciate you guys, right? But yeah, check this out. This is a mix I made with Aesop Rock and Doppler Effect. Right? A lot of the music you heard on the show, right? The introduction, okay, is Doppler Effect. Okay, obviously I love that band. It's an electronic band, techno, from back in the day, right? And No Jumper Cables by Aesop Rock. Blessings. Hold on, give me a second, folks. And of course, I make like original mixes for the first couple hours of the show. And then I just play random music. So the show is to curate philosophy, music, okay, that is sort of rare, and put people into an aesthetical or mental critical state, okay, in which they could examine new information. Okay, so that is one of the main goals here. I greatly appreciate you guys' time. Yeah, but I'd like to say most of the art, most of the philosophy that's out there, right, it's total trash. Right, it's like something to be desired. Okay, there's not critical examinations of key themes and ideas, right? There's never looking at a historical view of things. Okay, they're never taking an honest view of these things. Okay, they're never talking about the influence of technology. Okay, they're never talking about the notions against progress. They don't tell you what's wrong with progress, what's wrong with technological progress. They don't tell you how man got into the ideas of the modern world, right? They don't tell you about any new art. They don't give you any explanations of the way the world works, right? They don't give you any explanations of philosophy or history, right? They don't discuss anything about religion unless everybody agrees with everybody, right? Okay, so there's no critical discussions, okay, about a lot of these subjects. It's all the same shit produced over and over. Okay, and they're not looking at what's wrong with these ideas. They're never taking a critical look. They're always blowing smoke up each other's asses. Okay, and trying to support the academic narrative. Okay, the universities and in the media. Nobody's literally straying from anything. Right? So, yeah. So consider that, folks. Blessings.
Chase the genius, but I'd rather chase the phoenix. If I could ever hit him off, I'd like to grab the wingtips. I guess that's just a stupid motherfucker acting fiendish, but it's like that. Right rap, setting on conversion, splurging on a track, and I'm acting as if it's urgent. Talk about a dirty, dusty fingertip, page standard, iron butterfly, just to nullify the haters. I got it to beat a baby. Call your dogs, checking for rabies. They acting crazy. On the same beds, or games with a pencil. Put vanilla Dutchess in the sky like King's kettles. They wanna test it, but if shit gets too aggressive, lay my head to sleep and let my earthworm do the rest.
Train buffers, my fancy. Up jumps the boogie, delivering eye jammies. Float through the muck with a clutch on a trident. Never give a fuck how far pie. You are dealing with a reborn icicle age poltergeist. Up rocks, I walk cypher, stuck at the bus stop. Wookie foot must not sleep under the invaders. No batter, no jumper cables. Wired underagers, play box cutter, face slates, rock cutter, makeshift spirit. Y'all, I'm just a funny moniker with a couple of fresh records and a banging hand style. I put the jookies on the guest list. Walk for that. Metal train grab brainiac, walk with them, not a limelight. War to blush a lizard in crimson when the multi-million tin minutes have traditional rituals out the hearts of starving children. They can see the city bleeding from their satellite. Formed by the corporate war drums recorded poorly. Dirty dub band, bruised by the hues of wicked pallets. Chewed by the tooth of living maggots. Final DNA and pull a straight no chase. SARS attacks colorfulness, rappers on motherships. Hazy days to stay purple. Sips with a Z bargain like Crazy Eddie commercials. Network with a dirt devil. Bird train buffers. High to the way your little parasol spins by. Suck my Neanderthal dick. Catapult spin. Losing the screws and bolts and all they heard's cruise, gulp and bolt and soak and bolt. Zap radio, mayhem fine. Suicidal eye full of plastic knives. No back, no cover cables. No back, no cover cables. Jump, motherfucker, no batter. Catapult, jump, motherfucker, okay. Yo, they came to buff the name, stuck to the train. That's a textbook page for my seat up in flame. Catapult, jump, motherfucker, no batter. Catapult, jump, motherfucker, okay. Curators cater to killers of innovators. I'm a stay, no batter, no jump, okay. Choke train buffers like a headlock, head cock. Nurses a craft and concrete. visionary. Cave painters screaming loosen the cuffs. Cave paintings get the natural history feathered dust. Take a lust. Demo 10 stretch DeLorean chrome sitting on 20s. Then I walk to the stove burning my laundry. Low pro. Fucked up jeans back in the party spitting cane meats. Flighting the Valkyries in a heartbeat. Saber tooth, catalog, city art, liturgy. Right directs in danger to click maximum efficiency. And isn't that dope? The line of flying winging pygons and had it while I blinked into the map most. Bind your Bibles and a graphite prison violator with Joshua for the wargamer system. Now the architects are rioting cause we built something different. How the fuck sure shot evolution, not my business. My elephant television was on. Grape soda, grape ape, great space coast. D&D, G.I. Joe, Transformer, Herculoid, Thundercat, Voltron, Speed Racer, Space Ghoster. Kiss the flickerman images with Carolyn fingertips, C4 to 4 chamber skips. Oh shit. They say his eyes were spiraling back when he hit the map on first words. Oh, it's like that? Started bending spoons and ripping arrows at a lady hawks with a C3P unit trying to interpret the baby talk. Burn train buffers, right turn with a Mr. Iceberg, fine. But you don't like our kind, do you? Junkyard dog, hot tin roofs, cradle kittens with them subpar flaws. Rapping is my radio, graffiti is my TV. B-boys keep them windmills breezy. Catapult, jump motherfuckers. Catapult, jump motherfuckers. He only came to buff the name stuck to the train. That's a textbook page for my seed of acclaim. Catapult, jump motherfuckers. Catapult, jump motherfuckers. Curators cater to killers of innovators. I'm a state, no batteries, no jump cables. Catapult, jump motherfuckers. Catapult, jump motherfuckers. He only came to buff the name stuck to the train. That's a textbook page for my seed of acclaim. Catapult, jump motherfuckers. Catapult, jump motherfuckers. Curators cater to killers of innovators. I'm a state, no batteries, no jump cables. Don't get cooked by the pilot light. I can smell metal in the air tonight. I can smell metal in the air tonight. I can smell metal in the air tonight. No, don't get cooked by the pilot light. I can smell metal in the air tonight. I can smell metal in the air tonight. I can smell metal in the air tonight. Fly cat, stop rock, soul position.
We limelighters.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, so we're talking about another trait, right? Not only the notion of the myth of progress and the ideal of the state, right? Through the notion of the through the notion of the archetypal man, right? Adam Kadmon in the Kabbalistic literature, right? And of course, seen within Manichaeanism, right? Okay, and within the systems of the Mandaeans, okay, that were greatly influenced, okay, through Gnostic syncretism, right, and Zoroastrianism, right, and of course, Gnostic syncretism has a hint of Plato in there, right? So if you have the development of alchemy, right, and all those ideas, right, throughout the 5th to 11th century, they have a huge influence on the rise of the Kabbalistic literature. Okay, and also the rise of Islamic science, right? Islamic science is basically like alchemy, right? It's notions of, or the development of the notions of Aristotelianism, right? Okay, that were combined, okay, with Christian and Jewish philosophy, right? The thoughts of the Averroes were combined with Christian and Jewish philosophy. Okay, and the response to those systems is seen all around the 14th century, 15th century, right? In Jewish mysticism, Christian Kabbalism, and of course, they developed the notion of the ideal of man and the ideal of the state, the perfectibility of man and the perfectibility of the state. Okay, I would argue that you need these notions to develop, right, for the mechanistic worldview and liberalism to develop, right? The man separated from nature, using his reason to conquer nature. Okay, this idea develops over time, right? Okay, and first reason becomes separate from man and becomes a notion that's used to create the universal man, and then man becomes separate from nature, right? Through the mechanistic worldview. Again, through this whole idea, you have the notion of separation of knowledge and values, right? And through the notion of the compartmentalization of knowledge, which is brought through the desacralization and the separation of nature, right? By desacralization of nature, you have deification of human knowledge. Right, and you have the compartmentalization of knowledge for the sake of efficiency. Okay, which brings about the rule of experts. So ellul, I mean not ellul, but Skolimowski perfectly describes this process. He perfectly describes this process. Right, he says the separation of facts from values, man from his knowledge of physical phenomenon from all other phenomenon, resulted in the atomization of the physical world as well as of the human world. Right, so the process of atomization, right? Separation, isolation, abstraction. Right, and of course this is necessary for analysis, right? Right, you have to categorize, right? You have to separate in order to categorize, right? You have to isolate in order to analyze, right? Right. And see, this is how you get into notions that separate reason and experience, right? But yeah, he says the process of isolation, abstraction, estrangement of one phenomenon from the other phenomenon, a precondition of the successful practice of modern natural science, was in fact a process of conceptual alienation. This conceptual alienation became in turn human alienation. Okay. So first we separate knowledge from human values. Right? Then we atomize man. Thus, the primary cause of contemporary alienation is mistaken conception of the universe in which everything is separated and divided, in which the human being is equally atomized and divided. The present compartmentalization is unnatural, he says. In order to restore our sanity, to recompose our divided selves, we have to rethink some of the basic premises to begin with. We have to realize that the state of one's knowledge is an important characteristic of the state of one's being, right? So knowledge has to be made participatory, right? And not separate from human experience, right? This is a restatement of the view of knowledge held by Plato and Augustine and Copernicus, he says. Right, this view is still among the primitive societies, right? Notably, some of the tribes of the American Indians. The statement of our knowledge is an important aspect of our being. That as a total biosocial organisms, we cannot and do not act independently of our knowledge. Right? We have to totally dismiss this notion of knowledge for the sake of knowledge. right? And remember, we have to distinguish between good and bad types of knowledge. How can we validate such a claim, particularly in our times when knowledge seems to be divorced from life? Okay, if the integration of relevant knowledge is indispensable for the coherence of one's life, then it simply follows that to deprive people of this knowledge may be the source of confusion and incoherence in their lives. Right, people are cut off from asking fundamental questions. Right, questions that have deeper meaning, right? They give them to experts to figure out for them, right? Okay, whereas these deeper questions used to be for the at least for the higher type of man, right? The subject of lifelong study. And they still are. Right? People who don't consider these things, right? The mass of men who don't consider these things, but they have lowly considerations, right? And it reflects on what they produce in the world, honestly. Right? It's honestly garbage in, garbage out, right? But yeah, the state of one's knowledge is the state of one's being. Right? He says, if the integration of relevant knowledge is indispensable for the coherence of one's life, then it simply follows that to deprive people of this knowledge may be a source of confusion and incoherence in their lives. One does not have to be an astute observer to perceive that this is exactly what has happened in the contemporary period. Young people, and not only the young, are lost, confused, alienated because they do not have relevant knowledge to guide them. Right. Okay, foolish is a man who sends his son to school to learn what the teacher thinks, right? And of course, the oldest person in the village used to be the university of the village, right? Right? Old age used to come along with having knowledge and wisdom. Right now, nobody goes to old people for knowledge and wisdom. Right? The old people are the biggest fools that there are. Right? How did we become trapped in this position? Yeah, how do we become Okay, they do not have a compass, a sense of center that would make the world around them. Instead, they are furnished with bits of information and data, with expertise, which they so often find to be irrelevant knowledge. This is a pathological situation. Knowledge does not render enlightenment, but confusion. The amassing of information only furthers the process of alienation. The situation is especially pathological because never in history of mankind has learning and supposedly knowledge been pursued on such a vast scale as today. Right? So he makes a simple point: when knowledge is divorced from values, right? The more one gains knowledge, okay, the more one, basically is gaining information, and that information is not connected to the betterment of human society. It's just a process of alienating oneself further by amassing bits of information that have no connection to each other. Right? So the process of seeking knowledge and information is a process of alienation. Right? It comes to the simple conclusion. Knowledge without values is information. And the more you get of it, the worse you are. The more you're separated from mankind, nature, all those things, right? We think we're gaining information. Right? But see, intelligence has to come with organization. Right? Logic has to come with rhetoric. Or else the more information you're getting, the dumber you're getting. Hello? Instead, says they're furnished with bits of information and data with expertise, which they so often find to be irrelevant knowledge. This is a pathological situation. Knowledge does not render enlightenment but confusion. The amassing of information only furthers the process of alienation. The situation is especially pathological because never in the history of mankind has learning and supposedly knowledge been pursued on such a vast scale as today. More information than ever before, and people couldn't be dumber than ever before. What's the problem? Never has the estrangement of man from the world, from his fellow man, been greater than today. The cause must lie, then, in the nature of the knowledge we pursue. Exactamundo. It's the nature of the knowledge that we pursue. The type of knowledge we pursue is fucked. Just to further isolate ourselves, only to benefit ourselves. Totally divorced from values. And so it never seeks the betterment of others or of society in general. And what do we get? We get people that are further and further divorced from values, further and further alienated from each other. Knowledge alienated from the human mind and human values in turn desensitizes and alienates people who acquire this knowledge. Let us be very careful when we say that this knowledge is irrelevant. For in one sense, it is very relevant. It is relevant to the economic system, which is mainly interested in the maximization of profit. It is relevant to the technological society as we've known it. It is relevant to the conception of the world as a factory, the system of economic, ecological, and human exploitation is not interested in knowledge, let alone wisdom, but it is vitally interested in information and expertise. Information and expertise. It is interested in smooth functioning, which is based on technological efficiency. For this reason, we furnish our students and ourselves with information and expertise and not with knowledge. Let's ask ourselves a most general question at this point. Is there one underlying reason for this eclipse of values and other pathologies that follow from it? Perhaps the most succinct answer to this question was given by Max Scheler, who said, to conceive the world as value-free is a task in which men set themselves on account of a value, the vital value of mastery and power over things. Right? So it's not as the present age is divorced of value. Right? There's a fundamental value in place. Right, using reason to master nature. Using reason to master nature. Right, and of course, reason is separate from man. Right, reason is a tool that's external of man that's used to master and conquer nature. It's how we got into the question that we're facing, right? Okay, because without reason, we dominated by nature, right? And since reason is separate from man, if it aligns with nature against man, right, as one of our astute transhumanist idealists sort of said, right? They said that there's three people in the evolutionary bargain: nature, man, and machines. Right, and man could be on the side of nature, and nature could be on the side of the machines, as one of our friends pointed out, right? This is the great George Carlin joke, right? So why did nature create humanity, right? For plastic, right? For technology, right? But needed man to create a technology it couldn't produce itself, right? But of course, this presumes that there's an intelligence in nature. Okay, so it's interesting stuff, folks. But yeah, we've came to a place where man is separate from nature, right? And nature is compared to man's creations. Okay, like a clock or a computer, right? So it's been interesting what's happened, right? Man's reason has been used to encompass nature, right? And man has used his reason to create nature as a machine metaphor, right? So I hope you guys were interested in those, sort of first 2 hours of, presentations there that I gave, right? Looking at the development of ideas throughout history. Okay, and of course, there are a lot of philosophical issues, right, that I really didn't go over that are caught between, right? But I sort of put the main, players, right, the main ideas and the main players in place, right, throughout a historical lens in order to sort of look at how we got to the present formulation, right? So, so I greatly appreciate you guys' time. Right, we'll be continuing on here, right, with some of the writings of both Ellul and Orwell on the technological system, right? And of course, they've explained, right, the effect of knowledge and values and how the different ideas between the artificial and the natural have actually made man the object of technique. Right? We fashion tools, right? And then the tools we make fashion us. Right? So what we create creates. Okay, and this is a huge shift. Right? A huge shift, right? For mankind, right? But yeah, blessings. Thank you guys for being here. And here's another song, right? And this one I really like. Okay, I actually want to prepare some cannabis here, right? Because this is a really just a banger, in my opinion, right? As I said, I really love the band Doppler Effect, and they have this one track, Hyperlytic Surfaces, right? On Calabi U Space. And I've really mixed it with some interesting vocals here, right? So yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys. Let me drop the link here in the chat. Of course, participation is free. Okay, okay. We're not affiliated with any organizations online, right? We somehow got 18 people in here, 19 people in here. Woo! Okay? We're gaining steam. You know what I mean? This is wild stuff. We're gaining a lot of steam here.
Ooh, baby.
Doing it big. Right? So yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys. You know, hop up into the stream. You know what I mean? I mean, we don't have Reddington here today. Usually I have a co-host, Reddington. Right. But yeah, he had to do some things today. Right, he's busy. And I'm just loading up this pipe here. And I greatly appreciate you guys. And let's see, what do we got? We got the rise of the economic man, right? The man that is fashioned by the technological state, right? When man becomes an object of technique, right? That's, okay, when man becomes an object of technique, and of course, technique needs the human, right? It needs human society as a fuel, just as, you know, human society uses, I mean, a natural environment as a fuel, right? And this person right here, we'll have to go ahead and see what this person's about. I may go ahead and looks like totally a fake name. Probably somebody trying to porn bomb. But yeah, we'll put the little you know, banner up. I know I had last time somebody came up and tried to try to fuck around. Yeah, so give me 1 second. I'm trying to find the overlays. Okay, there we go. Yeah, what's up, man?
Yo, hello, what's good, man? I'm just looking at like different open panels, just trying to join. Yeah, I do have a fake name. This is the name that was on my Google account, by the way.
Yeah, so what's up, man? What can we do you for?
Oh, I don't know. I just want to join up and see what's up, you know?
Yeah, can you cam up and wave?
No, man, I actually can't. My camera's broken.
Oh yeah, we can't let you on the show.
See, when I turn it on, it's just black.
Yeah, we can't let you on the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we need to actually. Oh, nice porn there. Thanks, buddy. I mean, the screen is covered. We can't see you, so I don't know what the point of showing the porn is. Failed. Foiled. Whoops. Oh, my camera doesn't work. Oh. Cool. I mean, come on. You got to come new with the tricks, folks. This is crazy. I mean, best bet is watching hours and hours and hours of my footage and waiting for somebody to slip up here, right? And then maybe you can strike. Yeah, no. Yeah, but that's why we, you know, are checking people's cameras out here, even or whatever. You know, we gotta check people, ID them or whatever. You know, so we could see the face, and that's the face of fuckery. We gotta give it. We had a little increase in the audience. I think people brought their friends to see me get porn bombed. Satan's cucks are stuck in a row. It was also gay porn. Guillermo Martinez. Well, thanks, Guillermo Martinez. Yeah, we saw your email, dude. What a little bitch. Well, this is the only stream that you've probably seen to get porn bombed 2 shows in a row. With these people out here. I mean, I greatly appreciate you guys. We're just talking about philosophy. Who would want to do such a thing? Oh boy. Yeah, wait till you guys figure out what's actually going on here. Okay, I'm trying to arm people and they're trying to disarm people. Okay. Okay. Real talk.
Yeah. Rap Attack 50. Go boom. WM. Hey. Bag no friends. Yeah. WM. How'd you weatherman get so fast? Yeah, give me the keys, man. Once again, WM. Come on, Ma. Can I borrow the keys? My generation is carpooling with doom and disease. Buckle up, skipper, the new American asterisk. You riding shoddy with Jesus of NASCAR in. At the end of the day, we all sitting on 24s, 365 horses. No horse shit, nothing but a learning permit. Delinquents on the Autobahn, popping our airbags off, worthless. I'm not depressed, man, I'm just a fucking New Yorker who know that sitting in traffic with these bastards is torture. Or being a jalopy with a mommy, getting headrest and holler the glowing moonroof is proof that I'm not dead yet. And y'all can all give me the Hummer, cause in the meantime, I'ma pimp this ride like Fly Formula Oneer. This is the Elper Dark Summer, with a gleam of factory gunmetal sheen gray and no VIN number. Hopped in the hoopty screaming freedom is mine. How'd you get so bumping the tune I so conveniently provide. Don't have to be flashy, I'll use any old rhyme. Check this out. Feel away, stay alive, stay alive. Cars slide by with the booming system, like New York is Palooza with metal gear using Christians. Posted up for the gods of oil mining in a military Humvee with no bulletproof siding. Brooklyn baby, I'm waterlocked, walking nervous when the curfew was imposed, closing transportational service. This gonzomatic fear turned me Hunter S. Thompson with my lawyer leaning over the side view mirror, vomiting. You call them windows, I call them asbestos listeners. But it's wheezing in my chest, don't need more than fucking air fresheners. There ain't no easy pass, hands on a dash, you'll get rocked in the Casbah if the movement's too fast. Here come the cannonballs, run, get in your gremlin. The days of thunder creeping up sooner than you expected. Paranoid brethren disable the OnStar, knowing no trace of, pull us over and shout outlet car. Hopped in the hoopty screaming freedom is mine. How'd you get so fresh? Bumping the tune I so conveniently provide. Don't have to be flashy, I'll use any old ride. Hop in a whip and peel away, stay alive, stay alive. These TV thugs got the heart of Herbie the Love Bug. It don't take a speed racing mind to see that they just stuck. I'll wrap your promo truck with an ambler stencil to prove that your fucking baby's frying up in a rental. I knew a kid who navigated a slippery and fuel injected a speedball on his way to Atlantic City. Out the race before even making his mark, and now they'll never pick his shit up out of long-term parking. My AAA card is one too many initials. An Autobot on the fringe of liquid addiction, spinning fishtails. I'm about to careen on some tunes and shit off cliff. The love of the sport of racing is keeping me out of coffins. Come movers like, fuck it, just keep the beats dirty, dusty. I grab a CB radio like, I'll keep running the track, even when muddy, cause my insurance don't cover leaving behind a pit crew that love me, so I rhyme. Hopped in the hoopty screaming freedom is mine. Rhyme. Bumping the tune I so conveniently provide. Rhyme. Don't have to be flashy, I'll use any old rhyme. Rhyme. Hop in a whip and
way. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive.
What the fuck? Oh, look out!
Yeah. Yeah, I'll bring some more music in about an hour time. But before then, we're going to get into this Orwell. Now, you guys know Orwell for the rise of the, writings. Okay, for his writings on the rise of the totalitarian state, the dystopian state, right? Nightmare dystopia, right? But what did he say was one of the main potential factors of this great change, right? Was the technological state, right? He knew that there's going to be a change, right? In the idea of work, okay, the notion of leisure time, the idea of technical efficiency and its effect on human psychology. As he says, the ideal of efficiency is the ideal of softness, right? And it's going to have an effect creating and assimilating all cultural forms into one monoculture, right? Okay, so as you have the rise of the collective notions of humanity, right, you literally have these ideas, okay, of multiculturalism, right? As you have the notion of the technological world state, you have the notion of a monoculture, right? So liberalism wants multiculturalism, but the technological state creates a monoculture, right? These are fundamentally opposed to each other. Okay, at the very most basic level, right? So let's get into it, right? Okay, as he says, okay, the tendency of mechanical progress then is to frustrate the human need for effort and creation. To frustrate the human need for effort and creation. Okay. It makes unnecessary and even impossible the activities of the eye and hand. Right? Remember, the eye and the hand are the the most powerful tools ever invented, right? They're way more powerful than any tool, right? Okay, because they give birth to the symbolic world. Right? So even without tools, right? But of course, with the combination of tools, the combination of agricultural techniques, and with the combination of symbols, right? Man can transform most of his effort, right? And make it not based on survival and make it based on canalizing these cultural and symbolic forms, right? And that is the basis of human civilization, right? That it completely usurps man's reliance on nature, right? Just as the technological system totally usurps man's reliance on human society, on other humans, right? You can have a person live and die in a city and nobody knows them, right? A man who's furnished 100% by technical means, and his survival is based 100% on technical means. Right? This is the argument that most people say, that you can't get rid of the technological system, right? Why? Because 90% of humanity would simply perish. And yet they think that humans control technology. It's incredible. It's incredible. Right? Human beings have created a system that they can't control. Okay, that they have to keep feeding, or else it'll kill off a mass of humanity. They've created a monster that they have to keep on feeding. Okay, and one that keeps on growing uncontrollably. Okay. It's like the opposite of that story where like there's a God who spits out coins and the people rip them apart and take all the money and they don't have the God anymore that creates infinite money. But they all use his body to get rich on their own, right? So they lose the infinite value, right? And what they have now is isolated bits of value that they can't do anything with, right? Excuse me, I'm talking too much. Oh, excuse me. I'm talking way too much. Sorry. Okay, the apostle of progress will sometimes declare that this does not matter, that you can usually drive him by pointing out the horrible lengths to which the process can be carried. Why, for instance, use your hands at all? Why use them even for blowing your nose or sharpening a pencil? Surely you could fix some kind of steel and rubber contraption to your shoulders and let your arms wither into stumps and skin and bone. And so with every organ and every faculty, there's really no reason why a human being should do more than eat, drink, sleep, breathe, and procreate. Everything else could be done for him by machinery. Therefore, the logical end of mechanical progress is to reduce a human being to something resembling a brain in a bottle. That is the goal which we have. We are already moving, he says, right? So he's talking about a brain in a vat, right? And that being the result of mechanical progress at a very early age. Actually, let me see when this was written. It says 1937 he wrote this. That's extremely early. Right? He wrote this extremely early in the game. Okay, in 1937, okay, during the Industrial Revolution, he was already seeing that, right, there might be human beings that are combining themselves with technology, replacing their human or bodily functions with machines, the type to which the transhumanists are proposing today. Right? That the human body is inefficient, the human brain is inefficient. Right? And so with every organ and every faculty, there's really no reason why a human being should do more than eat, drink, sleep, breathe, and procreate. Everything else could be done for him by machinery. Therefore, the logical end of mechanical progress is to reduce the human being to something resembling a brain in a bottle. That is a goal towards which we are already moving, though, of course, we have no intention of getting there. Just as man who drinks a bottle of whiskey a day does not actually intend to get cirrhosis of the liver. The implied objective of progress, right? Exactly. We're not improving technology because we want technology, right? Because we want technological progress, is because we're addicted to the technology. And if we don't continue reproducing the technology, well, you know, some humans will perish. That is the fundamental notion of technical necessity that I've been trying to lay down, right? Right, just like somebody who's addicted to whiskey, they're not trying to get their goal is not to get cirrhosis of the liver, but they can't stop drinking. Right, and just like that man and his lifestyle is furnished by the technological system, so is our addiction to technology and our reliance on it, furnished by the very same system, right? So the implied objective of progress is not exactly perhaps the brain in the bottle, but at any rate, some frightful subhuman depth of softness and helplessness. And the unfortunate thing is that at the present, the word progress, quote unquote, and the word socialism are linked inseparably in almost everyone's mind. The kind of person who hates machinery also takes it for granted to hate socialism. The socialism is always a favor of mechanization, rationalization, and modernization, or at least that he ought to be in favor of them. Quite recently, for instance, a prominent ILPer, right? I think that's from he's involved in the Spanish Civil War, right? Confessed to me with a sort of wistful shame, as though it were something faintly improper, that he was fond of horses. Horses, you see, belong to a vanished agricultural past. And all sentimental, all sentiment for the past carries with it a vague smell of heresy, he says, right? Okay, right. Right, if somebody likes a skill or possesses a skill that's not done by machinery, right, it's literally a hobby, right? It's not something that's enriching or enlivening their human experience or the experience of others, right? It's something they do for their personal enjoyment, right? He's talking about the change that happens here, right? Okay, and this is tied to the idea that I was talking about earlier, right? The separation of business and pleasure. And virtue and happiness, right? These two things are completely separated in the modern age, right? So he says, I do not believe that this need necessarily be so, but undoubtedly it is so. And in itself, it is quite enough to explain the alienation of decent minds from socialism. A generation ago, every intelligent person was in some sense a revolutionary, he says. Nowadays, it would be nearer the mark to say that every intelligent person is reactionary. In this connection, it is worth comparing H.G. Wells' The Sleeper Awakes with Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, written 30 years later. Each is a pessimistic utopia, right? A vision of a sort of prig's paradise in which all dreams of the progressive person come true. Considered merely as a piece of imaginative construction, The Sleeper Awakes is, I think, much superior. But it suffers from a vast contradiction because of the fact that Wells, as an archpriest of progress, cannot write with any conviction against progress, quote unquote. He draws a picture of glittering, strangely sinister world in which the privileged classes live a life of shallow, gutless hedonism, and the workers, reduced to a state of utter slavery and subhuman ignorance, toil like troglodytes in caverns underground. As soon as one examines this idea, it is farther development in a splendid short story, Stories of Space and Time. One sees its inconsistency from the immensely mechanized world that Wells is imagining. Why should the workers have to work harder than at present? Obviously, the tendency of the machine is to eliminate work, not to increase it. In the machine world, the workers might be enslaved, ill-treated, and even underfed, but they certainly would not be condemned to ceaseless manual toil, because in that case, what would be the function of the machine? You can have machines doing all the work or human beings doing all the work, but you can't have both. Those armies of underground workers with their blue uniforms and their debased half-human language are only put in to make your flesh creep. Wells warns. Oh, sorry. He wants. Right. Wells wants to suggest that progress might take a wrong turning. But the only evil he cares to imagine is inequality. One class grabbing all the wealth and power and oppressing all the others, apparently out of pure spite. Give it quite a small twist, he seems to suggest overthrow the privileged class, changed over world capitalism to socialism, in fact, and all will be well. The machine civilization is to continue, but its products are to be shared out equally. The thought he dare not face is that machine itself may be the enemy. Let me read that again. He suggests overthrow the privileged class, change over the world from capitalism to socialism. In fact, all will be well. The machine civilization is to continue, but its products are to be shared out equally. The thought he dare not face is that the machine itself may be the enemy. The machine itself may be the enemy. That it's the thing causing social inequality, power inequality, so-called. Right, and it's putting the weak people on top and making them rule over the strong. So you have this vampiric kleptocracy, right? Run by H.R. Geiger xenomorph type things, right? And yeah, obviously H.G. Wells was a Fabian socialist, right? Okay, so he says, is more characteristic utopias. He returns to optimism and to a vision of humanity liberated by the machine as a race of enlightened sunbathers whose sole topic of conversation is their own superiority to their ancestors. And there's a characteristic divide between the young and old, right, that this sense of futurism causes, right? Total loss of traditions. Right? That's not the only way that progress is a swindle, right? Right, but it's one of the main ways. Okay, Brave New World belongs to a later time, he says, and to a generation which has been seen through the swindle of progress. The swindle of progress. It contains its own contradictions. The most important of them is pointed out in Mr. John Strachey's The Coming Struggle for Power. but it is at least a memorable assault on a more fat-bellied type of perfectionism, allowing for exaggerations of caricature. It probably expresses what a majority of thinking people feel about machine civilization. The sensitive person's hostility to the machine is in one sense unrealistic because of the obvious fact that the machine has come to stay. But as an attitude of mind, there's a great deal to be said for it. The machine has got to be accepted, but it is probably better to accept it rather than as one accepts a drug, that is, grudgingly and suspiciously. Like a drug, the machine is useful, dangerous, and habit-forming. The oftener one surrenders to it, the tighter its grip becomes. You have only to look about you at this moment to realize with what sinister speed the machine is getting us into its power. To begin with, there is a frightful debauchery of taste that has already been affected by a century of mechanization. This is almost too obvious and too generally admitted to need pointing out. But as a single instance, take taste in its narrowest sense. The taste for decent food in the highly mechanized countries, thanks to tinned food, cold storage, synthetic flavoring matters, etc., the palate is almost a dead organ. The palate is almost a dead organ, as you can see by looking at any green grocer. Don't know what that is. What the majority of English people mean by an apple is a lump of highly colored cotton wool from America or Australia. They will devour these things apparently with pleasure and let the English apples rot under the trees. It is a shiny, standardized, machine-made look of an American apple that appeals to them. The superior taste of the English apple is something they simply do not notice. Or look at the factory-made, foil-wrapped cheese and blended butter in any grocer's. Look at the hideous rows of tins, which usurp more and more of the space in the food shop, even a dairy. Look at the 6-penny Swiss roll or the 2-penny ice cream. Look at the filthy chemical byproduct that people will pour down their throats under the name of beer. Wherever you look, you'll see some slick machine-made article triumphing over the old-fashioned article that still tastes of something other than sawdust. And what applies to food applies to the furniture. Houses, clothes, books, amusement, everything. Everything else that makes up our environment. There are now millions of people. Okay, so he's saying that culture is totally assimilated by the machine. He's noticing this effect in 1937. Okay, almost 90 years ago, right? So he's complaining about the development of a monoculture in 1937. Looking at the products in the grocery store. So you see how late we are, folks, and actually analyzing the problems that exist all around us? And have we not been assimilated by the machine? If we're not even willing to look at the issues. Right? If we don't even have concern for those issues. Right? We're not able to think about it. Then have we not then been assimilated completely 100% by the machine then? Right, he's talking about the assimilation of culture by technology. We said what applies to food applies to furniture, houses, clothes, books, amusement, everything else that makes up our environment. There are now millions of people, and they are increasing every year, to whom blaring of the radio is not only a more acceptable but a more normal background to their thoughts than the lowing of cattle, or the song of birds, the mechanization of the world could never proceed very far while taste, even the taste buds of the tongue, remained uncorrupted. Because in the case of most of the products of the machine, right, in that case, most of the products of the machine would be simply unwanted. In a healthy world, there would be no demand for tinned foods, aspirins, gramophones, gas pipe chairs, machine guns, daily newspapers, telephones, motor cars, etc., etc. And on the other hand, there would be a constant demand for the things the machine cannot produce. Right. How much technology is necessary to live a good life? Let me read that part again, right? This is an extremely salient point, right? It says the mechanization of the world could never proceed very far while taste, even the taste buds of the tongue, remain uncorrupted. Because in the case, most of the products of the machine would simply be unwanted. In a healthy world, there would be no demand for tinned foods, aspirins, gramophones, gas pipe chairs, machine guns, daily newspapers, telephones, motor cars, etc. Right. Whereas laws are produced as a failure of the human individual, techniques are produced as a failure of human society in general. He says, in a healthy world, there'd be no demand for tinned foods, aspirins, gramophones, gas pipe chairs, machine guns, daily newspapers, telephones, motor cars. On the other hand, there'd be a constant demand for the things that the machine cannot produce. Cannot produce. But meanwhile, the machine is here, he says. And its corrupting effects are almost irresistible. One inveighs against it, but one goes on using it. Even a bare-arse savage, given the chance, will learn the vices of civilization within a few months. Mechanization leads to the decay of taste. The decay of taste leads to a demand for machine-made articles, and hence to a more mechanization. And so a vicious circle is established. So a vicious circle is established. Okay, I got to move on to ellul here, right? But ellul's thoughts are going to parallel exactly what Orwell is saying here, okay, about the destruction of culture, right? The assimilation of our economic system into machine production, right? And the machine civilization, right? As ellul calls it, the technical organism, right? At a certain stage, right? The technical ensemble, okay, starts to behave like an organism, right? Right. So this is part and parcel of the of a major change that takes place, and one of the major aspects of this change is the total sublimation of man to technique, right? And the exchanging of man from a environment based on nature, reliance on nature, to one based on economic systems, right? Okay, your success is not based on your survival in nature. It's based on your success, and you're able to succeed within an economic system. Okay, how did this change take place? Right. Well, it had a lot to do with the rise of industrial civilization, right, and the rise of economic techniques right? And those economic techniques being taken under the guise of the state. Economic systems are a part of nature. Okay, what's nature's economic system? Is nature capitalist or socialist? Or does nature possess a variety of economic systems? Interesting. Right, but of course, human society creates an order of value, right, based on cultural systems, right? And then the technological scope totally assimilates those cultural systems. So yeah, let's look at the development of the economic man, right? And he says here, the transformation of natural law into technical law is accompanied by the shaping of a human being. He is adapted and made to harmonize with what it is to be. Social individualism corresponded to economic liberalism. The economic man corresponds to the planned economy. Okay. And he says, I'm aware that the economic man was the creation of the liberal period, right? Remember the schema. Liberalism gave birth to its executioner, right? The democratic system gave birth to the technological world system. Right? Just like democracy and socialism idealize the creation of a world system, right? And use technological means to achieve that end. Right? Okay, well, when efficiency stops becoming a means and becomes an end in itself because of the improvement of technology, right? And man becomes subsumed in the process. Man becomes subsumed in the process, right? And of course, this is majorly one of the major changes is psychological effects of technique and the transformation from natural law to technical law. So you have the rise of Homo economicus, right? A man whose survival is based on his function within an economic system instead of a natural environment. Right? So he says, I'm aware that economic man was a creation of the liberal period, right? Okay, it's right there in John Locke. Okay, go to the last episode where I looked at John Locke, right? And actually, I looked at Locke earlier on the show, looking at exactly how the idea of universalism functions with the understanding of industry, humane industry, as Locke puts it, right? And how the whole economic system and the political system are inextricably linked just within John Locke, right? In his notion of universal rights, right? He thinks private property is one of those universal rights that man has, right? And he says God gave the world to the industrious man. Okay, and obviously Rousseau reforms this and says that God gave the world to mankind in general. Okay, so he talks about the creation of the economic man. Okay, he says the question is how did this man come about? The term economic man generally referred to a purely theoretical concept. For the liberals, economic man was an abstraction created to satisfy the demands of economic inquiry. The conception was a working hypothesis. It was framed by omitting certain human characteristics, which man undeniably possesses, in order to reduce him to his economic aspect of producer and consumer. The abstraction corresponds to a complete anthropology. Current at the beginning of the 19th century, which can only be characterized as dichotomous, right? This conception of man has a changing history, he says. The studies of Jean Marigot on economic man undertook to demonstrate that in terms of the doctrine and economic theory of the present, this abstract simplification is no longer admissible for two reasons. First, the human being is a whole, and this whole changes in the very act of being analyzed. And second, okay, now that's actually apparent from what we just read, right? Isolation, abstraction, right? Isolation and abstraction are the two modes in which the mode of analysis operates, right? In general, right? So if man has to become the object of analysis, right, then he has to be made into an abstraction, right? Made into a general sense of what man is, right? And you also have to separate man from his natural environment, right? So he says, right? Okay, the second economic phenomenon, economic phenomena, act and react correlatively with the totality of the human being, right? Consequently, Marigot asserts it is impossible to be satisfied with this one-sided view, but all this remains on a purely intellectual plane. And the progress, quote unquote, he describes is to be found only in the textbooks of political economy. The great satisfaction manifested by certain authors that Homo economicus is dead remains purely theoretical. I should like, for my part, to note another set of developments. Technique, and especially economic technique, does not encounter man in textbooks, but in the flesh. One of the facts which seems to me to dominate the present epoch is that the further economic technique develops, the more it makes real the abstract conception of the economic man. What was merely hypothesis tends to become reality incarnate. The human being is changing slowly under the pressure of economic milieu. He is in the process of becoming the uncomplicated being. The liberal economists constructed. The transition of the purely theoretical image to its incarnation is what concerns us here. It is occurring at a time when the theoretical economist is beginning to take account of the real complexity of man, a complexity which, however, man is in the process of losing if he has not already lost it altogether. Okay, so just as, right, the idea of the universal man, right, moves from an abstraction to a reality, right, and made a practical reality in the species being, right? The anthropologists used to study human beings. Okay, so as it is, right, this notion of the everyman, right, becomes, starts off as an abstraction and then becomes more synthesized into a real form, right? Okay. And you could see like how, like for example, like, Christ is the ideal, right? And then people start to follow and become the religious ideal of what Christ represents, right? So in the same way, they create the notion of a man that's calculable, right? And functions on the basis of political and economic laws instead of natural law, right? And then they bring it into existence, right? Just like the notion of the universal man, right? Right, from a purely theoretical image to an incarnation, right? And he says what man loses as a result is the complexity, right? The complexity, the unpredictability. Okay, so he says he is not speaking of the man today, the man who we do not dare to recognize because we cannot bear to find him our own faces or meet. Cannot bear to find him in our own faces or to meet him, the prefiguring of our own destiny. Okay, so he says that and he says that the modern economist still runs the risk of theorizing about the abstraction because he's still looking at man in those traditional forms, right? Okay, in some philosophical, historical, or traditional image. But the economic man, that reduced schema of economic activity, was formulated in the second half of the 19th century by a twofold movement. The first was absorption to a greater and greater extent of the entire man to the economic network. The second was the devaluation of all human activities and the tendencies other than the economic. Thence arose the validation of the producing consuming part of man, while all other facets were gradually erased. Right, so man becoming a producer and a consumer, right, and that being the major function of his being, right, rather than his relation to his natural environment or relation to other humans, right? Okay, which is mainly in the theological ideal, right? It's all about human society, right? Okay, treating humans with respect, right? Putting the human kingdom in line with God's will, right? But the secular ideal, right? It's based on improving human society and not the individual. So he says, so man had to be absorbed in the economic network. The second is a devaluation of all human activities and tendencies other than the economic. Thence arose a validation of producing consuming part of man, while all other facets were gradually erased. This reduction of man in the first movement to come to a completion under the reign of the triumphant bourgeoisie. It is hardly necessary at this point, by way of explanation, to recall the predominant importance that money assumed during this period. Everything happened through its agency in the economic and social structure, in the business world, in private life. Nothing happened without money. Everything happened by means of it. All values were reduced to money values, not only by theoreticians, but by practice. The only important human occupation seemed to be to make money. And this became, in fact, the symbol of human submission to economies. The submission of human to the economies. An internal submission more serious than the external. For primitive man, hunting likewise represented economic submission. But this submission was more a magical and viral act. Oh, Atticus Finch, you don't like Ellul. Oh, he thinks Ellul's dumb. Oh, get this man his blankie. And you know, yeah, we'll tuck you in at night. Don't worry. Too dumb to read Ellul. Not surprised. Right? I wonder what you think is smart, right? All the intelligent things that you think are so smart. You're a faceless chat clown. You're an economic man. A creature of comfort. Type away. This guy's calling Ellul word salad. I wonder what this man produces that's of genius value. Right? Ellul is word salad, right? Atticus Finch, you are a tard. You're a fucking tard with a fake name, fake chat actor. Right? What are you mad at? Right? The fact that I'm prettier and smarter than you. Whoops. Whoops. Or let's get on stage. Right? You can cam up. Right? You can show us your ugly mug. Or you could tell us your theories. And I'll stop reading Ellul and I'll listen to your theories there, pal. Right. Let's drop the link for this clown. They're not going to show themselves. I mean, if you have any intelligence, demonstrate your intelligence by either agreeing or disagreeing with what Ellul is saying. Okay. If you don't have the patience, intelligence, wherewithal, or you know, to actually comment, then yeah, it's more of a reflection on you, unfortunately. Way more of a reflection on you. We got some interesting engagement here, right? Not a lot of engagement in the chat, right? Yesterday we were on. There was tons of engagement in the chat, right? Tons of people here watching, and you know, there was were there people on the panel? I think there was people on the panel, right? Yeah, looks like our little friend is a dickless tard, right? Yep. Well, we got to move on here. And we like things like that. You know, it helps us take a break from reading and analyzing things to engage with people, even if it's negative engagement. We greatly appreciate it. The bourgeois domination of the 19th century was a rational domination, he says. It excluded all romantic enthusiasm. Okay, now I talked a little bit about this, right? And I will talk a little bit about this, right? Okay, the ideas of Rousseau and Romanticism, right? That were sort of the pinnacle of liberal ideals because they were a reaction to the totalitarian instinct of those Enlightenment ideals, right? And you had notions of like spiritualism and the birth of psychology and other things, right? More personable elements of science. However, they're nonetheless still detached from human experience, right? But they're more relating to the state, economic techniques, and to the technical intent of the machine civilization, right? Right. So he says that, it excluded all romantic enthusiasm, right? It sought not paradise, but temporal power. And marveling at what had come to pass, it took the newly discovered economic forces as its instruments of choice. But to use these instruments meant submission to them. The bourgeois itself submitted and compelled everyone else to submit. The world was divided into two classes: those who created the economy and amassed its rewards, and those who submitted to it and produced its riches. Both classes were possessed by it. The bourgeoisie, in a two-pronged attack, constructed an economic morality which exhausted the totality of its values and subordinated men to economic power. A new spiritual situation was created that was ultimately destined to make the new bourgeois morality collapse, leaving intact the primacy of the economic. The bourgeois morality was and is primarily a morality of work and of métier. What is that? What did that? Métier, French, define. Job or profession or occupation. Okay, the bourgeois morality was primarily a morality of work and of occupation. Work purifies, ennobles. It is a virtue and a remedy. Work is the only thing that makes life worthwhile. It replaces God and the life of the spirit. More precisely, it identifies God with work. Success becomes a blessing. God expresses his satisfaction by distributing money to those who have worked well. Before this, first of all virtues, the others fade into obscurity. If laziness was the mother of all vices, work was the father of all the virtues. This attitude was carried so far that bourgeois civilization neglected every virtue but work. It's understandable that for the adult bourgeois, right, and for people who don't understand this terminology, it's basically upper middle class, right? Okay, for the adult bourgeois, the only important thing became the exercise of occupation. And for the youth, the choice of an occupation is a preparation for it, a kind of economic predestination was established in the great families. Human destiny seemed to revolve about the making of money or the failure to make it. Such was and is the viewpoint of the bourgeois. Such was and is the viewpoint of the bourgeois. For the proletariat, the result was alienation, which likewise represented the grip of the economic on the human being. Okay, so the proletariat is a working class as opposed to the upper middle class, right?
In the proletariat, we see human beings emptied of all human content and real substance and possessed by economic power. The proletarian was alienated not only because he was the servant of the bourgeois, but because he became a stranger to the human condition, a sort of automaton filled with economic machinery and worked with an economic switch. But human nature cannot long tolerate such a condition. In creating it, the bourgeois signed the death warrant of its own system. The spiritual situation of alienated man implies revolution, and this subordination without hope demanded the creation of the revolutionary myth. It might be thought that the primacy of the economy over man, or rather the possession of man by the economy, would have come into question, but unfortunately, the real, not the idealized proletarian, has concentrated entirely on the ousting of the bourgeoisie and making money. The proletarian instrument for winning this revolution is the labor union, and the union subordinates its members even more closely to the economic functioning in the process of satisfying their revolutionary will and exhausting their will with regard to the purely economic objects. Okay, lastly, the bourgeois himself is losing ground, and his system and his conception of the human being is gaining. For the proletariat, as the bourgeois, man is only a machine for production and consumption. He is under obligation to produce. He is under the same obligation to consume. He must absorb what the economy offers him. Indeed, in the face of a historically unparalleled consumption of goods, it is ridiculous to explain crisis of overproduction as crisis of underconsumption. Okay. The counterpart of the necessary reduction of human life to working is its reduction to gorging. If man does not already have certain needs, they must be created. The important concern is not the psychic and mental structure of the human being, but the uninterrupted flow of any and all goods which invention allows the economy to produce. Whence the measureless trituration of the human soul, the true issue of which is propaganda. And propaganda reduced to advertising relates happiness and a meaningful life to consumption. He who has money is a slave of the money he has. He who has it not is a slave of a mad desire to get it. He who has money is a slave of the money he has. He who has it not is the slave of a mad desire to get it. The first and great law is consumption. Nothing but this imperative has any value in such a life. Okay, folks, there is the birth of the economic man. Okay, through the rise of economic techniques and the combination of those techniques with the state. Okay, we're going to be going on with that on Saturday. I greatly appreciate you guys' time. Okay, there's not a lot of participation today on the panel, which is kind of a bummer. You know, I sort of opened up these shows so I could talk to people. But it seems everybody's afraid of the panel. They're afraid of these ideas. They're afraid of, there's 17 people watching quite judiciously. And there are people contributing in the chat. It's just that, the participation on the panel, the relation to these ideas, people relating to these ideas. Other than a couple of people in the chat, it's kind of desolate. that's what happens, folks. You know, you learn too much, you get lonely. Okay. Either that or my communicating with other humans could could use a little work. Okay. Yeah, give me a second. Let me play some music for you guys, and then we'll continue on with Shangzu. I'm going to introduce the Shangzu to you guys. Okay, one of the greatest works in philosophy, in my opinion, right, is the Shangzu, right? Okay, I'm going to introduce ideas and terminology from it, right? And of course, I'm packing up some cannabis. We're going to have a good musical break here. And yeah. Yeah, and I'm going to try to, you know, as I get more into these ideas and concepts, I will be sort of dumbing them down, explaining them more generally, right? There's been hundreds of explanations of these ideas, right? So for some reason, some of what I said here today in these first 3 hours doesn't relate to you, right? Go to the previous presentations, right, in which I've taken a long deliberative stance, okay? I've outlined many of these ideas in dozens of texts, right, that we've looked at, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. True, Dr. Diad. We may be lonely, but certainly not alone. Yeah. I mean, we're definitely being watched. Yeah, I've been given proof that people are trying to watch me and trying to derail my progress and trying to falsify information about me. And yep. It's all part of the game. But yeah, we got the Shangzu coming up for you guys. Coming to relate it to different ideas. Okay. Non-mediated act. Right. Wei Wu Wei. Doing, not doing. And of course, they hugely influenced the Zen philosophers, right? Okay, folks. Well, it looks like I've prepared a good little pipe here. Hit for myself. And we'll be looking at the Shangzu, but here's some music for you guys. Maybe you guys will like this music. Blessings. Some meditative vibes. I mean, thank you guys. Blessings.
writing in my little black book. While you look at me, I'm just looking good. Baby, I like sauce. She like me, of course. Pull up in that Lambo, but she got the Porsche. Samuel's in the back, and he's rolling up a George. Rolling up a Jack, feeling like a lord. I am not a fraud. My bitch look like porn. They're still in the streets. He's letting off corn. Fucking on your bitch, I'm not in her, then I'm out. Got me a Benz, look like an 8. That's just a South. That's a fucking shout. Shout out to the guys. HO got 'em like how. DSU got 'em like wow. Casper smoking on loud. Trash can soon coming out. 3 buzz sweets for £1. 3 bad bees on the house. Fuck. Thought that I was finished, you fucked up. In the studio, I'm going nuts. Flex, I flex till I go numb. Tatiana give me brain until she down. And your bitch calling me dad like she's my son. Catch up, cause your boys get burned.
To your mother, you fucked up, yeah. Hit it, then I thought you must be angry or what, yeah. Tears on my feet, looking like a Londoner, yeah. Studio working, is you crazy, is you nuts, yeah. Never waste my time, I'm trying to shine, we live it up, yeah. In the belly, in the tummy, in the liver, up, yeah. 3D like that, I match cool the storm. If I can't match, I fall on my fucking lower and think about it, I never lie. Talk to haters, I don't listen to that. Yeah, fabric niggas, oh they so fake, yeah. Motivated in my fucking own lane, yeah. Off the weed smoke and I told him that's okay, yeah. Cool down the trash and he is no way, yeah. I'm like this nigga was a sunny day. Oh, the paintings outside with the box now. Oh, I swear down she off his eyes now. She had a blackout, you wanna come to mine, yeah. How about I teach you how to source? Yeah, I'll be like, baby girl, you so fly. Yeah, I give a dig and she know why. Yeah, that's the one.
Da Are you annoyingly in a
Whoops. Yeah, blessings. Thank you guys for joining us. So, I have a lot of info on the Shangzu. Of course, Shangzu was a contemporary of Plato, right? So he's existing around the 4th century. Right? Obviously, he's a student of Taoist texts, right? And I'm going to read some of the ideas from Huang Po, right? To sort of, situate our analysis, right, of Eastern philosophy, because obviously the Zen philosophers, they're looking at two huge streams of thought. One is Taoist thought and the other is Buddhist thought, right? So he's taking a huge look at at the Taoists. We haven't yet looked at Buddhist philosophy. And then we'll look at the combination of the two in Zen philosophy. Okay, and obviously Buddhist philosophy comes from India. Taoist philosophy comes from China. So there's a little bit of the background, right? And of course, it's the central figure of the Bodhidharma, right, that combines them, right? And so in Huang Po, we read in quite an interesting text, right, in his Transmission of Mind, right? Look at how different this is from what Skolomowski is talking about, right? Right, the idea of isolation and abstraction, right, as a precondition for analysis. Right, and look at what Huang Po says. He says that nature, okay, he says, what is implied by seeing into real nature? What is implied by seeing into real nature? That nature and your perception of it are one. Okay, so look at that line that goes right underneath the idea that mind formulates, right, imposes order on reality, right? Right, so it looks like Huang Po is totally against Kant. Right, it's taking a 180-degree turn and saying nature and your perception of it are one. Right, you cannot use it to see something over and above itself, he says. That nature and your hearing of it are one. You cannot use it to hear something over and above itself. Right, whatever nature you perceive, you use nature to perceive it, right? If you form a concept of the true nature of anything as being visible or audible, you allow dharma of distinction to arise, says Huang Po. He says, you people still conceive of mind as existing or not existing, as pure or defiled, as something to be studied in the way that one studies a piece of categorical knowledge. And of course, the idea of categorical knowledge seen as a threat to the idea that nature and your perception of it are one. Any of these definitions is sufficient to throw you back into the endless round of birth and death, he says. The man who perceives things always wants to identify them and get a hold of them. Those who use their minds like eyes in this way are sure to suppose that progress is a matter of stages. Okay, said using your mind like eyes, separating things into categorical knowledge, you see progress in successive stages. It says if you are that kind of person, you are as far from the truth as earth is from heaven. Why this talk of seeing into your own nature? If as thought succeeds thought, you go on seeking for wisdom outside of yourselves. Then there's a continual process of thoughts arising, dying away, and being succeeded by others. The existence of things as separate entities and not as separate entities are both dualistic concepts. As Bodhidharma said, there are separate entities and there are not. But at the same time, there are neither one or the other, for relativity is transient. A man drinking water knows well enough if it is cold or warm, whether you be walking or sitting, you must restrain all discriminatory thoughts from one moment to the next. All discriminatory thoughts from one moment to the next. Let me read this passage here. From the Shangzu, right? As I introduce Shangzu, right? Read 2 or 3 passages from it. Okay, here's one of them. Right, he says a trap is for fish. When you've got the fish, you can forget the trap. A snare is for rabbits. When you've got the rabbit, you can forget the snare. Words are for meaning. When you've got the meaning, you can forget the words. Where can I find someone who's forgotten words so I can have a word with them? Where can I find someone who has forgot words so I can have a word with them? He says, he who rules men lives in confusion. He who is ruled by men lives in sorrow. Right. Fear not of man, for fear of man causes snares, right? A house divided cannot stand. Man cannot serve 2 masters. The Lord, your God, shall rule over you. Yeah, we ended a reading of Christ the Eternal Tao yesterday. And we were blessed to have our friend Unseen Warfare on deck. It's kind of a specialist on the text of Seraphim Rose, right? So if you guys missed the Tuesday show, you missed something big. Keep sleeping and keep watching that trash. Fucking bubble gum for your brain. The bumper sticker philosophy. That's what most people have. They're not serious. Yeah, so yeah, he who rules men lives in confusion. He who is ruled by men lives in sorrow. Tao, therefore, desired neither to influence others nor to be influenced by them. The way to get clear of confusion and free of sorrow is to live with Tao in the land of the great void. If a man crossing a river and an empty boat collides with his own skiff, even though he be a bad-tempered man, he will not become very angry. But if he sees a man in the boat, he will shout at him to steer clear. If the shout is not heard, he will shout again. And yet again begin cursing. And all because there is somebody in the boat. Yet if the boat were empty, he would not be shouting and not angry. If you can empty your boat crossing the river of the world, no one will oppose you. No one will seek to harm you. The straight tree is first to be cut down. The spring of clear water is first to be drained dry. If you wish to improve your wisdom and shame the ignorant, to cultivate your character and outshine others, a light will shine around you. As if you had swallowed the sun and the moon, you will not avoid calamity. A wise man has said,
He who is content with himself has done a worthless work. Achievement is the beginning of failure. Fame is the beginning of disgrace. Who can free himself from achievement and from fame, descend and be lost amid the masses of men? He will flow like Tao, unseen. He will go about like life itself, with no name and no home, simple as he, without distinction. To all appearances, he is a fool. His steps leave no trace. He has no power. He achieves nothing, has no reputation. Since he judges no one judges him. Such is the perfect man. His boat is empty. His boat's empty. So let's take a look at Shang Tzu. Who is this dude? Where did he come about? And what is his teachings based on? Let's read just a small bit of information, all right? And maybe we'll open up this Wikipedia and see if we could look at some of the Wikipedia entry on it, right? Before we move on to the text here, right? Okay, because we're going to be focusing on this text for a little while, right? The Zhangzi, right? So it says, little is known of Zhangzi. Okay, beyond what we can gather from the book named after him. Much of the book, however, is unapologetically fictional. So the stories it tells about him provide us more insights into his persona than the historical facts of his life. We know him from external sources. That his friend Hu Z, right? There's a friend of his that's like a logician, right? But I mean, I kind of feel like he's using him as a character to explain like logic, right? The failings of logic or something like that, right? Because Shang Tzu kind of invents characters to prove a point. It's kind of a strange sort of philosophy. It's like stories. Okay, that make some of Lao Tzu's major points, right? And even as you saw in the previous, little, blip, it kind of expands on his thought. Yeah, of course, there's lots of other Taoist works as well, but these are the two that you guys can look up lists of Taoist works. These are the only two that I've basically studied, a lot. Right? I mean, I've used sort of the Tao Te Ching and this book Shang Tzu as sort of a manual for philosophy in a lot of ways, right? But yeah, he's got other people he mentions, right? In his book, Hu Zi served in the court of King Hu of Liang, 390 to 319 BCE. I think this was the time when Plato lived and taught too, right? Which places Zhangzi in the end of the 4th century. The version of the text we have, it was assembled around 300 BC. Oh, wait, 300 CE.
Okay, and is widely agreed to be the work of multiple authors. Though some passages seem to have been written by Zhang Zi, the book must initially have been compiled by his students and then supplemented by later contributing editors. The following selections are drawn primarily from what scholars generally recognize as the earliest portions of the text, which were neither written or inspired by, which were written or inspired, sorry, by Zhang Zi, right? Either written or inspired by Zhang Zi, right? Okay, so Zhang Zi has a huge vocabulary, draws freely from history and mythology, and is equally at home in writing poetry, logical analysis, dialogue, and narrative. Okay, so he's a lot of like kind of like a Plato-like figure, right? Synthesizing the works of a Socrates-like figure of Lao Tzu, right? Now, here's a really important part. He references Kongzi, Lao Tzu. Okay, Kongzi is Confucius, right? And the Mohis. He also mentions Mengzi, right? So he mentions a lot of the different philosophical systems. Okay, he mentions the logicians, right? I think he's got lines about egoism, right? So he's mentioning a lot of the different philosophical systems that are around in China at the time, right? And it says, he mentions them. He was familiar with their ideas, though the absence of quotations leaves uncertain whether he had access to the same text that we do. Hu Zi, who argued against the possibility of distinguishing one thing from another, is known to have debated one of Mengzi's students. So Zhang Zi must have at least heard about Mengzi's ideas, though he never mentions him by name. Oh, I guess I was confused about that, right? But yeah, it seems like he mentions him or mentions something like him. But anyways, he mentions Confucius, right? So Mengzi was hugely influenced by Confucius. He's basically a Confucian scholar, right? So I mean, was he familiar with Confucian ideas? Obviously, he's responding to him, right? He uses Confucius as a character during his analysis. And it says Zhang Zi must have at least heard about Mengzi's ideas. Zhang Zi does not present his ideas systematically or define essential terms, but he regularly speaks of heaven as the highest ideal. Let's take a look at this page here. Zhang Zi, the Warring States period. Okay, name of the traditional author, Zhang Zhao. What? There's a different page for this guy. Okay, let's just go to this, right? Now it says here, the Zhangzi is one of the two foundational texts of Taoism alongside the Tao Te Ching. And although you can't be totally sure about the dates of these things, right? It seems like Lao Tzu's work is before Shang Tzu's work, right? It may have influenced it because obviously Shang Tzu is using Lao Tzu as a character, right? And he's using Confucius as a character, right?
And some of the legends of Confucius are using Lao Tzu as a character. So I think it goes Lao Tzu, then Confucius, then Shang Tzu, right? But of course, the dates are based on their writings and things, right? So could be wrong, right? 33 chapters divided into 3 parts. First, known as the inner chapters, consist of 7 chapters. The second, known as the outer chapters, consist of 15 chapters. Mixed chapters consist of the remaining 11. Right. The meaning of these 3 names is disputed. According to Gao Ziyang, the inner chapters were written by Zhang Zi, the outer chapters written by his disciples, mixed chapters by other hands. So that's a regular thing in this, right? They either claim that it was, composed by Zhang Zi or some of his students or a mix of writers, right? And of course, it contains several different legends and things, right? Okay, neither of these are allowed to be as authentic Shang Tzu chapters by certain purists, yet they breathe the very spirit of Shang Tzu just as much as, for example, the famous butterfly passage of chapter 2. Okay, and the butterfly passage, right, is one of the most famous passages, right? Okay, Shang Tzu says he dreamed he was a butterfly. When he awoke, he didn't know if he was Shang Tzu dreaming he was a butterfly or a butterfly dreaming he was Shang Tzu, right? So the tension between dream and reality, right? The problem of solipsism, right? And all of that, right? As is written here, right? Existence confined to the present moment of self-awareness. Yet the self is paradoxically a flux of identities, perceived as fragmented by others, but synthesized into a cohesive, multiform, and multitemporal whole. Okay, so maybe we should go to the other page. Okay, it says trying to read Shang Tzu sequentially is a mistake. The text is a collection, not a developing argument. That's right. Parables, right? There's a lot of parables, myths, right? Different things. All right, so that's all they have on Zhang Tzu. Wow, what a short Wikipedia page. Right, life. They got almost nothing on his life. 2 little ass paragraphs. They got 3 damn paragraphs. Just 1 page for his writings. And that's for the guy, right? And not for the work. Let's go to the page that they have for the work, right? For the book, Zhang Zi. This is a huge Wikipedia page. Right? So there's tons written about his work, almost nothing written about the guy. That's how you know you're dealing with a very interesting person. Oh, yeah. We got Rocky here. Blessings. Hey, what's going on, sir?
That means peace.
Yeah, peace be with you, sir.
I don't know what this means. Or this.
Sabafamedi.
Shang Tzu.
Shang Tzu. Aww. Aww. Exactly. Falsity of dichotomies. We saw that with the previous text that we were reading. Right? Yeah, I mean, I don't have time to read through all this. This is gonna be a massive page right here. Let's see here. Zhangzi is represented as a collected works of a man named Zhangzu. No shit. Traditionally referred to as Zhangzi, Master Zhang, using traditional Chinese honorific. Almost nothing concretely is known of Zhangzu's life. Most of what is known comes from Zhangzi itself, which was subject to changes in later centuries. Most historians place his birth around 369 BC.
Was he a monk?
No, not really.
I'm a monk. I'll shave my head.
Yeah.
How much money if I give you to shave your head, shave your beard off?
No, I'm not doing that. That's crazy.
How much? $1 million?
There's no price.
$250 billion.
There's no price.
Okay. You know, there's some people, some women that grow their hair really long, keep it up in the ball, and they keep it really oiled and grows really nice, no split ends or nothing. And then they sacrifice it to their gods, and then it's sold on the open market they get the best wigs out of them.
Oh yeah. We got the demon dew.
Yeah,
demonic dew.
I don't know. The women do it as a sacrifice, kind of. They cut their hair off in a sacrifice to their gods, and then some New York broker buys them all up for, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a racket.
I think when Genghis Khan went to Persia, he told the king there, he said, basically, we're gonna basically, like what you should really do is join our army, because we're gonna come in here, we're gonna kill everyone. We're definitely gonna kill all the men. We might grape some of the women.
Yeah.
We might use your skulls as drinking vessels at our parties. We might be peeing and pooping on the altars of your gods. Right? So the guy said, that's hilarious, right? And he said, so he brought he brought Genghis Khan on the stage, and he shaved his mustache off as a sign of humiliation. Right?
Oh shit.
So Genghis Khan went home, and then he came back and he took over Persia, right? And he did what he said he's gonna do, right? And then he poured molten silver in the guy's eyeballs. As revenge. Molten silver.
Holy shit. Okay, so one guy got his mustache shaved off, and for revenge, pulled molten silver.
Molten silver, yep.
For shaving his mustache off.
Oh, yeah.
Like little mustache man. I wonder how much he would have killed somebody if he would have someone would have shaved his mustache off.
You would have done a damn thing.
Well, I grew up with an old saying: when in Rome, be like the Romans. And the Romans always cut their hair and shave their beards, because in a war, you couldn't grab like some sissy with long hair. You could just grab his hair and fucking bring him down to the ground, or the beard or hair. But when in Rome, in other words, I live in the United States, the Roman Empire. And, we got some crazy cops out there you got to deal with. And, last thing you got to worry about is some long hair hippie coming up to you. You just grab those by the hair, swing them around like a little girl. I'm just saying. No, but unless they got a sword or something.
It's like, that's not a hippie, that's a pirate.
Oh yeah, pirates too.
The pirates kind of look like hippies, but they have swords.
I remember when all Americans had short haircuts, and then in the 60s they started promoting this long hair hippie shit. Everybody started growing their hair long, and pretty soon you couldn't tell what was a girl or a boy or nothing.
Don't cut the boy dick off, man. You ever seen that, Rocky?
That's what the Catholic.
They were little boozy saying, "Don't cut the boy dick off."
The Catholic hospitals. If you go to a Catholic hospital, they'll circumcise you without your consent, your children, unless you say no. I snuck my boys out before they could do that. I don't know why they're doing a German tradition. I mean, Israel tradition of circumcise in a church, Catholic church, circumcising. You make it like, what the fuck are they?
That is a male, a 12-year-old. At 12, they don't even know what their next meal gonna be. They don't have shit figured out yet. He might meet a woman, anything at 16, and fall in love with her. But his dick be gone. How you gonna, like, bro, you going too far, dog. Don't cut his dick off, bro. Like, bro, for real. If he gonna be gay, let him be gay. But don't cut his dick off, bro. Like, don't address him as a woman, dog. He's 12 years old. He's not up there yet. He hasn't made his final decisions yet. Don't cut his fucking dick off, Dwayne Wade, bro. You fucking tripping, dog. You tripping, dog. You tripping, dog.
You tripping, dog. You tripping. You tripping, dog. I learned how to speak that tripping dog shit.
Tripping.
Yeah, bro. You're tripping, bro.
Let me bring this back. Let me see if there's anything more in this that I could actually glean from this Wikipedia page. I mean, Wikipedia is a lot of trash, honestly. They got this cool thing, little translation of the butterfly passage. I mean, that butterfly passage is no joke, right? They've been talking about that until Descartes, right? They still haven't figured it out, right? What are dreams, right? So, yeah, it really goes to the heart of things, right?
Butterflies. I remember in Japan, when I was living in Japan, they would say, like, fly away, little butterfly. It meant you were just going after a girl, like you'd land and then fly away like a butterfly. And I think some rock guy made a song about it. So the Japanese mama-sans would always say, "You butterfly, fly away." Like, because the Marines would go out in the Japanese streets, and there'd be whorehouses, and that just meant you were out on the streets, and it was all over in Japan and South Korea. When I was in South Korea, they had glass windows with women behind it, and you could just point at one and say, "I want that one over there." It was crazy. I mean, anyway, I forgot what I got off on that for, but it had something to do with the religion over there or something. They can just do that stuff. Oh, cutting your hair off. Then they got the monks that cut their hair off.
Oh yeah, they do that before the Hajj ceremony. They You know, you shave your head, so everybody's bald that's doing the Hajj, right? So it's interesting. But yeah, it says when Master Zhang was about to die, his disciples wanted to give him a lavish funeral. Master Zhang said, "I take heaven and earth as my inner and outer coffins, the sun and moon as my pair of jade discs, the stars and constellations as my pearls and beads, the 10,000 things as my funerary gifts. With my burial complete, how is there anything left unprepared? What shall be added to it?" The disciples said, "We are afraid of that the crows and kites will eat you, Master." Master Zhang said, "Above ground, I'd be eaten by crows and kites. Below ground, I'd be eaten by moles, crickets, and ants. You rob the one to give to the other. How skewed would that be?" So it's interesting, the ideas of Shang-Tzu on death and life. And it says here he contains or he contrasts heaven, okay, which also could be translated as nature, with people or humanity. The human for Zhang Zi includes everything from concrete activities that interferes with nature, such as the mutilation of criminals, to abstract ideas, such as right and wrong, that people project onto the world. Zhang Zi also speaks of the way, which encompasses both the way of the world, okay, and the way for people to live in it. Though he believes there is a way, he is skeptical of our ability to learn much about it through words or thinking. In fact, he attacks thinking in order to make room instead for experience and intuition. Okay, so he's not a, so he's going to attack logic, he's going to attack knowledge. Okay, he's going to prize nature, intuition, instinct, right? And experience, practical experience, right? Instead of philosophical idealism, right? So he's not holding to those precepts. He says, in fact, okay, so okay, actually I just read that. He says sometimes his attacks are direct, his arguments illustrating the limitations of language, sometimes indirect, with strange stories having no obvious moral or hero. Right, he invents these characters that are, right, they're not exactly heroic, right? Right, one of them is a guy with splayed limbs. You know, and some of them are like animals and like little bugs and things. I mean, so he explains like forces of nature by personifying them in animal forms, and he explains virtues of humans by personifying them in like masters or teachers, right? So he's got this this interesting way of transmitting this information or knowledge. And of course, it's not just him, it's like a group of people, it's like a school of thought, as we've seen, right? So they're talking about the limitations of language. It says the Zhangzu seems to go out of its way to defy understanding. In this sense, though the stories are often fantastic, the book is meant to offer realistic lesson in the uselessness of trying to figure out life. Thinking and talking have a place. Zhang Zi does a lot of both of them. The challenge to harmonize thinking and talking with the other incomprehensible aspect of life. Right, in the 2nd century BCE, the historian Sima Qian classified Zhang Zi as a founding member of the Taoist school rather than as a Confucian or a Mohist. Right, so those are the various philosophical schools that are there at the time, right? Okay, the Mohists and the Confucians. Okay.
What else? 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 There was no Taoist school at this time. In his time, it says, and the readers will soon see he will have resisted any classification of this sort. Okay, he knew and thought a lot about the other philosophers presented in this book, especially Kongzi. But his relationship to them were too complex to be summarized as simple agreement or disagreement. The influences of these other thinkers on Zhangzi and the implications of his arguments for their ideas are complex and difficult questions that readers will have to sort out for themselves. It says, so you're on your own. With the help of some of secondary literature that is listed following the translation. Okay. So let's begin with the text, right? The Zhangzi. Okay, now that I've sort of introduced it for a very, very long time. Okay, it's like way over 20 minutes of introduction of the text. I think a lot of people left. Okay, let's look at this. About the difference between the outer and the inner, the big and the small. Right? Obviously, Lao Tzu makes a point that there is no difference between the big and the small, right? Because the big is made of the small. Right? He says what is big rests on what is small. Right? And small things before long can turn into big things. Right? If one doesn't pay attention, right? So he says, in the northern darkness, there's a fish named minnow. No one knows how many thousand li across she is. Oh, sorry, he is. He changes into a bird named Breeze. No one knows how many thousand li across she is. She ruffles and flies, and her wings are like clouds hanging from heaven. As seas turn, she thinks to migrate to the southern darkness. The southern darkness is heaven's pool, right? So notice that he's not talking about a fish or a bird, right? He's actually talking about like a type of storm, right? That begins from the ocean and then goes to land, right? And of course, he's using this animal to represent the forces of nature, right? To represent the Tao, right? So he's saying the wind follows heaven, right? Okay, birds use the wind, right? But they don't understand it, right? Okay, as he explains. Right, he says, the Tales of Ki records wonders. It says, in her migration to the southern darkness, Breeze flaps along the water for 3,000 li, spirals up on a whirlwind to 90,000 li, and goes 6 months at a stretch. Okay, so to go very far, you have to prepare, right? And the same amount of energy it takes to go up, right, and its transformation is the same amount of energy that it's going to use to go across. Right? So as it travels, it knows exactly where it's going, right? It knows exactly where it's going to end up, right? It uses the wind, right? It says horse-shaped clouds, motes of dust, living things blowing breath at each other. Is the blue-green of heaven its proper color? Or just its being so endlessly far away, it looks just the same to her gazing down from above? Right? So whether Lee is looking down or we're looking up and looking at it. So he says if water isn't deep, it can't support big boats. Spill a cup of water on the floor and crumbs will be its boats. But put the cup there and it will stick because the water is too shallow and the boat is too big. If wind isn't deep, it can't support big wings. This is why breeze rises 90,000 li with the wind beneath her. Only then can she rest on the wind, carrying blue heaven on her back, and nothing can stop her. Only then does she set her sights on the south. Okay, so what appears to be several movements is just one movement. Right? What's order on one level appears to be disorder on another level. Right? So it says the cicada and the student dove laugh at her, saying, when we start up and fly, we struggle for the elm or the sandalwood. Sometimes we don't even make it, but just plunk to the ground. What is she doing rising 90,000 li and heading south? Right? The actions of a great bird, right? What do they look like to little insects? Useless, exorbitant. Right? What if they tried to do the same thing? They destroy themselves, right? Yeah, they're just as necessary as the great sky. So he says people going to the green meadows can bring 3 meals and return with their bellies still full. People going 100 li need to grind grain for an overnight. People going 1,000 li need to gather grain for 3 months. What do these two little bugs know? Little knowledge does not measure up to big knowledge, or a few years to many. How do I know this? The morning mushroom does not know the waxing and waning of the moon. The Hugh cricket does not know the spring and fall. This is because they are short-lived. South of Chu, there's a turtle called Dark Genius, which counts 500 years as a single spring and 500 years as a single fall. In high antiquity, there was a tree called Big Spring, which counted 8,000 years as a single spring and 8,000 years as a single fall. Nowadays, only 800-year-old Pangzu is famous, and everyone compares themselves to him. Isn't it sad? This was the subject of King Tang's questions to his teacher, Cramped. In the bald north, there's a dark sea called Heaven's Pool. There's a fish there whose breadth is several thousand times. No one knows his length. His name is Minnow. There's a bird there whose name is Breeze. Her back is as huge as Mount Tai, and her wings are like clouds hanging from heaven. Circling on the whirlwind, she spirals upward 90,000 li, bursts through the clouds and mist, carrying the blue sky. Afterwards, she heads north, traveling to the southern darkness. The accusing quails laugh at her, saying, "What is she doing?" I rear up and don't go more than a few yards before coming down, soaring and roaming amid brambles and briars. This indeed is the perfection of flying. Where is she going? This is the debate between the little and the big. Between the little and the big. Right? Should you prepare to go very far? Or should you struggle to maintain what is very near? Well, if you examine these two ways, these two paths, right, you'll see neither way seems preferable. So Shangzu says, this is the debate between the little and the big. People who know how to do one job, handle a small town, or impress a ruler to get put in charge of a state, see themselves like this, Songzi would still laugh at them. The whole world could praise him, and he would not be encouraged. The whole world could condemn him, and he would not be upset. He has fixed the difference between inner and outer, distinguished the limits of glory and disgrace. Yet he stops there. He is unconventional, but there is still something left unplanted. Late Z rides about on wind. It's wonderful. He's gone 2 weeks at a time. His attitude towards wealth is unconventional, but though he manages to avoid walking, he still relies on something. If he could chariot the norms of heaven, and earth, and ride the changes in the six mists to wander the inexhaustible, then what would there be to rely on? Hence it is said that perfect people have no self. Spiritual people have no accomplishment, and sagely people have no name. All right, folks. That's a little bit of that Shangzu, right? A little introduction to the Shangzu. Okay, we'll be focusing on that for, maybe 5 or 6 shows at least. Okay, and of course, we have lots of different ideas in that, right? Lots of different passages that I think are very important, right? And looking at
different ideas. Okay, you have the idea of the butcher, right, who never has to sharpen his blade. That's even used by people like Robert Greene, okay, who wrote like 50 Laws of Power and stuff like that, right? Okay, so there's lots of wealth in the Taoist texts. They've been used time and again by numerous authors and scholars. Okay, okay, I think really popularly, Wayne Dyer took like Lao Tzu's precepts and sort of transformed them into like self-help advice and all this type of stuff, right? You have Thomas Merton, who translated the Shangzu, right? He was extremely influenced by it. Okay, yesterday we looked at different thinkers in the West that were influenced by Lao Tzu's work, right? Including the occultist Aleister Crowley. Okay, we read an entire work by him, right? And also the Christian scholar Hieromonk Seraphim Rose. Okay, who from his teacher Jimin Ching, as we learned yesterday, right, really focused heavily on the text and even interpreted it in light of the gospel teachings. Right, of course, there's several parallels between the sayings in the gospels and those of Lao Tzu. It's shocking. Right, so Lao Tzu was way ahead of his time. Okay, I mean, he anticipated 600 years in advance, right? What were considered some of the most fundamental achievements of Western civilization, right? Yeah, no worries, Rocky. Thank you for joining. Blessings, sir. We got more music here for you guys. Okay, and we're going to move on to Derrick Jensen. Okay, and take a look at some of the ideas of the transhumanists and how they're trying to transform natural environment into stuff. Right? Looking at the world as a factory. As Skolomowski said. Right? Everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine, as Ellul said, right? Efficiency for the sake of efficiency. Efficiency for the sake of efficiency is a circular goal, as Orwell said. Right, so we have several different people who critiqued the rise of the machine civilization or the technological world system. Right, whichever way you want to slice the pie, right? Okay. So yeah, that's what's going on, folks. But yeah, you know, I greatly hope that you guys appreciated that several rounds of sort of like philosophical jazz mataz. Okay, to look at the foundations of various ideas and concepts. Right, both the analytical mind and the anti-analytical. Right, sort of yeah, we got this. Yeah, blessings to Dr. D, Rock E. Shepherd, Televised Apocalypse, Panelverse Presents. Thank you guys. I greatly appreciate you guys participating in the chat. Okay. Some of my only homies tonight. We got 18 people watching. Okay, awfully silent. Awfully silent. Don't know what's going on. right? Maybe everybody's anticipating that something happens. I don't know. I mean, we'll figure it out. Figure it out together. Blessings. Hey, Zeph. What's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I'm chilling here. It's a pretty quiet night here. Don't know what's happening. It is a full moon, so maybe that's what's going on. But yeah, definitely people don't. I know. Like when it gets to a full moon, people want to like party or do stuff, so they're not really focused on like philosophy or theology or anti-tech or whatever it is. You know what I mean? But yeah, they're definitely focusing maybe on being entertained tonight. But yeah, I appreciate you being here. I'm kind of having a meditative experience with my what appears to be 18 viewers at this point, but they're so quiet. Like it just doesn't make any sense. So I
They're
think
just
these people,
listening.
I
Maybe.
think they're anticipating that something bad's gonna happen to the stream. I know earlier there was a person who attempted to porn bomb the stream again. So man, it's getting pretty interesting with those types of characters. So they failed, but yeah.
I got a new mic. How does it sound?
Oh, it sounds incredible.
Yay!
Yeah, it sounds incredible. Yeah, actually.
That's so
Yeah.
good. I'm glad. See, it's like a little fancy one with a lapel. I'm stoked. What were you listening to?
Have you ever heard of Lauren Southern?
No. Why? Is there somebody in the back? Oh.
No, it's a famous influencer.
Oh no, I've never heard most famous influencers. I do most of my searches on my own, and like sometimes I let the algorithm pick music for me, but that's about it.
Yeah, I know this person has somehow worked with Andrew Wilson in the past, but I can't put my finger on it. What their connection is. So Lauren Southern, I believe she's an alt-right influencer. And so she's interviewed recently Derrick Jensen, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and check out what this interview is about, because we just looked at one of his very old interviews, right? Derrick Jensen, with the book Endgame, and of course he's an anarchist, not in the vein of ellul in the Christian anarchism, right? But he's more of a sort of a political activist and sort of leftist leaning, right? So we're taking a look at some of his ideas on conservationism, and obviously he's a great opponent of transhumanists, and yeah, so yeah, he's actually made some of the statements in Endgame, as we've seen, that parallel some of the views of Uncle Teddy, right? He believes that the collapse of the system is inevitable, right? He believes that that there should be obviously some sort of extreme measures against the technological system, right? And he's looking at it from a standpoint of political activism instead of a standpoint of revolutionary ideals, right? That Kaczynski seems to be espousing, right? We've been very careful not to say his name, but I accidentally just said, but yeah, I was supposed to say Uncle Teddy, but yeah, blessings
I
to all
think
the
you're
people.
allowed to say it. I watched it was a book review, a guy.
Yeah, they're allowed. Yeah, they're allowed on the bigger channels to review stuff.
He's
But if
not
we
that big of
do
a channel, really. He's called Better Than Food, and he does book reviews. But
yeah,
and
if
he's
you do it as a book review, you may be able to get away with it. But and
Yeah.
that's exactly how we've done it, because we're looking at numerous works, and we're looking at it as an extension of Ellul's ideas. So we understand that it's part and parcel of Ellul's ideas. And Ellul, as we said, he didn't commit any violent acts. He just walked around France, drinking wine and being depressed about the technological system, right? So he's not, especially, dangerous or whatever. But yeah.
I was really surprised that guy that did the book review of Uncle Teddy's book. He actually mentioned Scarabina. I was like, whoa. Because that doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Said that he
Actually,
wrote a letter
actually
to
it happened. Yeah, actually it happens a lot because they did a Netflix series called Unabomber in his own words, and Dr. Scribina is in the documentary.
Yeah, apparently he wrote Uncle Teddy wrote a letter to him at some point.
Well, it's not just letters. They wrote the book Technological Slavery. So we're reading through that book, right? But yeah, most of that book is correspondences between Dr. Scribina and
I didn't know
Uncle Teddy.
I didn't know it
Yeah.
was correspondences. I also didn't know that Uncle Teddy
Yeah.
was a virgin, pretty much.
Yeah, and also Dr. Scribina is basically like a vegan, right? He's not interested in violence in any capacity. So a lot of their correspondence has to do with whether you should educate people or simply just chill them, as Uncle Teddy was doing, right? So that is the beginning point for their discussion, because obviously Dr. Scribina is an educator, right? So he's asking whether the extreme ideas of Uncle Teddy, if those are the only consequence of ideas against the technological system, right? So it's a very interesting work, right, about the feasibility of violence, right, in dealing with human problems at all.
Yeah, I think
Right,
violence is not really a very great solution, honestly.
Yeah, sometimes it's not. Yeah.
Not even the
Sometimes it's
threat
not.
of violence keeps people from doing stupid shit, really.
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, people like Scribina and Ellul, right? They were sort of opposed to violent solutions to these problems, right? So we're looking at different views, but obviously there's a revolutionary viewpoint, right? And obviously the revolutionary viewpoint, as history has shown, is a legitimate viewpoint, right? So obviously we'll take it seriously as a political movement. With revolution is much more legitimate than the ideal of progress, right? Civilizations ebb and flow. Okay, they rise up and fall, right? But this ideal of progress, or the utopian ideal, that has never been achieved. And at what cost is it to be achieved, right? That's a huge problem, right? To quote Jordan Peterson, there's a problem. There's a problem.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson sink. Wow, it's been coming up a lot.
It's a problem.
Yeah, I changed old Joe's name to Jordan Peterson again over on Flow State. Silly. He sounds just like him though.
Old Joseph.
Yeah, and he does not take insult to me changing his name to Jordan Peterson. It's very funny. It's been an interesting week. I've been really busy all week, and yesterday and the day before I just slept all day, and I'm not depressed at all. Anyways, back to what you were saying.
Yeah, I had some crazy dreams the other day.
Me too. I had some really weird ones. When the time that I was sleeping, bizarre. What were yours? Anything interesting?
I don't really remember much, but I know like something monumental was happening. It was extremely vivid, you know. But yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I
that's how
was like,
most of mine were too. The only one that I really remember is I dreamed that a tick was biting my ankle, and I woke up and the cat was like biting my foot. That was a weird one. But the rest of them I don't remember any details, but I just remember like feeling like there was like something big going down, like maybe I was doing astral shift or something.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think everybody's been on a weird tip recently. Some is being pumped out into the air for sure, but I feel like that's been the constant trend, right? Everybody's like, things are getting crazy, but I think that's just a way that they
Well,
fool people, right?
yeah, and people are noticing. People are actually starting to notice, which is weird because, like, usually people just don't even pay attention.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, they're trying to like act like everyone's crazy and gaslight everyone again for the 70th time, and you know, say, oh yeah, you know, we're moving towards something, and don't worry, we all thought of it at the same time, you know, and nobody did, nobody wanted it, right? Yet it's there, right? So that's the problem is, you know, everybody's gonna figure out that we're being, you know, massively gaslit about progress. I mean, right, and
Yeah.
its effects, and the fact that it's accelerating, and that it's causing more confusion and gaslighting and a causal blackmail, as they say. You know, so yeah, so we're doing a lot of
Hey,
exploring.
you don't think that a lot of this AI could be hyped up a little bit? It is to some degree, but to other degrees.
That's what I'm
it's
saying.
not.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's
Some of it's just scare tactics. It's not even real. Most like, of it is. I remember they promised us flying cars since the 40s. They've been promising us flying cars, but we never get any.
Yeah, I mean they didn't have you know, people didn't get flying cars.
I say come on with the Terminators, let's do it. It'd be
yeah, they had the yeah, they still had ideas of like who back then would say like there's gonna be cell phones, like everybody's gonna have a cell phone.
Yeah. They had it. Dick Tracy. Remember he had a watch? Dick Tracy.
Yeah, like Gene Roddenberry. Yeah, like he had it in the Star Trek.
They knew it was coming. Telecoms. The whatever they're called in Star Trek. That was pretty cool. Oh, Dick Tracy in the 40s, and I think that Dick Tracy was in the 40s, and it's like the some of the cartoon comic books. It's like they predict stuff. Like, are they predicting it or are they what? What the fuck? It's Inception, because we create reality. Like Marvel, the comics and stuff. Yeah, I think it's like it's soft power sort of control over our creative ability. Yeah, they have Iron Man as that's the future. Iron Man. Oh yeah, bullshit. There ain't no Iron. No, it won't be like that exactly, but like I could see it getting a lot more. Well, if Terminators were real, that would be a blast because we could just go shoot them. We could just take them out. It'd be free for all. Weren't they like liquid self-healing robots? We have to identify them first, because. Yeah. But if they're obvious, a robot, like them robot dogs with guns on them. Yeah, those ones are funny. There's the little ones are cute, but the big ones are scary. Yeah, that should be open season on them fuckers. Just, if you see one, shoot it. I can see a use for them. I mean, like they're probably good for going in, like to hostage situations and places where there's bombs. It's First Amendment rights. If they can have a robot gun, then I should have one too. Yeah, that isn't how the law works, but especially not now. That is the law. That's the law of the land. Yeah, but the law right now, look at what's happening to the laws. I'm an outlaw. Me Fuck too. them motherfuckers. Shh, don't tell. I'm an outlaw. I've always had a problem with authority. I'm outside of their law, and I go by real law, not their law, not their legalese color of law. Yeah, well, I think we know what's right and wrong, and I think that there's way too much legislation trying to tell us what's right and wrong. And they say that like people would just be acting crazy or whatever, and they would, yeah, maybe they would, but I think that they would be anyways without all these laws, and I think they're just like unnecessary, and their enforcement is lackadaisical. Small communities don't have this problem. It's when you get into big cities, and then I they live in a city, and they regulate. You can't build unless you build to this code, and then that's bureaucracy, red tape, bullshit. Same thing with property taxes. It's like if you own your house, you should be able to like own your house. You shouldn't have to keep paying, even though you pay. That's constitutional law that if you own your house, they can make no taxes against the lien on your house, which that proves that income tax, property tax, that's all unlawful. But it's legal. It's legal, but it's not lawful. According to the Constitution, they break the law every day in court, stealing from the poor and giving to their rich buddies. Yep. Well, and the crazy thing is they did legislation to get the eminent domain, because the sheriff's offices here, or the sheriff's department here, were like auctioning off things that they took like without like really any reason. If you don't have property rights, which is allodial property rights, which means you can't be taxed, then they shouldn't have property tax, which is unconstitutional. It takes away your allodial title, which means you own it outright. You can't be taxed. So if you don't pay your taxes, they can take your house. That's unconstitutional, but they do it all the time because people don't know how to fight it because they're. Well, and there's like certain situations, like one guy got pulled over and he was driving somebody else's car, and they put that in the tow yard and they didn't notify the owner of it. And by the time the owner found out where it was well, like, they use traffic to make everything criminal. You can't have with a traffic. They just auction. They make everything criminal. They traffic violation is not a criminal offense. No, this was like they end up arresting you and beating the fuck out of you. This guy had a warrant and he was driving without a license, but the car was registered to somebody else. Yeah, they go fishing. So they get. Yeah, well, then they sold the car out from under the guy, and so they changed. That's highway robbery. That's a gang. It's a highway. Yeah, I know. They changed the law, and it was all because that's how they're funding their sheriff's department here. And they were also having problems where the sheriffs didn't like to. They need a new cruiser. They're going to steal some. Like 20. Yeah, well, and they're already like decked out like with all the military gear and everything. Or what the big secret is they steal your car for ransom and make you pay $500, $750 to get it out. The car's only worth like $250, but you need a fucking car, or you leave it there and they junk it and get $150 or something for scrap. But they sell it. They're gonna make something off you. They steal it or hold it for ransom. And then that's highway robbery, and you didn't even commit a crime. You just did a traffic violation, which is you can't make into a crime because you didn't harm anybody. You were just traveling on the road, and a cop pulls you over and turns everything into a fucking crime. Yeah, well, the cops here are like really criminals. They just got done firing a bunch of the sheriffs and the city cops because they had this racket going where they would like pull people over for DWIs, and then they would basically send them to a certain lawyer, and they would pay the lawyer, and they would like get off. And it's $15,000 that they split among themselves between the court cost, the lawyer, which is a part of the court. This is like illegal, not like
not anything that was sanctioned by the department or anything. And they ended up firing a bunch of the people, but they ended up like getting jobs at other police departments at other places. There's another one one of them is already working in Durango, which isn't even that far away.
The sheriff and the cops work together with the judge and the lawyers. It's a three-party. They're all having a little party, and they're pretending to, like, the prosecutor gets paid by the state, the judge gets paid by the state.
Well, and before you ever even go to court, the prosecutor already knows whether they're going to pursue it or not. They've already worked out a deal with
You're not supposed to even have a prosecutor. You're supposed to have a jury. Prosecutor is just
well, it
another
depends on.
Agent. It's a state agent who should be represented, unless a jury, can say that we think this guy did a crime. There's no crime. It's just they run you through the courts and you don't even know what's going on. And
yeah, well, here it's pretty easy to like get it delayed enough times where the cops don't end up showing up to court, and then they get it dismissed. So
yeah, but the whole thing of being hassled to go to court is
yeah, well, you're on probation the entire time beforehand. They put you automatically on probation, like
it's
where
the punishment for standing up for your rights and not doing nothing wrong. Is they make you go to court, and that is the punishment. It's not the fine. But then you got some guys that don't know what's going on at all, and they just sit on the bench and say, yes, Your Honor, take my money from me. I do whatever you say. Or you stand up for it, and you know who you are, and you tell them to fuck off. Shit like that. I called the judge out once, and she left the court, which means she was going into the back room to change her jurisdiction, because she didn't have jurisdiction over me. So therefore, she left the court. I stood up and said, I take over this court. Captain has abandoned ship.
Well, it's pretty crazy because like just being like a white person, like showing up with somebody to court, you can tell that they get better treatment because they see that I'm with them. And it's just ridiculous.
My Black's Law Dictionary. I brought my Webster's 1828 dictionary, and I brought my King James Bible.
Oh yeah, they definitely thought you were a nutter.
And under international law, they have no authority over me. So she had to leave the jurisdiction because I told her I was a minister of the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ. So that frustrated her. She had to leave the room. She was going to change jurisdiction or something. She left.
Well, I'm a pope of the Church of the Subgenius.
Abandoned ship. And when the captain abandoned ship, I took over the ship and said, case dismissed. I am taking over the court. The captain abandoned ship. And I said, case dismissed. And I walked out the courtroom.
Speaking of taking over, I think we kind of took over Machine's panel here.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you guys are fine. Please continue.
I'm giving him top secret.
He's like, I'm taking a break. I'm making some coffee.
Yeah, I made some coffee too.
I'm drinking grape juice. So.
My coffee has my dark roast coffee with dark Ned Hershey's 98% cocoa chocolate. So it's
and I've got a cute kitty. Look at this kitty. Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute. He was sleeping.
It's an Egyptian god.
He is. He's so pretty.
So do you have any more cats?
No, just one. He's just a boy. He's my baby. My mom has my other cat, and she's gotten quite attached to the cat. So I think that Zura's gonna stay there with my mom because my mom.
An outdoor cat.
Yeah, this one will be an outdoor cat eventually. He's too small right now. The dogs will gang up on him, but
it's like a yellow tomcat, real big yellow tomcat.
Orange cat. Orange cats are funny.
Yeah, and it lived for like 10 years without doing anything. He just lived around the house and didn't come in. He ate mice, and it's great. It's a great cat.
This one already caught a mouse the other day. He left it right next to the bed. I almost stepped on it.
There was
Luckily,
there's a bobcat got in my chicken coop. Killed like 6 before I killed it.
Yeah, we have 9 new chicks. We had 11 before, and 4 of them made it because they're free range. And we have coyotes, wild animals, and stuff. But
anyway, this Starlink, it goes out once in a while, and I'll go off camera for a while or something. Just Starlink ain't all that hot. It's pretty good. I'm going to test it out, put it in my mobile, and go First Amendment audits all around the country. Live.
oh yeah, you should come to Albuquerque. We'll have some coffee.
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yeah, it's pretty wild down here. It's cool downtown. The cops are there pretty much. There's a presence.
I like the Santa Fe type furniture.
Oh yeah, well, you can get that in Albuquerque or in Santa Fe. Santa Fe is kind of it's like you might like it. There's
It's
not
the name of a certain brand of furniture. It's called Santa Fe.
yeah. Well, it's a southwestern style, I'm sure, like rustic.
It's like Indians used to build it out of white pine.
Yeah, that is definitely rustic. I don't really that's like normal stuff for me, so I just don't
I
even
used to
I'm not
build
even
it. I used to build it in my furniture shop when I lived in Houston because people ordered it. They ordered
Yeah.
the specific Santa Fe style furniture.
I like solid wood furniture, but and
It
I
was-
refurbish. People throw away like really good furniture to get
furniture grade.
ideas.
White pine, Ponderosa white pine is what.
Yeah.
It's Ponderosa white pine, which that furniture is made of. And so I went to got furniture grade. I could get walnut, mahogany, white pine, oak, red oak, white oak, quarter oak in furniture grade in like what they call maybe a 4x8, 4 quarters by 8 quarters. A quarter is inch, so you get 4 quarters is no 8 quarters. Anyway, it was all kiln dry and perfect. So that's the problem. I got a bunch of trees, but I can't kiln dry them and make furniture wood out of them unless I get a kiln.
Yeah, and it takes a big one to do pieces of wood. I have a small kiln, but it's just like a small ceramic kiln for like doing enamel or things like that, you know.
I don't know. There's a big artsy liberal people in that. Is what I heard.
Yeah, it's kind of like Taos is like an artsy fartsy kind of, but it got kind of taken over by like boomers, and they're like not really, they're like now they're like art snob boomers, and they kind of suck.
Yeah.
So there's not really a great scene. There's a better scene in Albuquerque as far as artists go. There's a few collectives and things like that with some cool stuff. I have a friend that used to be the art director at the Alibi, which is like, it was the free weekly paper that had like all the local events, and they did, you know, stories about local stuff, and it was free, had the horoscope and everything in it. And he does like advertising posters for bands, shows, and things like that as well. He likes to do like
there was a way to make money. I could have just sent a truck down to Santa Fe and bought some Santa Fe style furniture and brought it up to Houston and put a markup on it. Are you in Texas? I used to live in Houston, but I don't. I moved. Yeah, my family's from Tom Green, Texas. Like that's in East Texas. I moved to the Redoubt area. If you look it up, Redoubt area. It's called it's like a fortress where Christians. It's a East Washington, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, East Oregon, that area. Huh. It's called the Redoubt area where all Christians are. They're what is it? Encouraged to relocate. But I came here before I even knew about that shit. I don't know how I got here. Yeah, my family, I'm pretty sure, was trying to avoid when the United States became state. They like had already moved west, and they pretty much like moved as far west as they could, and then like eventually they were just incorporated. But it was like we made it all the way to New Mexico, and it was one of the last states. Yeah, that's why I moved up here basically to live off grid and get away from the. I was making good money. I sold my business, bought some land. Yeah, some of my family even went up to Oregon after they were still adamant upon avoiding. Oregon. Up in They the were in woods. Alaska. Yeah, they were in Alaska, and then that Alaska got bought too. So they couldn't avoid. They get some bad names, like the ones at Hayden Lake, Idaho, the white skin, the white supremacist. And then if you're Christian and anywhere near that area, you might be called a white supremacist just because you're in the area. Yeah, well, my family wouldn't have been because they were actually like up until the last few generations, they were listed as as racist thing. They were listed as colored, but they were like free colored people because they were. It was basically a Basque Moor and Creole like French. Well, the white supremacists didn't even think I was white enough, even though I'm half German, half Italian. I guess Italians aren't white enough. No, that's like saying Irish. Irish look white, but they're, very interesting people. I like the Irish people. So this area is not about race. It's about, there's a few bad apples that, like the skinheads and shit. Oh, yeah.
But
I've actually met a black skinhead once. I was like, he was kind of like, I guess he was like self-hating. It's like, it did not make sense to me whatsoever. I do kind of like the skinheads now that I know more about true history, because they were anti-fake Zionists, jaywalkers or whatever. I don't know. They were kind of lame for the punk scene. I mean, people didn't. Yeah, then it turned kind of gay. They all turned. I think I don't know. I think punk is went to prison and they learned how to be gay in prison. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I know that there wasn't very many chicks hanging around them because they were kind of all assholes. Like the ones that I knew growing up, anyways. I met some once. They almost tried to kill me because I thought they were just normal, boys, young men in their 30s or something. And I went up and asked them if they were having a good time at what our town has, a downriver days, they call it. And they said, "What are you, old man? Are you gay? You want us to suck your dick?" And I took my hat off and said, "I don't wear that fucking kind of hat." Threw it down on the ground. And they all attacked me. Were going to kill me. But I pulled out my 38. I said, "Come on, motherfuckers, make my day." And they all backed up. Shit. You're one funny. One had a black hoodie on, and there were girls there too. Not the black hoodie.
Yeah.
It's so intimidating. Oh my god.
They thought I was scared of them. Shit. I just, oh, motherfucker.
Yeah. Everybody asks me like, are you okay? Whenever I go downtown, I'm like, yeah, why?
They only come around our town once a year on this certain downriver days, but they haven't been back since I did that. They chased them out. They don't come back. Or maybe they just got thrown back in prison or something.
Yeah, I don't know. My like street, my neighborhood is like pretty much all like people that are related to each other, and they're all cartel. Like
Yeah,
I mind my business and they mind theirs.
when I lived in Houston, I lived in the more affluent area, and you could drive anywhere. And so I had a van. I picked up furniture, restored it, or built furniture, delivered it. And but there's certain places that you don't go in Houston, like the Fifth Ward.
Yeah, I don't know. I've lived every quadrant of Albuquerque, and including the war zone, and like I had no problems walking around at night.
Yeah, well, it's okay if you know where you're at, but you got to be aware of your surroundings. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, if I was walking around and it was after dark, I wouldn't have my headphones on. That's for damn sure. And I keep my head on a swivel, you know.
Well, Houston was like the fourth largest city in the. There was a seaport.
But I mean, I walked blocks by myself in the dark after getting off work, after having people threaten me while I was at work. So apparently the universe likes me.
They had old money in Houston. They had new money. And then they had areas in Houston like Montrose, which was all gay. If you went there, you better watch out.
Yeah, my grandma's second husband was, he was one of the bigwigs at El Paso Natural Gas. So, and they were in Houston and El Paso. All the oil barons.
Yeah, there's
gas.
Old money there. And
Yeah.
that's I dealt mostly with the people with old money because I knew they had old furniture that they would want restored or refinished. Maybe they had painted and then put it in the attic. I said we could strip the paint down and restore it to its original glory. And so I dealt with old people, and old people with money, and I didn't deal with, once in a while I do a favor for somebody.
Yeah. It's kind of like my dad's crowd. He basically he got a job working for El Paso when he was like 17. My grandma got him a job through
Did some
the
work for the
stepdad.
which was an oil company that they invented the directional drill.
Mm-hmm.
It was it's Schlumberger directional drill out of Houston.
Yeah.
I made a walnut plaque with a model of their directional drill on the plaque. And so when I was in Iraq, I found out that the reason Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait was because they were directional drilling with Schlumberger drills.
Gee, where'd they get those?
From Houston.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I have the connection. I know exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I worked for a photographer that was that dated like the illegitimate son of one of the sheikhs. He had a British illegitimate son.
Well, when we were in Kuwait, when I was in Kuwait, Kuwaitis didn't mess with the Americans. It's like
we would go through their oil patches. I would drive through their oil patches because I was in a military convoy, so I could drive through their oil patches. Most of the oil patches couldn't drive through. He's on attack mode. Their fuel was like, when it was $3 here, it was only like 40 cents over there, so they could drive anywhere they wanted. And they would drive down the interstate and get in an accident. Then they would be never, if it was a royal family, a Kuwaiti, they would never be found guilty. If there was a peasant involved, one of their workers, they would be guilty. And then they would leave all the wreckage on the side of the road for like a month or something. And then if you go to an emergency stop where someone had just got hit by a car, you have to allow Allah to take them for 30 minutes. You got to wait 30 minutes and see if Allah takes them before you can give them emergency help. Because they got to. That's what they do in Kuwait. Yeah. Do it for the princess though. We used to go bowling over there, and all these princesses would drive an American hot rod to the bowling alley, and then they would get their brand new American bowling ball and go do some bowling ball lanes and shit. He's on attack mode. I keep throwing him down, and he keeps coming right back up, and he'll jump up and he'll grab me. Oh, like that. I just throw him off.
Wants to be on camera.
No, he's just he's a terrorist. See?
Oh,
he's a terrorist kitten.
Those little cats are cute.
He is cute, but he's mean. The place where he came from had two little girls. One of them was 7 and the other one was 6. And they were pretty rough with him. So he's very aggressive.
It's carnivorous. And, you know.
Definitely. I have to eat standing up because he tries to get in my plate. And I'm like, he won't. He's just like, if I stand up and eat, then he can't climb me, thankfully. But if I sit down, he tries to get in my plate. And I'm like,
a baby bobcat. If you get a baby bobcat or a baby mountain lion and you raise it, it'll treat you just like a cat. A little kitten. Treat you.
God, he's so mean. Look at this. He's just like vicious. I'll bite you back. Don't be mean. Be nice. I'll just hold you like that. Just hold you like that. Don't try and slap me. I'll slap you back. Slap you back.
Yeah.
No, he's like, oh, he gets mad when I blow in his face. He's on, let me go. Okay, go down the floor.
It's got 3 colors, so it's got to be a male. Right?
Yeah, he's mostly gray, but see, he's got like these spots on his belly, like polka dots. It's pretty cute.
It's like a bobcat almost. Bobcat.
He's so mean.
One guy saved a little kitten that was in his cornfield, and it grew up to be a bobcat, and it has points on its ear, like little pointed ear, and it grew up a little bigger than normal. They grew up about like this big, and so.
Yeah, he's got pretty big paws. I think he's going to be a pretty big kitty. He's just knocking shit over now.
What's up, Machine Lies? Machine Lies went to get some coffee.
I guess so. I'm just making business cards for work. I hand make my business cards. Are you back?
I heard him for a second.
see if I have my old business card. Here's my old business card. Do I have to take out, I don't know, dox myself or something? I do that all the time. It's my business number, so. Cool.
Nice.
Those are pretty cool. Jack of all trades. See, I got a bunch of metallic markers in black, so they're all different, like different colors. Do you know the whole saying? I didn't know the whole saying of that. Jack of all trades, master of none. That's what I used to do. I was a handy person for like 15 years. Jack of all trades, master of none, but master of none is better. No, master of Master of one or two. Jack of all trades, but master of none. Jack of all trades is better than master of one. Something like that. In other words, I was a Jill of all trades. it's better to be a jack of all trades than a master of just one. That's what the whole saying was trying to say. It's better to be a jack of all trades than a master of just one. Yeah, I like those, what do they call them, adages? Things like that. It's funny because I didn't know that Uncle Teddy actually got busted because of his usage of an adage. He was very particular about the you can't eat your cake and have it too. He said it the proper way.
I'm eating my cake and having it too, and I'll show you guys how. 25-cent moon pies.
Oh yeah.
So I found these the other day at the Jewish grocery store. They have like a little section where they have like manager special or whatever, and they sell really cheap items there. So I make sure I go to the Jewish grocery store. Shout out to the Jays.
It's pretty close to halal. I mean, and then you buy those products and resell them for double or something. Nah, just eat them. Oh, eat them. Moon pies. Space cakes. Smokes. They still make moon pies.
25-cent moon pie.
Yeah, we have a place here that you can still get 50-cent tamales. Tina! Silly kitty, he's on the attack mode. Are we getting? Am I getting attacked in the chat?
Banana moon pie.
Oh, those are the best. I love the banana ones with the marshmallow cream.
That's right.
Yummy. I used to love those. I think I like the oatmeal cream pies better, but
oh yeah, oatmeal cream pies are great. But yeah, banana moon pie, son.
Did you hear the history on how they got us addicted to bananas? I think all primates love bananas.
Well, yeah, banana is not a product of nature. It's created by humans.
Yeah, bananas are not by husbandry. Yeah, they're not real. They're not the real bananas, and they plantains are pretty good, and I think they're pretty close to natural. I mean, they called them the banana wars in the 1920s when what's his name? They had the same thing happen to them pretty much, where they did the same thing as they did with the potatoes in Ireland, where they were like all the same. It was like monoculture or whatever. And they started getting a disease. So we might not even have them for very long. Stop biting me.
Yeah, the black fungus.
Yeah. Well, and then we got the banana wars, and then we had Teddy Roosevelt. Panama Canal. We took that over. And that was all connected. It's like a banana. Yeah, did you know that You could drive across the Panama Canal, but they don't let you because there's like an area on the other side of the Panama Canal that's like really hard to traverse. And so they make you take a ferry like down the coast quite a ways, and then they drop you off. So you could drive all the way from North America all the way down to the tip of South America. But you'd have to get a ferry to cross the Panama Canal because it's like really treacherous on the other side. Thousands of workers died from mosquito bites from the swamps. They flooded a whole bunch of mountains areas, and then they would lift you up. They were originally going to dig a canal to go down, but they decided to lift the ships up stages through the mountains. Yeah, that highway that goes down Chile, down the west coast of South America, the story of that is pretty interesting. I knew a guy in the Marine Corps from Chile, and he would drive down there. Yeah, there was some kids that their parents were, their dad, I guess, was from Ecuador that I went to high school with. They're pretty interesting. He was a pretty good mechanic, and he fixed his own like vans into an off-road van, lifted it up so he could drive through mountainous terrains and stuff. He was pretty smart. Yeah, we have a couple of RVs. I don't know how great they are at doing mountainous or off-road terrain. Probably not that great. The smaller one might be okay. So there's like one of those small ones that's like got the built-in, and then there's the big one that's like a really big one. I don't want to drive the big one. And Dan says that he's going to give it to me so that way whenever he dies, because he's 12 years older than me, he said, so I'll have a place to live. I make my own roads. Because he's sure that I'm going to outlive him, which I probably will, but it'll be okay. I don't even want to think about it. I can't even imagine. We just hit our 2-year anniversary.
Yeah, congratulations.
Married Yeah. 2 years. Pretty much. We've been living together, and we've pretty much been engaged since like right after, like just a couple months after we started living together. So I don't really care about being married. It's the public declaration that I care about, and he pretty much, everybody calls him my wife, or calls me his wife, the other way around. Calls me his I call him my husband. I can marry you right here. Yeah, well, I have people that could do it. It's a declaration between you, your husband, and God. Yeah, and exactly. If you get the state involved to get a license to do something that's a No, license, we're already going to go ahead and do the legal paperwork separately. Like, so if he wants to leave me anything or whatever, we'll do that separate. Yeah. You don't need a license to get married. It used to be you documented it in your Bible. You would have a family Bible, and you would, I married this guy, and he was. I kind of do want to change my last name though, because then I would be Becky Baca, and that would be cool. Yeah, you could do that without the state. Yeah. You just put it in you make a record of it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Without a license. You know, it's only been like the last couple 100 years that there have been like this whole huge wedding ceremony and all that stuff. People used to just like get married. The institution of marriage is between a man and his wife.
Well, not in India.
Yeah, it was a big deal. Yeah, I know. It's all
in India would just like do crazy shit.
They have crazy weddings. Yeah, I love their outfits.
wild weddings. Yeah.
going back for a long time.
I
now.
want to have a Viking wedding though. That's what I was thinking if I was going to have like an actual ceremony, but I don't know where I'm going to get a shield that big or like furs enough to cover it. Because it requires Indian marriages are usually arranged marriages.
Yeah, they're arranged, but they're huge ceremonies.
Yeah, we'll see. And the Viking Is it wedding a would be state like ceremony or a religious ceremony?
It's usually religious, I think.
the Viking wedding. They would carry me out on a. I would be naked on a fur covered shield, and they would be carrying me, and then we would go in the tent, and everybody would have to be outside listening, like while we have sex. You know something I learned about Vikings a few days ago is that they could travel north further because their diet had cod liver oil and codfish. Yep, cod liver oil is really good. I do a shot of cod liver oil once a week at least. Yeah, it stores up vitamin D, so they could Yep, live. it's really good for you. They could live north where the sun don't shine, and people that tried to live there and just eat beef and not eat the fish oil, liver, fish oil, they wouldn't. They'd get crickets or rickets or something. Ricket, yeah. So Yeah. I forgot about that, and I just ordered me some Nordic because I live kind of far north. Yeah, get the fermented cod liver oil. It's better if you can, if you haven't already ordered it. I already got some. Yeah. It's not as fishy tasting either. But I bought some fresh codfish straight yeah, from, that's good stuff. and then we had codfish. I like and fish. They say that one codfish gives you enough vitamin D that you could store for a month. Yep. And you can actually, if you have floaters in your eyes, you can put a little bit of the fish oil in your eyes before you go to bed, and it makes it go away. I had really bad floaters for a while. I got rid of all but one of them. Yeah. What is a floater? It's like it's the fluid that's in your eyeball. It gets like to where it like gunks up a little bit, and so it blocks the light. So that's why you see the like shadow of it. It's like a little bit of a fibrous kind of jelly inside of your eye that's a little bit more. It's not a parasite. No, it's just something that happens with age. I'm like almost 48, and I started getting them about. Those in front of my eye, and I wonder what the hell they are. They look like a little worm or something. Yeah, and you like they move around when you look around, because they're inside of your eye, and it's just like it's just blocking your receptors so the light don't hit them. So it kind of creates a void in your vision, like a blind spot almost. I always thought it was a bug or something. No. Like a parasite or something. Nope. It's not. Well, I mean, it could be, but I doubt it. It's just a vein type thing. Yeah, well, it's just like, it's the fluid gets a little bit more thick, and it kind of gums up a little bit and block. It's more opaque, so it's not as transparent. So the light doesn't go through it. I thought it was crazy. I didn't think they even had a term for it. It's just some. Yep. I go nuts, or is there something? Don't you have the internet, Rocky? You didn't even think to investigate it? Or does that get you in trouble? Some people can't go on WebMD. I thought it was a natural thing, maybe. It didn't seem, it didn't really look like a parasite. I knew it was something natural. And yeah, you just. And they go away. I don't got but maybe one. And it's like, yeah, well, if you put a little bit of the cod liver oil in your eye before you go to bed, it's not bad for you. You can even use the oil. If you hold it in your mouth, you can oil pull your teeth clean. It's pretty crazy. It works pretty good. I think I'm doing pretty good for my age. Yeah, me too. I had somebody tell me that I looked like I was 37. I was like, bless you. Because they were like, and they're like, don't tell people that you're 47 because you don't look 47. Like, I'm almost 48. 1 more month. A little less than a month. Be my I'm birthday. 125. Yeah, well, I'm way older if you count like their lives. I'm sure a few thousand years old at least. Oh. I'm really only 66. But I turned 66 on the day the Pope died, so I was celebrating pretty much that day. Yeah.
The
Probably pretty. What year were you born?
59.
Yeah. See, you're about the same age as my mom. My mom was born in 1960.
So the Pope died on my birthday, on my 66th birthday, and he died when he was 88, the day after, what is it? Easter Sunday, I think. He died on Easter Monday or something.
Yeah, it was pretty close to Easter.
Yeah, so I just doxed everybody, gave my birth date.
Yeah. Well, they don't know your mother's maiden name, so whatever. Just don't tell them that.
Yeah, that would be a dead giveaway.
That'd be bad. I don't even ever use that. I use my first pet's name and I don't tell anybody what that is.
I changed my name to Rock.
Yeah, I know a guy whose name is Rock U. His first name is Rock, but his last name is Yuleberry, and so he's Rock U.
I translated my name from Scandinavian German to English. That's all I did. Translates Rocky Shepherd.
Was it Peter?
No, rock as in
I know, but
Scandinavian is like a crag.
Oh.
Like a crag or crag. And then
yeah, that's a
in German.
Scottish name.
In German, Schaefer means shepherd. So crag, E.
Yeah, well, see, my last name is Welsh, and it means either a great shield meadow or a grazing meadow or magic meadow. They don't know which, but it's like it could be seen as a place to have sheep graze.
But my real father was actually a Bonassi.
Oh, really?
Well, I'm half Italian.
Yeah, I've got some Italian in me too, but mine are like more, they were related to the Medicis.
But the father that raised me was German, so I have a German last name, but my actual father's last name is Bonassi.
Yeah. I'm just now getting into my mom's genealogy. I did my dad's side and a little bit of my dad's mom's side.
I never met my real father. I met one of my brothers, some of my relatives, some Italians, and I met him.
Everybody with my last name is related to me in America because they changed it when they came into North Carolina.
I could tell you my mom's last name, but
yeah, don't.
They have parties they have parties. I mean, they have a big just for that last name.
Yeah.
That's where the Scandinavian.
Yeah, I actually have a little bit of Scandinavian too. They were related to the oranges. Orange is my favorite color.
Of course, history could be a big pie. My mom might have been an orphan child.
I found a lot of things that I would rather have not found in my genealogy. Was some very interesting stuff though. Like I've got on my dad's side, there's
relations to Lafleur's or Lancasters in England.
I don't know if I trust those DNA things because
Oh, I haven't done any DNA things, but some male relatives of mine did, and they were, yeah, that's how I found out about the Lancasters.
I have my whole mother's genealogy going back to South Germany and Switzerland.
Yeah, I've got German on my mom's side and my dad's side, just a little bit. They were the Lemons and the Goosens.
Well, my mom's related to the Myers, which, you know, the Myers.
Yeah, like Oscar Mayer. Yeah. Wieners. It's been coming up all week, wieners.
I have dogs from.
No pun intended.
And there's also the Myers are kind of like related to the fake Jew Rothschilds.
Yeah, I think they are fake too.
Yeah, so I don't know if my history is true. Myers and Myers. I do got the Jewish big nose. It could be
Me
one
too. I have a schnoz. Call it a schnoz. But I could be French too. You know, it's like I've got some French in me. So it could be just
my
French.
history is that we left after the 30-year war during the 1600s when Rome conquered Scandinavia area, and we got chased out and we came over to America in the 1600s.
Yeah, that's same with my family, except for we ran out of England during the 1600s. We ran out of Portugal in the 1300s and went to Wales.
So when the Slavs or the people from Switzerland came here, they started a New York used to be called New Geneva, or New Amsterdam.
New Amsterdam, yeah.
Yeah, it used to be called New Amsterdam because it was
Dutch Pennsylvania, basically. Like there was Pennsylvania Dutch, lots of Pennsylvania Dutch there.
Yeah, my didn't move to New Amsterdam when they first came over. They were more like up there. I forget up there. I have to look it up. But
You know, there was a bunch of them in Maine too, like Kittery, Maine.
they eventually migrated to Idaho and Nebraska area. And one lived to be 120 years old.
Wow, that's quite old. Yeah, my ex's grandmother lived, or it's adopted grandmother. They were basically they were Polish ancestry, and they were but they came through Germany and they were Lutherans, and they lived in St. Paul, Minnesota. That's where their whole family was from, and she lived until she was like 106.
Wow.
I was like, wow.
Well, the orphan trains of the 1920s and 30s, they had all the orphan trains. And then it talks about how they populated the farmers with orphans.
Mm-hmm.
So
Cabbage Patch Kids.
Yeah, you can't really know for sure if your parents were actually maybe they were orphans sent there to work the farm, because my mom's parents had 13 children.
Yeah, well, see, in my dad's side of the family, I know that they were orphaned, but they moved on with the German family that they were moving across country with whenever the
I'm saying
parents,
because my mom don't look German.
Yeah, but they died in right in one of the parishes outside of New Orleans. When they were traveling west, they got the plague, and the parents died, but the kids survived. And the German family that they were with, they all survived. And so they just like adopted those kids and took them with them. And then they married their kids.
Because the Germans were like they were already farming in the where my family
Yeah,
comes
they became cattle ranchers, and they were actually like running cattle up the Santa Fe Trail.
Yeah, that's where
I think that's why my family moved up to New Mexico eventually. Some of them were mining in like Silver City and Chloride, which is now a ghost town. But
the
that's where.
grandparents ran a ranch on the open plains of Nebraska, but they didn't ever own the land. They were just like,
Yeah, they were indentured servants, sort of, or like.
yeah, they were like working it, but paying a lease on it, working it, and then they made money, but they had to pay a lease, and if their lease is up, they would lose it and have to go lease some land somewhere else or something.
Yeah, so if they didn't make enough money with what they were growing to pay the lease and everything, then they had to move on. It's pretty crazy.
They were into sugar beets, which is a replacement for instead of sugar.
Yeah.
Beets.
That's that's the beet canning facilities. That's like the most dangerous job, like the most deadly job that you could have.
My cousin died from his from putting that chemicals on his food. He got it on him. It won't hurt me, and he died from some kind of cancer.
Yeah.
When he was like less than 50.
I wouldn't even have thought that canning beets would be that dangerous, but I guess it is.
Growing beets and spraying it with the chemicals you have to do is what killed him. He got too much of that chemical on him that killed him. Yeah,
crazy.
I'm
gonna go make some tea.
It's all mechanical. Farms are taken over by Monsanto. Anyway, what's going on? Sheen Lies getting coffee.
You're doing it big. We're going to take a little musical break.
After that.
And we'll be back. Yeah, we'll be back with some Jensen, as I planned here. But yeah, enjoy this music, guys. Blessings. Zephyr is going to get tea. Rocky's going to chill out here. I mean, yeah, blessings, guys. Yeah, we'll be right back with some Jensen. See what Jensen has to say. Obviously, Jensen, I'm terming him a leftist because I think that anarchism tends towards leftism, right? But obviously, as an anarchist, he's a great critique of leftist thought, right? He's obviously a great critique of conservatism as well, right? They kind of push back against both sides, right? Radicals on either side push back against the centrists on either side, right? So yeah, check out this music, and we'll be back soon. Blessings, guys.
It's a matter of opinion when it comes to what you're thinking of me. Everything is beautiful and ugly at the same time. It's all how you see. Yeah. I can feel the distance growing between what you're told and what you're thinking. All the governors of status quo know that their road, that ship is sinking. Go for it, when we're together, baby, there's nothing that we can't do. find you. I still find you. I still find you each way you be. I still find you. I still find you. I still find you.
All right, let me try to. Oh, whoops. That's weird. I thought I actually opened this tab up recently.
Where did Rocky go?
I have no idea. But yeah, he
Maybe
was.
it's past his bedtime.
Indeed.
Katie's trying to steal my donut.
We're gonna move on here and see what this lady's all about. Actually, I've never heard of this lady, but I did hear something about alt-right. So, that's an interesting note about Derrick Jensen. You know, he cuts across political lines. So I've never seen this before. You guys see this? Really sus black chick in this video here. And she's definitely got an interesting look. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute this and figure out more. Oh, that's horrifying music. Yeah, we can't play that. But yeah, as you guys can see, she's got a very interesting look. I don't like hearing her, but I do like looking at her.
She looks a little bit like Black Rosario Dawson. Like,
yeah, I don't want to hear her, but I like looking at her. So I'm just gonna let that play out. Well, meow. But anyways, let's go forward and see what Derrick Jensen's got to say. Blessings.
Mythology that they're supposed to be able to, that in the 50s and 60s it was still possible to raise a family on one income, and we are reaching the end of the age of exuberance, and real wages have been declining since 1973. And
This is
now
horrible.
I know people who have children who have 2 incomes, and they still are having a hard time.
It's like the news, the music from the news.
The fuck?
Yeah, it wasn't that great. I was like,
Yeah, it's like nobody needs to play the violin like this or whatever this is. Good lord.
It's like elevator music.
It's like the NFL is coming, like the Super Bowl, or you know what I mean, right? It's like
Yeah.
it's like back in the day they used to have that stupid. Good lord.
Yeah, it's almost like elevator music though.
Yeah, blessings, Moontan. Good to see you.
Moontan, I love Moontan.
No.
And not know too.
And of course, Dr. D Head.
Of course.
One of the top contributors tonight, honestly. For sure. Oh, good morning. Okay, I see what's going on. You guys are gonna catch mostly replays at this point.
Guten
But it is.
Morgen.
Yeah, but rewind the tape. The first 4.5 hours are pretty great. Then Zephyr and Rocky launch into a insane conversation, numerous topics about, like what used to go on, essentially, what used to be happening, what's occurring. That's my 007 impression.
We were giving
What's
them some
occurring?
insight on the old folks, what us old folks used to do.
Yeah. But yeah, shout out to 007.
007 from across the pond.
What's occurring? Yeah.
What's the happen?
That wasn't what things were like in the 50s and 60s. And so there is this mythology that they're supposed to be able to work a job and have some time off, but those days are disappearing.
Derrick, thank you for having me here. It's beautiful.
Well, thank you for setting this up, and thank you for coming.
Absolutely. In a world with so many labels, everyone watching this video, they're going to want to know, what are you? Who are you? Can I trust you? Right, left? What would you call yourself?
I would say that I'm an environmentalist. I would say that
she knows that has a leftist connotation, right? So hopefully she wasn't hoping for him to say environmentalist, right? But depending on so it's weird that environmentalist has a label, right, that's leftist, and it's weird that religious has a label that's conservative, right? Because it's not necessarily always the case, right, as we've seen, right? So there's a lot of interesting aspects of how those two things get conflated. Well, of course, we've seen that pro-environmental, pro-religious tendency is basically anti-tech, right? It seems to be, right? Okay, but a anti-religious, right, basically pro-science, right, and a sort of anti-environmentalist strike. And of course we live in a post-religious sort of age, right, so to speak. So in that sense, it would seem that somebody who's anti-environmentalist but pro-religious, their religion's not really doing anything other than helping them to destroy the environment, right? So yeah, it's pretty interesting dynamics. But yeah,
I would say that I can sum up all of my work in one sentence, which is this way of living won't last forever, and when it's done, I would rather there's more of the natural world left rather than less. I'm somebody who cares about wild nature, and So that's really my entree to all this. We can also talk about, to steal a phrase from Lear Keith, I'm an old growth lefty, by which I mean that I was at one point a lefty, and the left has gone so completely insane that I no longer recognize it. So now I would call myself politically homeless. I guess those are two of the ways I would identify.
You've been canceled?
Yeah, I was a semi-early adopter of getting canceled. It's been quite a while now, and it's very interesting because I've written some quite provocative things in my career. One of my most famous lines is, every morning when I wake up, I ask myself whether I should write or blow up a dam.
I wrote that down in one of my questions.
It's and I would write strongly against the corporate governing system. I would write strongly against lots of issues, and nobody cared. And then I found out that if you don't believe that men can become women, and you don't believe that queer theory is the new wonderful religion that is going to guide us all to freedom, then you get canceled. But here's a great example. So I wrote this book in 2001, 2002, called The Culture of Make-Believe. And one of the things I did that I'm very proud of in that book is I predicted that when economies collapse, the right goes crazy. And as a result, that book was longlisted for a major literary prize. But I missed something in that book. And what I missed was how when the economy collapses, the left goes crazy too, in a complementary way. And I didn't mention it all because it didn't occur to me. I didn't understand it. So I tried to fix that, and I wrote that book in 2012. And that book was held by the publisher for 5 years, and then they put it on their list, and then they canceled it, and then they severed their relationship with me. So for me, that kind of shows, if you have a strong critique of what's wrong with the insane right, that the literary world will reward you. If you have a strong critique of what's gone insane with the sort of insane part of the left, then the literary world's going to cancel you. And I want to say one more thing about canceling, which is that I've been really upset by this whole round of canceling. I'm still upset about it, but I've realized that it's not particularly abnormal. We have the McCarthy canceling. We have the French Reign of Terror was a significant canceling. We have, all the religious schisms. Basically, this is one of the things I realized that people do, is they just try to cancel people they disagree with when they've got power. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying that it's pretty easy for me to look at this most recent round of canceling and say, oh gosh, it's terrible. And of course it is, but it's something that happens pretty often, I think. You see this in the, early American history with the various parties that were forming immediately, where we're each trying to shut down the other side's ability to communicate. That's one reason they put in the First Amendment, is because they were both trying to wreck it as much as they could. So, I've certainly been canceled. And it's not even over stuff that
you thought was particularly
controversial. It's kind of silly that, I've said some stuff that like shocks me, and nobody cared.
All right, so you're a canceled environmentalist who wants to blow up dams, is what I've got here. All right,
well, the thing with the want to blow up dams is, what I'm trying to get at with that is that I'm a writer, and writers write things. We push discourse, but it's not discourse itself that's killing salmon. What's killing salmon are actual physical practices, dams, industrial logging, industrial fishing, all those things. And so what I'm getting at really with that is the distinction between thought and action, and how it's necessary to change discourse to change action, but changing discourse by itself doesn't do anything.
It's a difficult balance too, because I remember when I was younger, I always was like, it has to be action, it has to be action. But you actually have to have a cultural understanding of why everyone's taking a certain action. You can't just pressure them into it with force like we try to do, or political policy and say everyone has to have this opinion. If people don't really believe it, it's not going to change at every level. So the writing is important for sure. And as I've gotten older,
Yeah. What happened?
Oh, whoops, I was muted here. But yeah, but yeah, what I wanted to say is it's definitely identifiable what type of white person this is. Definitely one part of Europe. You know, I would say in the German variety or something like that. I don't know, I could be wrong, but yeah, definitely a purebred whitey here. To a certain extent. I mean, if I had to take a guess, right?
And very pretentious. Like
This
the
looks like-
dude is so pretentious.
Yeah, this looks like a purebred whitey.
Yeah.
You know what I
She
mean?
does.
A white
I
slice
can-
of bread.
Yeah,
so,
she's like a Midwest girl.
Yeah,
She
these
looks
are the
like.
type of white women I would have to conjecture that I would not have access to quite readily. You know what I mean? But yeah, that is the.
I don't know. Those are also the ones that have kind of low self-esteem usually.
Really?
Yeah, they grew up on farms and yeah, they're pretty naive.
Yeah, white Wonder Bread. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, no, not so much anymore because they're all Karens now. So
Yeah, but if I had to guess, she's 75% a leftist just because of how white she is. You know, and because of how much of a woman she is.
yeah,
So,
because of how giggly she is, like she has any chance with this gay man. Just kidding. He might be though. He has that inflection in his voice.
Yeah, he has a certain flair. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure, but yeah.
Yeah. She thought he was really
I went
funny though.
Well, I think she's pretending because of the size of the name Derrick Jensen. You know,
is that supposed to be impressive? I did not get that.
Oh
No.
yeah. Yeah, that's an impressive name. Yeah, for sure. Derrick Jensen is an impressive name.
Oh.
Yep.
So you-
Compared to this this young lady, most likely a huge name. I mean, but yeah.
So he's slumming
a little
then.
away from.
Yeah, but he does this a lot though. He's kind of an interesting guy, right? He'll talk to a bunch of people, right? And I think that's
Yeah.
part of his brand of like being an activist or whatever. He's
Nick
making
Land
stuff-
does that a lot too now.
Right,
Lately.
exactly.
Especially.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they make themselves accessible. Like I'm like same thing with Dr. Skrbina, right?
Yeah, well, and
You know, he's-
Slavoj Žižek or whatever, he does the same thing too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you'll notice that with people who actually write books or they're actually scholars, right? Like you don't have to like pay them. They're not like, oh yeah, like
Yeah, it's not like Jordan Peterson. He's
Yes.
actually
yeah, or like Andrew Wilson, you know, where it's like
yeah, exactly.
$800 when you're like literally like a clown.
Well, he did
Yeah.
come on your show for free for a few
Yeah,
minutes.
but it's like there's people much higher value than you that will show up for free because they're scholars and they actually care about what they're talking about. Like the conceit is unbelievable, all right? But yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I don't like
you
the
know,
pretentiousness. It sucks.
yes, it's like wild. It's like what world do these people live in? Like in their own little circles, right?
They're
Where
in a little bubble.
Yeah, where
You know about
everybody tells you like you're great. You're like one of the few, man. It's like, wow, dude. Like
yeah.
so that's the problem. It's like
Yeah, there was a dude that was over on Flow State that like really liked Andrew Wilson. Everybody was just like,
yeah.
really?
Yeah, props to this lady because she's willing to do the research. I mean, that's the thing. When you actually do research past the internet, you're actually able to talk to real scholars and real people that correspond to the things that you represent, right? And you're able to your ideas gain a lot more steam that way, right? So props to this young woman because she at least got somebody, right? Um Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that, Dr. D Head. He says anarchy doesn't reject order or merit-based leadership. It rejects hierarchy and authority.
Yep.
Yeah, blessings.
I love anarchy, man.
Android Wilson is a real boy. Anarchy is temporal. Based on anarchist principles, the user's statement reflects a more accurate understanding of anarchism than popular stereotypes.
Yeah, anarchy is just basically being responsible for your own shit. Being conscientious.
Yes. You feel attacked. That's funny. Yeah, sorry about that, Mutan.
Oh
My
no.
on the boots on the ground activism getting me arrested and taken away by police and trying to do a little more of writing myself. But one of the main reasons I wanted to talk to you was I've been watching a lot of your YouTube videos, reading a bit of your book, and you had a recent video on our modern Malay, our lack of purpose in the modern world. I see it particularly among young people in my generation and younger, but I'm sure every generation is feeling it right now. What do you think is at the core of people's lack of purpose in the modern world?
When I was in my early 20s, I read a lot of Joseph Campbell. And one of the things he said that really stuck with me was if a local mythology works for you, you will find meaning. There's a path for meaning readily available for you in the universe, such that if, for example, the rites of Catholicism work for you, there's a couple thousand-year tradition that can bring meaning into your life. If the communion means something to you, if confession means something to you, if mass means something to you, that can bring you a sense of purpose, a sense of communion, a sense of community, a sense of meaning. And if it doesn't work for you, then you will undertake what he called the hero journey. You will start to search for meaning somewhere in life. And that meaning is what he called the hero journey. That meaning, that quest for meaning is a difficult and arduous process that leads to a form of psychic death. I mean, that's what happens in the hero journey. You know, the hero goes through this perilous thing and comes back transformed. And then you bring back that meaning to your community. You bring back that gift to your community. And that's not just true for Catholicism, it's true for capitalism. If the signs and symbols of capitalism work for you, then you have a certain set of meaning set up for you. You've got a path you can take. If the job working for Acme Corporation and the 2.2 children and the picket fence, if that all works for you, that's great. You've got a life set out for you. The problem is, and Campbell was writing this back in the 40s and 50s, the problem is that increasingly those social means of gaining meaning in your life are increasingly bankrupt or increasingly not working. Forget the word bankrupt. They're just not working for most people. And so we have then a couple, 3 generations of people who've been raised who, for the most part, the signs and symbols of the old system don't work for them. And at the same time, they don't have the time or the guidance to undergo their own hero journey. So they're stuck in a purgatory, if we can use the Catholic language. They're stuck in this place of no meaning because the society is not providing it, nor is society giving them the tools to find it on their own. Does that make sense?
It does. There's been a lot of videos on TikTok that I was talking to you about earlier, where you have young people, particularly Gen Z, talking about how they are so busy trying to get ahead. They can barely afford their apartment. They've got 2-hour commutes to work. When they do get to work, their whole day is gone. They get home, they're too tired, they go to bed. And they're whining online about it. And of course, a lot of people are saying, well, this is what life is. You work or you die. Why are you complaining? This is what man has done since the dawn of time. But I've always felt there's a bit more of a core to their whining. They're crying out because they feel it's for nothing. It's for nothing. And as you said, they don't have the time outside of what they're working for nothing to find the something that they're working for.
Yeah, I mean, that one of the things that politicized me early on, I mean, there are many sources to my politicization, but one of them was I was working at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration when I was in college. My first degree was in physics, and I had a job working as a science assistant there. And my bosses would routinely, if they called in sick for work in the morning, they would show up by noon because they couldn't bear to miss work. They loved it so much. And I used to call in sick if it was a nice day. It's like, I'm sick of work, I can't come in. And I realized I didn't want to work a job that I wouldn't come in when I was sick. I didn't want to. We only have one life that we know of, and I didn't want to spend it doing things I didn't want to do. And I had this sort of habit or hobby of asking people if they liked their jobs when I was in high school and college. And about 90% said no. And I was thinking, what does it mean when the vast majority of the people spend the vast majority of their waking hours doing things they don't want to do? That's crazy. I used to go to work, and when I would leave, my dogs would be lying in the sun. And when I would come home from work, my dogs would be lying in the sun. And I'm thinking, we like to talk as though all of evolution existed so that for us, so we can go to work at jobs we don't like. And that's crazy. That's not a way to live a life. You only get, so far as we know, you only get one life. And do you want to spend it doing things you don't want to do? Back to Joseph Campbell, he in his 20s decided that he was never going to do a thing he didn't want to do. It was his life and he was going to live it how he wanted. And he can say that because he's not impoverished and living in Mumbai, and he's not a stevedore, or he's not a coal miner in China. And he also didn't have children, so that changed things. But he's got a point. So on one hand, the young people have a really great point that it is crazy to have a system where where we're killing the planet and the vast majority of people aren't even very happy. And so the way I've aimed at when I would teach at a university and when I gave a commencement speech at a university before I got canceled. And what I kept emphasizing to the graduates is you only get one life. And so you got to figure out what you want to do and then do it. And so on one hand, I want to say that. On another hand, I want to say that economics have changed since the 50s and 60s. That in the 50s and 60s, it was still possible to raise a family on one income. And we are reaching.
By the way, that is exactly the time when Ellul is writing his analysis on technique and the economic man, and the whole idea of the state combining with technique through these economic systems, right? So really, it's really interesting that this great change, okay, in the life of the working man is taking place around the same time, right? Right, the whole era of the 1950s, right? Okay,
And I really love Joseph Campbell. He just went up a notch in my book right there just by mentioning Joseph Campbell, because I like him and like Robert Anton Wilson both really made a big impression on my worldview.
yeah, I've read a lot of Joseph Campbell, but yeah, I haven't read much of Robert Anton Wilson, but I have looked
So
at
great.
speeches
Yeah,
of his.
you should check
So
out the Illuminatus trilogy. It's so
yeah,
good.
yeah. The problem is I think it's like fiction or something like that, or it's like a
Yeah, but
play.
it doesn't matter. It's kind of like Thus Spoke Zarathustra, It's
Yeah.
like,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
so it's like
I like.
proverbial.
Yeah, I like Thus Spoke Zarathustra, the Shang Tzu. I like poetic.
Yeah, that's what it is, pretty much.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, so it's interesting that this idea of the working, the work day, the average work day or whatever, 9 to 5. And
Yeah,
right,
well, and what he was saying about that, like not ever doing anything that you don't want to do, that's kind of what I did. I decided I didn't ever want to do like that ever again, any like stuff that I don't want to do anymore. And so that's kind of like, it's a great idea because I've been more happy since I started doing that. Even though I've been through some bad shit still, it's still better than working for the man.
yeah, it's interesting. Like if you think like, all right, I'm gonna be really successful and get all this money, and that's one way of looking at things. And then if you think, well, humanity's on a bad trip.
Yeah, and maybe I don't need to be being so wasteful and consumerish.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of-
That maybe like making all that money isn't really important, and you want to focus on directing people's energy to different goals and concerns, like trying
Yeah.
to save the old growth forest or something like that. Right. Well, then you have to kind of give up on a lot of those materialistic, goals and aspirations, and that's kind of what he's talking about. He's saying, well, look, you don't have like 2 lives to go and take care of this, right?
Yeah, not that you know of.
Yeah, so you might as well, play a bigger role in the things that you actually hope to achieve. And of course, that's gonna, you're gonna have to take setbacks in terms of, trying to gain success. Right.
There's definitely some value in like just not making things worse on the world too, Like that's noble in and of itself. If you're like being somewhat conservative in your consumerism and you're not friggin', being like crazy and like, buying everything that you can and like being wasteful and plastic, throwing plastic in the landfills and stuff like that. That's something right there. It's progress instead of destruction.
Yeah, it's interesting. And so obviously he's looking at that. But yeah, this segment right here, and I think this last segment, discourse versus action. Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, economics. I think we'll end with this little section here because this is kind of the topic that we're on. But actually, you know what? Let's go to the actual topic there. why do young people want to die? That's what this is called. So
Yeah.
quite a grim, you know what I mean? I want to
Well,
get
that there's a lot of that going around, though.
yeah,
Just like hopeless.
yeah, hopelessness, nihilism, right?
Yeah. And I'm a bit of a nihilist, but I'm more of an optimistic nihilist. It's like you have to make your own meaning.
Yeah, and that's kind of what he's saying, is that you have to, that it's a transitional, that society's transitioning, right? So the people that don't have a role, you know, they for a time, right, you know, they can't go against whatever is going on, right? Yet there's no place for them, and you know, they get kind of swept up in the tide and they become hopeless. And so that is a sort of the idea that he's talking about here. But yeah, let's check it out. Is it just fear mongering, or is he onto something tangible and you know, palpable here?
The end of the age of exuberance, and real wages have been declining since 1973. And now I know people who have children who have 2 incomes, and they still are having a hard time. That wasn't what things were like in the 50s and 60s. And so there is this mythology that they're supposed to be able to work a job and have some time off. But with the increasingly globalized, automated, fast, et cetera, post-peak oil economic system, those days are disappearing. And it's really difficult because, again, this isn't going to be the Joseph Campbell hour, but another thing that Joseph Campbell said that really influenced me was that all people of all times have known that to have anything approaching a spiritual life, the first requirement is leisure. And that you have to have time to think, you have to have time to, I love the word ruminate, because ruminate means to really sort of think upon, and it also is what a cow does. It eats something and it swallows it, and then it brings it back up and it chews it over again, and then it swallows it again and it brings it back up and it chews it over. And that's how I write books. That's how I think about anything, is I'll take something in, and then I'll bring it up and chew on it for a while, and then I'll take a walk through a forest, I'm chewing on it, and then I swallow it back down and wait until tomorrow and bring it back up again for a while. And then eventually, 3 weeks or 3 months, a year later, I'll have some real, or actually what's more likely to happen is some friend of mine will tell me something. I'll say, no, I disagree. That doesn't make any sense. And then a year later, I'll have this great idea, which is exactly what they said to me a year ago, and repeat it back to them. They're like, yeah, I said that to you a year ago, Derrick. But anyway, that takes time, and you can't. And one reason that I write so many books is because I spend prodigious amounts of time doing absolutely nothing and just taking walks. Or I love this. I don't remember who it was, but there was some famous poet would put a sign on his door that said "poet at work," and then he would go take a nap. And I think we evolve with great long lengths of time in which we would be chatting, or so ask your question again and I'll answer it in one sentence.
Can't even remember what the question was. It's all about people feeling that there wasn't a meaning to any of the work they're doing.
There probably isn't a lot of meaning to the work they're doing. I mean,
damn. I mean, she's conducting an interview here, right? Like, do something. I mean, wow.
I'll give them that. And I think that the oldsters would say that too. It's like, yeah, there wasn't any meaning, but where did they gain their meaning? They gained their meaning through their family. And these days you can't even, again, it's very difficult to raise a family on those same salaries.
So we're being asked to do the same amount of work for nothing, without the warmth of family, without the white picket fence, without
presuming those work for you,
the children.
Yeah. presuming that those
or even the
those
community
mythologies
or the
work for you.
structure, since they don't have time to have community, whether it be
And also we're so displaced all across the globe that you know, your siblings are a long ways away, or you know, the people you grew up with are a long ways away. I'm what, 3 states away from where I grew up. I think that's pretty standard.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Rudyard Kipling's poem, The God of the Copybook Headings?
I read a lot of Kipling when I was in my 20s.
The poem is essentially he talks about all these different ideas that are so nice and lovely. We don't have to work. We don't have to have weapons. We don't have to have, and then he smacks them down and says, this is nature. This is what life is. If you don't work, you'll die. As surely as fire will burn you, as surely as water will wet, you know? And I think a lot of people might listen to your ideas and say, oh, there's the lefty in him. He thinks we can just relax and nap like poets. Work at
Yeah, Kipling was an occultist, right? We're talking about the guy that wrote the Jungle Book. Okay,
And Ricky Tikki Tavi.
yeah, I'm not familiar with that one, but
It's about
yeah,
a mongoose.
definitely. Yeah, Rudyard Kipling. I think he was influenced by Swedenborg. I could be wrong, but yeah, Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Yeah, hold on. Number of eminent Victorians believed in possibility of communication with the world of spirits. Obviously, Edward Bulwer Lytton. Okay, Zanoni, The Coming Race. Okay, some Victorians like France, Florence Marriott, author of There Is No Death, The Clairvoyance of Bessie Williams in the Spirit World, saw spiritualism as a religion, whereas others like Arthur Conan Doyle considered it as science. I'm trying to see what spiritualist practices Rudyard Kipling actually participated in. It's saying that he was influenced by spiritualism. But yeah, I don't know. I read this earlier. But yeah, you guys can look this up. Spiritualism. You know, Rudyard Kipling, the guy who wrote Jungle Book, right? And of course, a number of these guys were, you know, like, I mean, obviously, you know, we were talking about Kant's influence. You know, how he was influenced by Swedenborg. And a lot of people were. William Blake.
Blake is a great poet too.
Right.
Like one of my favorites.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of these guys were hugely influenced by him.
But yeah, moving on here.
the poetry factory, and that'll keep civilization going. But is that really realistic for the average person if they want to survive? Or even for
Wow, she sounds pretty dumb. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah.
Or a society.
Well, you raise a bunch of questions, including civilization, and we'll go there in a minute. But I think one makes choices, and one of the choices I made was to not have children. And one of the reasons I made that choice is because I knew that if I had children, I wouldn't be able to take decades to learn how to write books, because I would have had a commitment to I mean, I babysat my nieces enough to know how expensive it is, and emotionally and financially and every other way. And I think that one needs to make choices. And I remember, this is a silly thing, but I remember in college when I was working at NOAA, I used to get a pop every day for lunch. And one day I realized that buying a pop out of the machine every day for lunch would cost me 50 cents a day, I think at the time. And if I didn't drink a pop every day for lunch, I could quit work 1/2 day earlier in the fall and still break even. And it's a stupid little thing, but we have choices even within the system. The system's going to force us to pay rent, but there are very few writers who also, John Steinbeck wrote about this. Is it possible to go out, he asked in a letter to a friend,
Now that's one author that I have read. One of the few fiction books that I have read with Steinbeck, The Pearl. That is a beast of a book for sure.
My mom just recently recommended that to me. Didn't he write On the Road too?
I don't know. But I
he
think
did.
yeah,
'Cause
he
I
wrote
read
like
that.
he wrote some notable. I think he wrote like Tale of Two Cities or something like that.
I might be confusing him with somebody else, but I think that he wrote that book. And I'm pretty sure I read that book. I don't read a lot of novels though.
Oh no, Tale of Two Cities is Charles Dickens, who incidentally also Swedenborgian, or more influenced by Swedenborgian literature. But yeah, let me see. I think it's like, or maybe Grapes of Wrath. Was that Steinbeck? Yeah, that was Steinbeck. Grapes of Wrath.
Yeah, I never read that.
Yep.
Is it possible to go all out on a novel and still maintain familial relationships? And every choice we make forecloses other choices. And yes, I am saying that one can work at the poetry factory by taking a nap, but there will be costs associated with that. There's a great line about being a writer, which is writing is a great way to make a life and a terrible way to make a living. And I sort of embody that in some ways because my first degree, like I said, was in physics and engineering, and it was from one of the best schools in the world. And in $1983, the average salary at that point was $36K for people starting, and $36K in $1983 is probably like $100K now. It's so I had the opportunity for that. It's like I chose along the Campbell line. That way didn't have meaning for me, so I chose a different way. And that's not to say it's been easy. There have been times I was poor enough, I was collecting cans. It's like, but, and I have to say, it's really easy to be that courageous when at any time you can quit, when you have an engineering degree in your pocket and you can quit at any time. There's a difference between collecting cans because your option is going to Walmart to try to get a job, and collecting cans because your option is starting at $36K, $1983 the next week. So I'm really glad I got the degree. And when people ask me, I always tell them they should keep their options open as much as possible. People say, I want to quit school. Like, nah, man, finish it. And then, and also I got out of college with no debt. And that's more difficult for people today. A lot of people are indentured servants when they get out because they got 150K in debt or something. And I don't know what I would have done. Well, no, I do know what I would have done. I would have ended up an engineer. There's no way I could have done what I did. So yes, society can certainly constrain you, but we also have our own choices within that. We make our choices, and then we lie in whatever bed we've made. I think about that sometimes these days. Since now I'm 63, I would have long since retired from being an engineer. It's like, maybe I should have been an engineer. It's anyway, the point is that and I'm also not ignoring the tremendous privilege that I've had to be born where that was even a possibility. That I wasn't a stevedore. I wasn't a impoverished person in Mumbai. I wasn't one of the. I mean, heck, it's given what is it? A third of the people or half the people in the world don't have access to electricity. So it's like I could have been born one of them, and I never would have had the opportunities to do what I've done. So I'm very aware of that too.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't alter the fact that the system itself is not serving individuals well, which is really the point I wanted to get to. The system isn't serving individuals well, is not serving wild nature well, is not serving our sense of community well. What it is serving very well is the entire machine culture, which we can discuss or not if you want.
Yeah, I think we're going to get to that. A few more questions.
We're going to get to that, the most important issue,
the mental
machine
state
culture.
of humanity right now, and then
Good
we're certainly
Lord.
going to get to the machine.
We're certainly going to get to that.
You've got a few videos that have gotten particularly popular online
Idiotic.
lately. I've seen them refreshed on TikTok and Twitter every once in a while. One is your Jeopardy for gender theory or something, queer theory. But another one that's gotten a lot of attention, you were talking about young people's mental health issues lately.
Isn't that so weird? Right? Like when he starts to like critique like the technology side of things, they like have to relegate it to a whole different side of the discussion. And she's like, yeah, we'll get to the machine. But it's like, what? It's like, how can you actually avoid it? Right? It's the real question.
And how a lot of them have suicidal ideation. They want to die when they're going through puberty, becoming teenagers, even a bit older than that. And you say that, of course, young people want to die, but it's supposed to be a metaphorical death, and no one tells them that. I'll probably play the clip right now for people watching.
And the reason they want to die is because they're teenagers, and when you're a teenager, you're supposed to want to die, but that death is supposed to be metaphorical and spiritual. Your childhood has to die so you can become an adult. But nobody's told them it's metaphorical and spiritual, so they have this death urge that they then actualize in the physical world as opposed to through maturity. You know, this culture is so wretched. So many people are so very, very unhappy. They want this nightmare to end, and they don't recognize that the death that they want is a cultural death and is a spiritual and metaphorical death, especially because within this culture, the spirit is separated from the earth and from the flesh. And so you can't have this transformation that simply occurs in your body.
Could you build on what that idea means for people?
Yeah. I first came across that when I was
now we learned a lot. The way she actually found out about this guy is probably through some corny TikTok video where he's like got some 30-second blurb, you know, where he's like talking about the lack of traditions that young people have and how it's forcing them to not reach a maturity because they don't actually have cultural rights and traditions that initiate them into manhood or womanhood. And so they're actually facing you know, a lack of depth of their younger part of themselves. So what you have for a lot of people, you have either extended adolescence, right? They act like they're like talking shit to people on StreamYards, right? Or like or they're like you know, basically going to you know, chill themselves. I mean, so that's a problem. I mean, is that they're frozen in time, if you will. I mean, I don't know if you yeah. But yeah, anyways, it's crazy. So yeah, that was pretty sad. They totally moved past the discussion on technology, and then she's like, yeah, first let me tell people why I gave this video this weird ass title, Why Young People Want to Die. What the fuck? I was hoping that wasn't like an article he wrote, but yeah, it's tied back to some really cheesy TikTok video that was made at the time. And yeah, that's like, and it went viral because it's Derrick Jensen, not because of what he's saying. right? Any schmuck can go viral, as we've seen, right? And sure enough, she invites him on to try to boost her show. Right. So in retrospect, this is a pretty sad event. Right. She doesn't understand the stature of the interviewee, so to speak. And then yeah. Yeah, definitely railroading him. And yeah. So yeah, this is actually hard to watch because the previous video he was like in this crowd that like really was behind everything he was saying, even his like corny jokes, right? And there was like these Karens in that crowd, right? They were like, "Let's bring down the system," right? And now she's like, "Oh, isn't that just poetry?" And she's like, "Don't you want to just? Shouldn't you just like get a job?" And then she plays this corny TikTok video. Oh my god.
I was interviewing Luis Rodriguez, who wrote Gang Days in LA, La Vida Loca. And I asked him, why is it?
Yeah, compare this to the Endgame video we watched. And yeah, I mean, the culture's in trouble, right? For sure. I mean, you could sense it just in the two different videos, the older video and this newer one. You know, it's like people back then, you know, everything was less polished, right? But yet there was more like real interactions between people. You know, here like everything's staged. I mean, it's weird, man.
So many gang kids are standing on street corners shooting a mirror image of themselves. Why, if they're so upset, are they not? Or first off, why are they shooting at anybody? And second, why are they not like shooting at the capitalists? Why are they aiming this way? And he said it's because they want to die. They're shooting at mirror images because they themselves want to die. And the reason they want to die is because they're teenagers. And teenagers are supposed to die because your child has to die to become an adult. This is the central metaphor of all life is death and rebirth. I mean, that's the story of Jesus, is you're supposed to die and then be reborn. And this is the central metaphor of all life. We go through deaths and rebirths constantly. And one of the big ones is that you die as a child to become an adult. But nobody's telling you that that death is supposed to be metaphorical and spiritual. Nobody's telling you that that's not supposed to happen in physical reality. So they have this impulse. To kill and to die, but they don't understand that they're misinterpreting it completely. And the same thing is happening on the larger scale, that this culture is really killing the planet. It's killing everything everywhere. And instead, it just wants for the system to go away. It wants for the system itself to die. But we don't understand that. And we don't understand that. I mean, part of this comes from having devalued the spiritual and the metaphorical in the first place. That we can oh, that's just a metaphor. That's just spiritual, as opposed to tangible things. And there is some truth in that if somebody burst into this room right now with a machine gun and started shooting us, I would not want to. I would rather have a gun to shoot back than to appeal to some spiritual assistance to make sure that I don't get killed. There is this physical reality that's very important, but that doesn't alter the fact that we are also fundamentally spiritual beings. By which I don't mean that we have to be Christian or anything else. I mean that that dreams exist for a reason, that we have just the short version is that we shouldn't devalue feelings. They're see, we're going crazy with all this too, because these days, lived experience, I feel like I'm a woman, therefore I am. My lived experience is that I'm actually a Black woman. My lived experience is that I really, and okay, I'm going to back up. And
it's hard to address the question of feelings versus facts right now in a world where you thought we needed to emphasize our feelings more, but then when people are twisting that into absurdities to go against facts, when I don't think they need to compete.
Exactly. Well, thank you. That you just saved me from going on for 15 minutes. Yeah, that's exactly it. That they're complementary and sometimes contradictory, and that's fine too. So I kind of have a head of steam. So I want to do the postmodernism thing real quick.
Absolutely.
Which is that postmodernism makes me question whether humans are sentient, because it starts with a brilliant question and answers it as stupidly as possible. And the brilliant question is, when you have multiple perspectives on truth, how do you know what is objectively true? And anybody who's ever seen a basketball game or a baseball game knows that you have one person saying he fouled me and the other person is saying, no, I didn't foul him. And the referee decides what's the case. Or that's what happens in law. You have the prosecuting attorney says this guy committed murder. The defense attorney says he did not. And it's up to the judge and jury to figure out what the truth is. And any parent has dealt with the same thing. It's like there's a crash in the other room and the parent goes in and says, how did the lamp break? And the child says it jumped off the table. And the parent has to decide what is true. Socially, the same thing happens. We can argue, Christopher Columbus was a great hero. Christopher Columbus was a slaver and horrible. And what's true? We have these different social narratives. We can have the same social. We can have different social narratives on the use of the A-bomb. Was the use of the A-bomb in Japan tragedy? Was it an atrocity? Or did it save millions of lives? There's arguments can be made. What's true? And the postmodernists ask that question. How do we know what's true? And then their answer is really stupid. Their answer is that there is no truth. There's only stories. And it boggles my mind that people can be that stupid. But that's where we are. And this all annoys me because there are critiques to be made, for example, of science, but objective reality not existing isn't one of them. And so postmodernism.
There's the dog again. But yeah, blessings to all the people. I think he's hitting on a very important and subtle point, but the way he's putting it is sort of interestingly divorced from the greater critiques, right? Like, for example, right, Mumford's view that man is a symbol making animal, right? And how the symbolic ideas or those cultural forms, right, of myth making, sort of relate to our sort of post traditional existence here, right, in the modern world, right? So there's this idea in which stories have been transformed, right? And of course they have been transformed by the postmodernists, right? So he's onto something there, right? But yeah, there's another sense in which this other idea that he gave about cultural rights and traditions, right? Sort of assuming a transitional period from childhood to adulthood, and how that's missing in modern society, right? And so you have the idea of extended adolescence, right?
and he had another little idea there about something else. And let me go back a little bit. Social narratives.
The lamp break, and the child says it jumped off the table.
Mhm.
And the parent has to decide what is true. Socially, the same thing happens. We can argue, Christopher Columbus was a great. When you have.
Oh yeah, feelings versus facts. Yeah, I think this entire thing is better explained by the facts versus more knowledge versus values, right? That's much more of a substantial dialectic, right? I think to contend with, and also the whole the entire dialectical mode of a faith versus reason, right? And then you can have that interesting idea of knowledge versus revelation in the 11th 12 centuries, right? That occurred between Maimonides and Aquinas, right? So there's many extensions of this idea, right? So facts and feelings, of course, is sort of the lowest level of this dialectic, right? The real true dialectic is between knowledge and values, right? And yeah, and the divide is between the internal and the external, right? And of course that separates it separates morals from reason, as we've seen. But yeah, this whole idea that he's putting forward, right? And I think he's put forward some interesting sort of radical solutions here, because as we've seen, the symbolic framework is a extrapolation off of nature, right? And off of man's relationship to his natural environment. And once the symbolic forms sort of begin to canalize most of man's creative energy, right? Then it's no longer the natural the natural environment that he's basing his existence on, right? It's it's based on the canalizing of energy in symbolic and cultural forms, right? So then when you have the transition to technical forms, right, or techniques, right, which integrate the cultural forms, right, you have the total disappearance among most of the humans, right? When man becomes an object of technique, right? Okay, and you have the notion of man relying on, the producer consumer, stage of existence, right? And totally reliant on machines and industrial society, right? You have the disappearance of wild nature, right? You have certain humans, like it becomes possible for humans like who live in a city and stuff, right, to never really experience wild nature, right? So there may be people who, they're born in a city, right? And they die, right, like in their youth, like, there's many people in Detroit who've gone through this, right? They've never experienced wild nature, right? So what's interesting is, is making it a project to replant wild nature as a solution to the problem of technology. That's one of the things that Jensen proposes, right? So we're going to look at some practical ideas, that he puts forward in relation to that, right? In his idea of restoration forestry and community forestry. Okay, and then I'm going to end the show. But I will have some interesting replays for you guys. Okay, some conversations that are not available anymore, right?
but very useful breakdowns of certain ideas and themes. Okay, okay, with the sister Annapurna. Okay, so we were talking a while ago. And yeah, so here's this idea of restoration forestry. He says we need to protect ecosystems for their own sake, most of all, but also for our own. More than 10,000 plant species are used as traditional medicines. Most of them are gathered from the wild, from the forest. Around 80% of the people in non-industrialized nations depend upon them for their primary health care. 25% of modern drugs are also derived from these plants. Restoration forestry restores ecological and genetic diversity and soil nutrients, structure, and biology. It can restore abused and fallow forests and agricultural lands. We can close roads to reduce erosion and prevent further entry by vehicles and other machinery. We know how to thin dog hair stands to restore natural forest structures. Okay, those are like the really thin trees, right? We know enough to understand the need to control exotic pests and reintroduce the full natural diversity of trees and shrubs and fungi and animals and natural forest dwellers. We can restore streams to reduce erosion, restore anadromous fish, and so on. We know how to do all this. So do forests. Here's a definition of restoration forestry. Restoration forestry assists nature to heal degraded forests and bring them back to a state of biological productivity, biodiversity, ecological stability, and resilience. Restoration forestry means increasing the area under forest cover and increasing the age classes, the standing volume and diversity of forest ecosystems. It means careful harvesting, methods that minimize disturbance of soil and plant communities. It means that many more people will have to be employed in the woods, not less, using smaller machines and more reliance on draft animals. It means smaller mills and more value added processing close to the wood source. It means minimal waste, maximum recycling, and development of non-tree paper pulp and alternative building materials. It means more people caring for forest and researching its complex processes so that we can ever refine our management dance with the forest. Restoration forestry leads to a steady yield of high-value timber. Clear cutting and or short rotation forestry leads to periodic return of low-quality timber. Restoration forestry makes much better ecological sense. And it makes better economic sense. We need to distinguish restoration forestry from restoration ecology. Forestry is far from producing a supply of wood. If you're an intelligent forester, you would restore tree stands, such as plantations, to a natural, optimal fiber producing capacity. But you are still a forester, looking for wood fiber. Okay, so he says that an ecologist would it would basically protect the entire ecosystem. and not consider just human use. It would consider human use to be subordinated to the full range of the natural ecosystem function. So there's two distinct problems that he's mentioning, right? Okay, one is the destruction of the timber supply. Right, that's going to be dangerous for the economy, right? The second problem is the destruction of ecosystems. Right, and what he's arguing, right, is that if we want a natural source of timber production, we need to preserve the ecosystems and not just preserve, the forests. Right, because it's the ecosystems that preserve the growth of the forest. Right, and otherwise we're going to have to keep on planting trees, right, and then cutting them down. Right, and that cycle is endless. Right, so we need to rotate, right, cutting with restoration, and the restoration needs to be a deeper process focusing on the greater ecology and not just on replanting the timber. Okay. Now he says we must move away from industrial forestry toward restoration forestry. We must then move away from restoration forestry towards restoration ecology. Okay, because he's saying these different systems are naturally supportive, right? And he says we must also move away from globalization toward community forestry. Okay, now what is community forestry? Community forestry is a village level forestry activity. Decided on collectively and implemented on communal land where local population participate in the planning, establishing and harvesting of forest crops, and so receive a major portion of the socioeconomic and ecological benefit from the forest. Successful community forestry requires genuine popular participation in decision-making. Experience has proven time and time again that participation is more than a development cliche, sorry. It is an absolute necessity if goals are to be met. But working with people rather than policing them is a new role for many foresters. Community forestry has the following characteristics. The local community controls a clearly and legally defined area of forest. The local community is free from the governmental outside pressure concerning the utilization of that forest. If the forestry involves commercial sale of timber and other products, then the community is free from economic exploitation of markets or other pressure from outside forces. The community has long-term security of tenure over forest and sees its future as being tied to the forest. Community forestry, social forestry, or rural development forestry are more or less equivalent and reflect Abraham Lincoln's view of democracy. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. The political dimension of community forestry makes it a venue for people's struggle against domination and exploitation of community resources by outsiders. Ecology, equity, and social justice are part of this struggle. All right, folks. That's all I have to say
I went 1 hour over time, but it's all in good fun. And there was absolutely zero participation by all of the people that are usually here, right? But I did really appreciate all of the people that showed up here. Reddington, Dr. D, Not Know, Moontan, Denise, Rock E, Name Not Important. Yeah, blessings. If anybody has a question or a comment, we'll drop this link here. Otherwise, I'm shutting this down. Zeph, do you have anything to say to these people? Blessings, madam.
Well, I think you got more than 0% participation, but it was just a little bit more than that. You did most of the work, yeah.
Yeah,
But
it was
I got
wild. Very
15
quiet
business
night.
cards. I got 15 business cards made while we
Nice.
were working. Look, this one is the prettiest one, I think. It's roses. It's like so pretty.
Yeah, that is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I do them all different. I get bored with how I do them, so I just make different ones. So, yeah, I really liked what they were talking about. Like whenever he was talking about like just doing only what you want, and she kind of like redirected the whole conversation after that. I kind of wish that he had kept going in that direction.
Yeah, and it's funny, like, he's like, "Oh, can we talk about machine culture?" And she's like, "Yeah, maybe later we can talk about the machine." And she says it like the machine, and it's really
Yeah.
weird. It's like elephant in the room or something. Yeah, but
Yeah. Well, and it's like nowadays that's like there's so many people that are making their living in that sector and they're so invested in it that like just discussing anything untoward about it is just kind of frowned upon in a lot of circles. I think it's important to be critical of everything though. I think that's I mean, you can be idealistic and still be skeptical.
yeah, that's what's funny. It's like, the people that are in the science, they're critical of religion and philosophy. The people that are into philosophy are critical of science and religion. The people that are into the religion, they're critical of science and philosophy.
Yeah.
And,
Or
yeah,
what he
it's
said
really-
about getting a degree, I don't think that it's all that important, but I do think it's important to study. So if you need a teacher to teach you, like in a class, then you can take classes, but I don't think you need to have a degree. I started out in school. I started as a journalism major and I switched my major right away. And I went into semiconductor manufacturing technology and I took like physics and AC and DC electronics. And I realized that, wow, I'm actually not bad at science, even though like my dad had brainwashed me and told me I wasn't good at science and math. And yeah, that was the beginning of the transformation. And I think that whole thing about kids nowadays not getting that the feeling of like wanting to die is like an impulse. I think that nobody told me that either. And I murdered my ego like so many times. And I don't think that's really the answer actually. Cuz I think we just got I think we need a firmware update for our egos because they're bored. And they want to die because they're like they don't have anything to do until we tell them what to do as our oversoul, tells it what to do. And it just takes a little bit of tweaking. It's like I live pretty contently now, even though the world is like kind of falling apart. I feel like I'm making a little bit of headway. I think anybody can do that. It's not that hard. I mean, and I only do what I want all the time. It's been that way for the last like 5 years almost. It's like I don't ever do anything I don't want to do. And it's like I love my job, but I would do it for free, and I do sometimes. So it's just like, I don't know. I think that it's possible for people to find a way. I don't think people should give up on hope yet, because it's not over, right?
Oh yeah.
That's all I got.
Definitely not over. Yeah, blessings, Zeph. Thank you. You're a inspiration, and it's always an honor to talk to you. Blessings. Yeah, and peace be with you. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And yeah, yeah, thank you all for being here. And yeah, for all the people here, you know, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. You know, you can't kill what you can't see. And what most people, you know, think is real is really flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that aren't even real. Right? So I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. Right? And yeah, we're gonna bring an expansion of everything that whoops. There goes my cam. Am I back? Yeah, but yeah, we're gonna bring an expansion of everything you've heard here today, right? In another segment. Okay, which will be entitled or with the same title, right? But it'll be episode 66 of the same series, right? And it's Spooky Saturday, right? So interesting how that corresponds, right? So yeah, join us for Spooky Saturday. Okay? And we greatly appreciate you guys, all right? All right? We greatly appreciate your time. Okay, and by we, I mean the royal we. Since there's nobody, right? Not a single person that helped me make this. I can honestly say, okay, these are this is highly original content at this point. I don't think it's ever been this original, folks. All right, okay, okay, if you wanted that, you definitely got that. All right, but yeah, peace be with you.
Listening to things that make you think about yourself. Drop everything that's been a hassle to your mental health. Watch carefully and then you'll see a barren empty shelf. Carelessly you'll never see a parent calls for help. When you believe so fluently.
Whoops. The Bomba Clot StreamYard crash. I mean, but yeah. Let me try that once more. Okay, thank you guys. And yeah, we got an interesting show coming up for you guys. I think you guys will appreciate it. Yeah, blessings. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Morty rock the sound. You know the vibe, baby. DJ Crush, she get down. You know the vibe, baby. Caminati get down. You know the representing Brooklyn. You know the vibe, though. From all borders, doorways, and gates. Resurrection drawing near as mankind awaits. When you're living in this world, you got to survive. Shaitan is looking on the left, attacking from all sides. Witness before all eyes, the evidence of unseen. The power past our comprehension that controls all things. The battle for good and evil is a real contest. It is the outcome of the struggle that replay context. To all sex sections, cruddy cliques, crews, and clans. Good greens to badlands. Jump up to understand I'm just a man, not the universal architect. We tread the face of this heavenly place and show respect. Tokyo, raise your hands where you at. Osaka, raise your hands where you at. Yoshiwado die, no Goya Sapporo, East Sendai. DJ Crush, most deaf on the touch. We land fly. I send my salam to my entire squad, my sahab, yo, wherever you are. Stay on your jaw, struggling hard to overcome the perils of life. We writing rhymes on enemy lines to shine light. Stay in meditation to keep the head right. Spreading wings like heavenly things. We take flight, fly, 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 fly. Everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. And you got to believe everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. And you got to believe everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. Said you got to believe. Said you got to believe. Yo, bust it, baby. Me and Crush, we politicking, building on this money mission. Send me a fucking something, so I had to stop and listen. If time forever ticking, my gift forever clicking. I'm trying to get mine, cause finish here for the getting. A lost provision, but help us live the providential. My pad and pencil, or transcribe the elemental, the raw essential, the southbound residential, the pure simple, to resonate in your mental. I flash the temple, my key gon' shine like precious metal. Left the raw, living alone, about to settle fast at trying to gas so down and save your petrol, cause the beat don't stop like yellow cabs in the metro. B-boys traverse the earth is the first and next. This is a daily operation like birth to death, and I burst the rap, yeah, some so-called rap, or orchestrated designs while they set quiet is kept. Everything that you heard in advance was just a glance of the landscape. Furnished with crops and props, still sunsets and treetops, backdrops of pure skill. Ignite, I do right to excite, but you got to believe that the most high I see every degree of this 3C, X to E. We maintain sun and carry on officially. We're talking projects to the shores of Tripoli. I speak prolifically, I write specifically, transmit upliftedly. It sounds terrific, G. Allah has gifted me with great ability to speak to my beloved and make them all love it. Fine, rugged, a product of the ghetto public. Allah is the king of the world, we just subjects. Allah is the king of the world, we just subject. Allah is the king, Allah is the king. You know everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. And you got to believe everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. And you got to believe everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. The boss of baby so moody, they get down and so DJ Yard, he get down and so DJ Hide, he get down and so DJ Kinsey, he get down and so DJ Hasu, he get down and so DJ Radio, he get down and so DJ Patrick, he get down and so Suki Moody, they get down and so Kaminari, they get down and so Sorino, he get down and so Yuna Rock, he get down and so Camo, he get down and he so Twiggy, he get down and DJ Takimoto, he get down and Electrical Tony, they get down and
Listening to things that make you think about yourself. Drop everything that's been a hassle to your mental health. Watch carefully and then you'll see a barren empty shelf. Carelessly you'll never see a parent calls for help. When you believe so fluently that things can never change, and you stupidly refuse to see the errors in your ways. And I understand that this whole planet's thoroughly deranged, but that doesn't mean that you should be so scared to break away. Well, I wonder what's under the cover of darkness, counting the number of innocent hearts, just making an effort to realize all the suffering has to be making some progress. Changing the way that I look at those places, hating the way that you show me those faces, breaking the balance of homeostasis, taking my talents and calling them basic. I'll face it, well it's inevitable when it's set in the stone, and I'm setting my soul into hell, and I know that my rhetoric won't be directing a poem. I'm faceless. This era hasn't made a name because it's tasteless. I'm sick of all these wasted cases and their makeshifts. Habitats don't make sense. How to rap and take this cataract and make your vision out of whack. It's calling, I'm falling a little bit more every day, but I'm stalling. I'm running from reapers that wanna be hauling my body back to the no place that's a dwelling. I guess
the summer bleeds a foreshadow of what's to come and go to waste. It blankets me, braces me, something sweet that I can taste. You're my mother, I'm your morphine. Let's go make a baby out of two guitars, a heavy heart. I'll seem happy when you're looking, smoking, singing, eating, fucking. One size fits angel coma. You're my favorite stranger, and I won't hate you till I know you. Somewhere between the garden and the grave, I bypassed the machine. I wouldn't have felt its effects anyway. Sentiment is the tramp that bore this special hollow. Cram it in my old cuts, it leaves a whole lot less to swallow. Exercise your right to never buy what you can't borrow. Carve my sorries in the sky and hope the sun hides them tomorrow. Manufactured disaster, it seems I made my bed. No one sees the burn holes until the sleeper wakes up dead. Take my hands away, I'll pull the moon down with my wrist. Making plans to fake safe as possible is dangerous.
Writer's block just might have stopped the song from being finished, cause my mind was stopped with rhymes I've dropped from previous conditions. So I listened to the words again, envisioned things I would have said, and crossed out many lines that didn't rhyme and left them all for dead. I was trapped inside my head and I couldn't get out my pen from my back pocket. Guess I lost it, so I wrote these words instead. If you would just shut up enough for me to get my point across, I'm sure this conflict could be solved without having substantial loss. And when I see the rain is coming overhead, I stay and function back inside my mind and try to find the ways to make assumptions. Taking something that's been written, mixing it down with high precision, making it sound all nice and vivid, and matching up with my direction and vision and eloquence. Executives, the medicine, the precedents, the messages, the sentences, the evidence that I presented to win. The reason to fight, the weak is to breathe, the season to top as a dream when I dream, the secret to life, the reason to be. Yeah, that's all been shown to me.
Well, every once in a blue moon, I read your mind. Heaven ended too soon, it stole my pride and left me blind. Exercised my morning shakes, pretended I was born this way. Wearing my Academy Award-winning performance face, snake shedding skin. It's all in my head again. Life fetish led me to a dead end. I said when, but no one was listening, obviously, cause they filled it to the brim and I'm spilling it all over me. Crawl, 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 crawl in this hole with me. I'd fall on my face just to make sure that you notice me. Your cold shoulders always so sobering, I'll be understood as long as I don't overthink. Walking on thin ice, talking in the form of song, singing in the key of life. I'll lose my voice before too long. Head came loose and they screwed it back together wrong. Fire behind my eyes, desire died all night long.
And Freemasonry, and Brother Joe Kramer, past master of Corinthian Lodge number 93 in Towson, Maryland, and currently under the title of Thought Leader for the Operative Gaming Society. What is the Operative Gaming Society? Well, you're about to find out, because late last year, Brother Joe sat down with Brother Maynard Edwards, 33rd degree Scottish Rite Mason, to discuss all the particulars of the Operative Gaming Society. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the conversation between Brother Joe and Brother Maynard.
Thank you for doing this for us. This is oh yeah, you're having some pretty good success out of the gate.
I think so. And I appreciate you doing this with me. Yeah, it's sort of a weird success. So we launched it, the Gamer Club, at the annual communication, November 16th.
And then we should say we'll jump right into it here, but
yeah.
We should say it was at the Grand Lodge of Maryland. So this is kind of being done under that umbrella.
Exactly, yes. And for several reasons we can talk about later. And so at that point we had about 30 people on our mailing list, if you will. And one of the brothers posted it to Reddit. And in like 72 hours, we were up to 150 guys, at least 27 states and 9 countries.
Wow.
Brothers from all around the world, yeah. Not my original intended audience, but it's still pretty cool to see that.
So what was your original concept here? Give me the pitch that you gave to the Grandmaster and to the Deputy Grandmaster of Maryland.
There's this weird connection between the ancient mysteries that we all know and love as Freemasons and like this modern technology, at least for me, and I know a lot of other brothers. Under that technology umbrella, there's gaming, and I could feel this sort of connection between the two, and I knew I wanted to do something with it, and I was like, well, I don't know how far that's gonna fly, in masonry? Well, year after year, I go to the Grand Lodge and I see our fraternal numbers decreasing, and I said, well, what better time than now to pitch this out to the then Deputy Grand Master, and he went for it, and I made like a 14-slide PowerPoint, and I tried to hit everything. I tried to hit all the benefits for the Grand Lodge, for Freemasonry as a whole, for individual lodges, for Masons, for non-Masons, so everybody. And there are a lot out there. Gaming, it's communal, it's fun, and it's not going anywhere. If you look at like video game sales, they're skyrocketing, and they're just getting higher and higher year after year. According to the industry groups, the average gamer is like 33 years old, and like 2/3 of Americans play video games weekly. It's a huge number. So why not leverage that and tap into that? And as Freemasons, I'm getting into a little bit of the behind the scenes, like recruiting mentality, but as Freemasons, we love to hang out together, and we love to play, and we love to laugh and goof off. And so to me, that was just a natural evolution. Let's put an infrastructure behind it, and let's link these guys up,
Now have you gotten any criticism or pushback? There are a lot of folks who are, that get grumpy about anything new. Have you run into that too much?
I was fully prepared for it, and I have not experienced any. I've experienced a lot of support from some surprising places, some places that I expected, but some surprising places as well. And but no criticism at all. But also keep in mind, we're doing it as a club. We're not trying to create a new lodge, like an affinity lodge or something like that. We're not trying to adjust any of the ancient landmarks or anything like that. We're just bringing Masons together in a new way. So we're trying to make it the lightest touch.
Yeah, the thing that jumps to my mind would be something like the Invisible Lodge, which is not really a lodge for Masons and Eastern Star members and Masonic Youth Group members who are interested in magic, illusions. Yeah. And it's not really a lodge. They call it the Invisible Lodge, but it's not really a lodge. It's just a club, and it travels all over the place. So when there's a convention, a magic convention, and they have those all over the country, groups of Masons that are magicians can go to that, and they can meet. They basically meet up, and they say it's an Invisible Lodge meeting, but it's not really. So this is in that same vein. You're not trying to make Masons, and you're not even trying to create a non-conforming affinity lodge. You just we're all Masons and gamers, and that's it. Is there a type of game that like everybody tends to gravitate toward? Because you're gonna make fun of me. I am a complete nerd in this environment where I don't know anything. And I don't mean nerd in the sense where I know it all. I mean nerd in the sense that I'm just so not cool or hip to any of this. I'm just not. So tell me what are the games you guys play?
Yeah, well, nobody's perfect, so but that's all right.
I'm so close, though. I'm so close.
Yeah, so close.
I get this game thing done.
Yeah. Well, so we cast a wide net. So video games, role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons, tabletop games, collectible card games like Magic the Gathering, that sort of stuff. Because why not? If we're going to do something, let's cast the widest net. And I really expected everybody to be like, well, we're playing a lot of I don't know, Minecraft or something, just for an example. And so we have a Discord channel now, and there's been a lot of discussions on the Discord channel, and everybody's into everything. I was really hoping it would sort of funnel into like, oh, well, we can focus on this one game. And that's not the case. Everybody's playing all kinds of different stuff, and all over the world. So it's really interesting.
So I know you're just getting started, but tell me about the I guess for lack of a better term, infrastructure. I mean, right now you're the boss, but how do you have it set up so that you're not the boss for the rest of your natural life? What's the infrastructure, if you will?
Well, that's a good question. So I'm an accountant, and I like to think about those organizational structures, finances, and org charts, and all that good stuff. We haven't really gotten there yet. We just started talking about. So we only had two meetings. We had a preliminary planning meeting, which was 5 people, and then we had our first online planning meeting. We actually haven't had an official meeting yet, which was 17 guys from all over the United States, guys and girls. So I don't know. Like right now, the infrastructure is essentially a Discord chat room, and I really thought, we would want to like meet. Do we meet in person? Where are we going to meet? And are we going to stream it and stuff like that? So right now, all we know is that yes, we need to stream it because we have members from all over the world and all over the state too. And I asked the question. I said, what do we need to do to connect players other than this Discord channel, this free Discord channel that I just set up one afternoon? And everybody was like, no, the Discord's what gamers use, and that's what they're using. And we've split it now. If you go into the Discord channel, there's like a console gaming, there's a video, tabletop gaming and stuff like that. So it's split a little bit by interest.
Anybody who's still into Atari 2600, because I think I can fit into that me and Bowers, we could fit right into that. Maybe some of the early Nintendo stuff. I like Bionic Commando. I could still tear up Super Mario Brothers. Bowers is over there playing Pong.
Yeah, truly. Side note, my sister just started allowing her my 9-year-old nephew to start playing video games, and she started him on the original Nintendo, and it just makes me so proud. So
that's good. That's where my video game experience ended. I was Atari 2600, of course, like every other kid from the 80s, and then once I got into middle school, got the original NES. And then after that, found girls, and then I had to pick up a guitar because I was goofy looking, so I needed some hook to get them.
Right.
Video games went by the wayside real fast, but as did martial arts for a long time, which I know you and I also share. But so this is a whole new world to me. So now you said that guys and girls. So how are you incorporating ladies into this? Because I know the Masonic fraternity, we catch no small amount of criticism for not having ladies involved, even though those of us who are in, we realize our ladies are pretty heavily involved in lodge life most of the time. They don't come to meetings, but beyond that, they do a lot of stuff. So how are the ladies involved in this?
Well, so the door is open to everybody. So one of the few things that we know about the infrastructure right now is that we're to lead, to be an officer, you would need to be a card-carrying member of the Masonic fraternity, an adult card-carrying member, which could be women through the Eastern Star or other organizations. And other than that, the door is open to everybody. Anybody that wants to be a member. Some of the guys that I play with that are not Masons have already started posting to the Discord channel, and they're into it. And so the idea, again, not to go behind the scenes too hard, but the idea is that we want non-Masons to start interacting with Masons in this sort of casual way, to open the door, because Masonry has so many rules to barriers to entry. First, you have to be a man. Second, we can't invite you to join the lodge. I mean, there's a ton of rules that make it difficult for us to advertise in a conventional sense. And so I want to, through this club, open the door and say, come on in, let's all hang out together, let's play together. And, my wife and I play video games all the time. We actually have an over and under TV screens, side-by-side PS5s, and we co-op games all the time. And I will tell you that if I want a Mason to come join and spend any significant time playing with me through our Masonic Gamer Club, the wife probably needs to buy into that. And if that means bringing her along, great. Let's all play together. I'm all for making new friends, and she can learn more about Masons and who we are and what we do, and so can my other friends, and that's a good thing. So we want to open some doors that were previously closed, and that includes bringing in women, youth, whoever.
You have a lot of youth group folks. I know you're kind of just getting started here. So has this down to the youth groups yet? I would imagine that I not too many of them are in on Reddit, but they, I'm sure they have the older guys who are lurkers or DMLA advisors and things like that.
Yeah. Not so much. So when I was doing a few lodge visits to just see if this was something worth pursuing. I did go to Demo Way up at Mount Ararat, and they were all for it. In fact, one of the kids I remember came up to me afterwards and had plugged in like 3 words into ChatGPT and was like, "Here's your sales pitch. ChatGPT just gave it to me," and it was really good. I have it here somewhere. So the young men and I think the young women are going to be into it. But as of yet, I don't have too many in Discord. None that I know of. They're welcome to join, but I just don't think it's disseminated down to them yet. And I hope it does. You know. And we also need to create some rules about conduct, codes of conduct, and some how we interact with kids and stuff like that.
Well, that was my question I had right out of the gate regarding conduct. Excuse me, but this was more involving non-Masons. Have you had any encounters yet with what Maynard likes to refer to as the tinfoil hat community?
No.
Really?
Not a lot of tinfoil hat, but there is another challenge that I hadn't anticipated was I think we have at least one what we would consider clandestine Mason in the club. So how do we deal with that? As of right now, we don't have any. It's a club, so it's open to everybody. You don't have to face a Masonic investigation. You don't even have to be a Mason. But now, we're interacting with what we consider clandestine Masonry, and how do we deal with that? So, but as far as
it's a challenge.
Conspiracy, not so much.
So, and it brings up a good point. So, eventually, you're going to need to sort of vet people to make sure that they are, not only who they say they are, but that they are, if they are Masons or Eastern Star or what have you. However, you're going to vet them. How do you anticipate having to tackle that? Because, like you said, right now it's just a club and it can be open to everyone. But moving forward, if you put some more definitions around it, that becomes more of a challenge.
Yeah, and like I say, to be an officer, you would need to be a card-carrying member. Now, I mean, the other challenge is, do you need to be a card-carrying member of a Maryland Masonic body?
Yeah, right now it's under the umbrella of the Grand Lodge of Maryland.
Exactly. Yeah, so that's another question that we have.
I mean, do you think you really need to? I mean, because right now you're a member of the club because you said I want to join the club and you're on the Discord and that's it. So do you think that it needs to go further than that? Do you think that it needs to have that infrastructure at some point, or do you think that it's okay just to say like, hey, this is an informal group and you're in if you say you're in?
If you'd asked me that before our last meeting, I would have said, we want the infrastructure. But now it seems like everybody's fairly content with Discord. I think the challenge now is to keep it interesting, is to figure out what is going to keep people posting on Discord and engaged with it and coming to the meetings, which I think once a month might even be too frequent. I don't know yet, but how do we add value back to the community? How do we connect guys? How do we make it interesting? So I'm still not sure. And as far as vetting, I mean, I imagine we would just be doing it the way you would somebody who comes to lodge and claims to be a Mason, and just do the background check as much as you can. But yeah, I don't know, and it might just be a Discord channel that has a little extra infrastructure behind it, at least for the foreseeable future. So we're not sure.
So yeah, and I guess that's the next logical step. I mean, do you think that other Grand Lodges will launch similar things, or maybe do affinity lodges based on the out of the gate success you've had? Or I mean, where would you if we roll the clock forward a year, what would you like to see?
Well, so first, I would love to be a thought leader, and that was one of the reasons I really wanted to do this. But
Joe Kramer, thought leader.
Yes, yeah. I would love that to happen. Either other Grand Lodges adopt similar tactics, or to see this club become more of a multi-jurisdictional thing. Again, right now it is, but it's just like you say, the member is just, I'm here now, I'm a member, and so what does it mean to do that? So again, if we can start adding some serious value and we can start saying, hey, my friend the Mason, bring your neighbors and your friends who haven't joined your lodge, but maybe will come and play with us, and maybe, God willing, one day they say, hey, this isn't, masonry is more interesting and more, I really like the guys I'm playing with, and maybe I will go visit that lodge and become an official member of the wider fraternity. So that's the goal. But right now, if another Grand Lodge approached and said, hey, what's the secret? I'm not sure what the answer is. Create a Discord and throw your endorsement behind it. A lot of it has to do with the endorsement from the Grand Lodge, because we are by no means the first Masonic gamer community. If you go on Facebook, you can find gamer clubs and other clubs out there. I know a lot of at least one other Grand Lodge has a communication network. I don't know if it's Discord or what, but they have some sort of communication system, and one of their subsystems is a gamer club. But I think, to my knowledge, we are the first that is endorsed by the Grand Master and says this is really truly under the umbrella of the Grand Lodge of Maryland. And so that extra credential, I think, means a lot to people. And they say, yes, I'm a Mason, I'm a gamer, this is my home, this is my link.
So the next question is, for what about guys who are Masons that might be interested in getting into gaming? Like, as a for instance, I don't know I don't know where to even begin, but I like to know about all these little smaller communities. Yeah. Like, I don't guess anybody's talking about Super Mario.
Yeah.
So
I am, but yeah, you and I might be the only ones. So yes, education is absolutely a core component of what we want to do. One of the big things that we want to educate about is like online safety. I think is a really good topic for everybody, but like especially for youth, if we do start seeing youth come up. And another one was like how to play Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons has a huge learning curve. It's a really fun game. I've been playing it since middle school, but it takes a little while to get used to. And so I would love to say, Brother Mason, you want to learn about D&D? We have some guys who like conduct a little like introductory class on that. I think that'd be really cool. Fantasy football is another one. I've never played fantasy football because I'm a little intimidated by it. I have no idea how to begin. So if somebody could say, hey, let me show you how to play fantasy football, and then you can join our crew and play with us, this upcoming season or whatever. I think that'd be great. And I actually think, like going back to what I was saying earlier, how do we keep it interesting? I think if individual players came along and said, I'm playing XYZ game, and here's why I'm playing it, here's what I love about it, here are other games that are similar to it, and here's what you need to know, and would I recommend buying it? Yes, no, or maybe wait till it goes on sale. Like if they can give us like every month we could get like a new synopsis of a game that's out there, maybe a new game, and how do you get started? What do you need to know, and stuff like that. I think it'd be really good. So yes, we definitely want to learn about the game.
And I think that'd be great, because I'm like, I don't know anything about any of that stuff. My wife plays fantasy football at work, and the minute she starts talking to me about it, my eyes glaze over. So
exactly, yeah.
Now you mentioned that you had sort of prepared yourself for the various kinds of pushback. I would bet that one of the things you're going to be getting are from some of those guys, especially the older guys, who are going to say, well, if you're doing this, playing all these games, why aren't you studying your ritual? Why aren't you doing more for your lodge? Why are you playing a game instead of doing something for your community? So what's your answer to that type of criticism of that this more or less is a distraction?
One of the benefits that I listed for individual Masons is a way to interact Masonically without ever leaving your couch. And meaning you can put on a headset, log into your PS5 and play with Masons from all over the world from your couch, and that's it. And that's the dream for me, at least. And I know a lot of people are saying, well, we want Masons to leave their couch. We want them to come to lodge, and we need them to come to lodge, which is true. I agree with that. So my response to that criticism would be, not every Mason wants to go through the line. Not every Mason wants to be a ritual expert. For the record, I am working on my Master Ritualist badge. I've done the catechisms. That's as far as I've gotten so far, but I'm working on it.
And for those of you who aren't from Maryland, that's basically you memorize pretty much every facet of our ritual. And you know, if you've been a worshipful master in Maryland, you're 3/4 of the way there, really.
Yeah, truly.
But, and Joe's you're 2-3-time past master.
3-time.
3-time. I thought so. Yeah.
Yep.
And you're same as me. You didn't learn your lesson the first 2 times.
I know, right? Yeah. I was just waiting for somebody to relieve me. But yeah. So not everybody wants to learn. And I certainly don't want to pull the guys that do want to learn away. But I don't think, you know, we all need a break from ritual study anyway. So that's the time when you need a break. Come and log on and play with us. You know.
Well, yeah, and it's like any other. I mean, it's easy for someone to be critical of a distraction they don't personally indulge in. You know, the same person who says, "Well, why are you not studying a ritual?" You know, they might be obsessed with football or with soccer or with some other thing that is, you know, where you could easily point that finger back at them. And this is. You know, I think anytime that people want to get together and have a shared experience and have that common thread of masonry between them, I think it's a great thing. It's a good chance to get to know more people. And, you know, it's like you mentioned earlier, at some point, there's going to be a guy who's not a Mason who is exposed to your gaming club and is going to say, "Why? Well, all these guys are Masons. I wonder what that's about." And he'll have a leg up to find a group and find a lodge that he can connect with and take that step into masonry. So I think this is a great thing, man. I really commend you for pushing it forward. And I know that it probably was not always an easy thing to push the rope uphill, but I'm glad that glad you've got it rolling, and we'll definitely have to check back with you in like say 6 or 8 months and see how you're doing. But I asked everybody that comes on, I always ask the same question, which is what brought you to Freemasonry? What brought you to the door of the lodge the first time?
You did, Maynard. No, I actually used to work across the street from the Grand Lodge, where we parked for Harvest Home Day. That was my office, 309 International.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
For 10 years, I drove past the Grand Lodge. Said one day I'm going to find out what they're doing in there. And I mean, if you could see the image I had in my head at that time was like guys with monocles and top hats and they're all smoking cigars out back, like, you know.
Those guys are out back. We don't let them out front.
Right, yeah. And I thought dues were going to be $10,000 a year, and it was this big thing. And so back in 2011, I guess, Maryland Masonry held their first open houses, and I went. I didn't go the first year. I went the second year, 2012, and visited my local lodge, and I noticed 2 things. Everybody there was really nice, and everybody there was really pumped about being a Mason. And I said, all right, I'm going to see what this is all about. And I came home and I logged into Facebook, and you had posted about your lodge's open house. And I said, oh, you know, Maynard, you're a Mason? And you were like, yeah, go do it. You were like, just go. What do you need? Just go do it. And I did. And I never looked back. I mean, in a few years, I was president of the lodge. I was president for 3 years, loved it. And I still love it. So.
Yeah. And for, I guess we didn't mention at the top, I've known Joe, for it has to be close to 20 years at this point. He and I did Taekwondo together. He's a 4th Dan master in Taekwondo. And although I think it's been a minute since either one of us have set foot in a dojang,
yeah, true.
But and he and I knew each other from that. So I knew that like I had that you'd asked me about early on, but that's cool.
Yeah. You got me off the fence because I was like, it looks interesting. I might do it. And you were like, just go do it. And I did.
It's great. It's been life changing for me, and it's you know, I think for you as well, because it's you know, I remember when you joined, you know, and the next thing I know, like you're an officer, and I was like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we have that shared interest of martial arts, and then, you know, we connect through. So what happened between you and I with martial arts, the very exact same thing could happen through that gaming community that you've now built. So you're giving that gift to other people. That's awesome, man.
Exactly. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah. I mean, I have a couple close core groups of friends. One is through gaming and another is through masonry. And if I can bring those together, then great things will happen.
Now, my favorite video game all time, I think, and I have one of those little mini Nintendos that has all the old games on it, was Bionic Commando and Super Mario 2. Every once in a while, I'll plug it in and play Super Mario 2 start to finish, and I can still finish the game. Bionic Commando, not so much. But Bowers, he's still working on Pong.
Right.
What about you? What's your? Do you have a favorite game or a favorite genre, maybe?
Well, I have a couple. I played Dungeons and Dragons in high school a lot.
I didn't play a lot because I didn't have enough friends that played, and back then there was no Zoom. You couldn't, you know, you either had to go to some, and I lived further away from everybody else. So like I wouldn't mind playing a game of that at some point in time on, you know, in an online setting.
Oh, totally. Yeah. And I've had a number of people come up to me and say, "Hey, I want to learn how to play D&D." We have a brother in our lodge who wants to run the game for his kids. I have a friend that I met outside of the lodge that it happened to come up that I played, and he was interested. And they don't know where to start. So we definitely want to get into that. After college, I went and got into martial arts. And I was at Blue Dragon, our martial arts school, for a while there. I was there about 15 hours a week, and that was my life. And then I got a spine injury, and so that ended martial arts training. And that's when I became a gamer. That Christmas, I got a PS3 for Christmas from my wife, and that was the end. We were playing Call of Duty and everything else on the PlayStation, and I've been a devout gamer since then. And I would say, other than D&D, which is an in-person for me is an in-person thing, my online game is Destiny, Destiny and Destiny 2. Thousands of hours on those games, and it's actually one of the reasons I started the gamer club, because in Destiny there are certain missions that you can't go on with less than 6 people. And there were 3 of us, my wife and another fellow, that would play and do the 3-person missions, but we didn't have enough people to do the 6-person missions, which yielded the biggest rewards, you know. And so I was like, man, I'm part of one of the biggest organizations in Maryland. How do I not have 3 more people that I can pull in to play the game? Now I could go out and find random people to play with, but you know, that's less fun. So I said, well, I'm going to put a 14 slide PowerPoint together and try to find 6 more and pitch it to the Grand Master and create a statewide organization. And then maybe I can find 3 more guys to finish the Destiny raid with. So
nice.
We'll see. Fingers crossed. Yeah.
That's that. Well, I'm not your guy, but hopefully you'll find them, and maybe somebody listening to this will be able to reach out to you. So for folks who do want to reach out and get a part of the Masonic Gamer, the operative, give me the full correct name that you guys have.
We're using the Operative Gaming Society right now.
Operative Gaming Society, yeah.
Yes, and that was a working title that sort of stuck. So we'll see if this takes off. You know, maybe we'll change it later. But right now it's the Operative Gaming Society, and email us freemasongamers@gmail.com.
freemasongamers@gmail.com.
Yeah.
Well, Brother Joe Kramer, I appreciate it. Past master of Corinthian Lodge number 93 in Towson, Maryland. And who is what? Do you have a title for yourself, or you're just Joe for right now? Because you guys have it really structured.
Right. Yeah. Just Joe. I say organizer. You know. I think that's
thought leader. Didn't you say thought leader?
Thought leader. Yes, thought leader.
Joe Kramer, Operative Gaming Society thought leader. So, man, I appreciate you giving us so much time. Hopefully some folks listening will reach out and connect with you. It sounds like it's a great idea and a great way for brothers to connect and have some fun. And that's really what the whole fraternity is about, is, you know, building those friendships that are on so many different things and finding ways to connect with each other. So, man, I really appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate you taking time with us today.
Absolutely. Yeah. If we can have fun and if we can make those connections, everything else will take care of itself. All the behind the scenes stuff, it's all going to work out. Let's just go have some fun, and we'll take it from there.
Have some fun.
Thanks to Brother Joe for sitting down with Brother
Secret
Joe to
oaths
talk about
are
all the
fun.
good things happening and what's in store for the Operative Gaming Society. Again, if you're interested in
Weird.
checking them out, you can email them at freemasongamers@gmail.com and check out their Facebook page, Operative Gaming Society, on Facebook, obviously. So until next time, thank you once again for listening to the Tyler's Place podcast, the official podcast of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, Southern Jurisdiction, Mother Supreme Council of the World. I am Matt Bowers, 32nd degree Scottish Rite Mason, and we'll see you next time.
For people subtly, a select few, of these people. So it's interesting. Okay, so continue. And many, both among us and in the West, regarded the appeal of the Metropolitan Sergius as a statement made by the church administration under duress, with the aim of preserving church parishes and clergy during the time of the disposition of J. Solon. But this is incorrect. The Communist Party saw this appeal, the church's weakness, the readiness of a new church administration to fulfill unconditionally any instructions whatsoever of the civil authorities. A readiness to give over to the arbitrariness of the authorities under the guise of counter-revolutionaries, these clergymen who dared to accuse arbitrariness and violence. Here is how E. Yaroslavsky evaluated this in 1927. With religion, even though Bishop Sergius may have been adorned in whatever worldly garb you may want, with the influence of religion on the masses of the workers, we shall wage war, as we wage war with every religion, with every church on religion in Moscow. Wow. And there's a famous quote from, I think it's, Vladimir Lenin, where he says, if you want a patriarch, we'll give you a patriarch. If you want a church, we will give you a church. But it'll be we that give it to you, or something like that. I'm kind of paraphrasing, but anyways, here we go. So it says, objectively, this appeal and the subsequent activities of Metropolitan Sergius were a portrayal of the church. From the end of 1929 until June 1961, there occurred the mass closing and barbarous destruction of churches, arrests, sentences by troikas, I don't know how to say this, and secret trials of virtually every single clergyman, most of whom were simply physically exterminated in concentration camps. In 1930, Pope Pius came out before world public opinion with a protest against the persecution of Christians in the Soviet Union. How did Metropolitan Sergius react to all this? In the Theophany Cathedral of Moscow, with a cross in hand, he came out with a declaration there was no persecution at all against believers in their organization in the Soviet Union, and there had never been any. And they still do this to this day. They deny that anything, Sergius didn't do anything, and they blame it on the Bolsheviks and, whatever. So, individual clergy and believers, according to the assurance, were tried not for the faith, but for counter-revolutionary manifestations of the Soviet regime. Such a declaration was not only a monstrous lie, but also a base betrayal of the church and believers. By this decision, Metropolitan Sergius covered up the monstrous crimes of J. Stalin and became an obedient tool in his hands. This is super interesting, honestly. And I want to point out that there's a letter out there, and if you follow Unseen Warfare on Twitter, I posted that letter where, KGB Kirill, who's the modern day, patriarch of Moscow, has called Joseph Stalin our, quote, great Orthodox leader. You just scroll around a little bit, you'll find it. But yeah, it's absolutely insane what these people are about, and they've convinced so many people that they're the church, um, and they're canonical. Okay, so it goes on. It should be noted that although the majority of bishops in 1927 acknowledged the Metropolitan Search as their head, nonetheless, in their activity, they did not hold to the appeal, and in their sermons, they courageously accused the arbitrariness, lawlessness, and cruelty of the civil authorities, called on the people to stand firmly for the faith and help the persecuted. Therefore, for their sermons, they were quickly placed in concentration camps and perished there. Of course, many clergymen and believers were placed in concentration camps for no reason at all, as potentially dangerous elements. In these circumstances, a courageous statement of Metropolitan Searches in defense and justice of faith could have been of great significance for the fate of the Russian Orthodox Church, just as a courageous battle for the faith and justice of the Cathedral of Wyazanitsky had a great significance for Polish Church at the end of the 1940s. And what did Metropolitan say by his adoption and monstrous lie? At the beginning of the Second World War, in every region, out of many hundreds of churches, there remained 5 or 10. The majority of priests and almost all the bishops, with the exception of a few who cooperated with the authorities of the Metropolitan Searches, had been martyred in concentration camps. This Metropolitan Search, by his adoption and lying, saved no one and nothing except his own person. In the eyes of the believers, he lost all authority, but in exchange, he acquired the goodwill of the father of the peoples, Joseph Stalin. The majority of the churches that remained did not acknowledge Metropolitan Searches. And there's a book on Saint Nectary that Platina had released, and in the book, there's two people come up to Elder Nectary, and they say he says something like Metropolitan Searches, is a revisionist, and they said no, he repented, and he said, oh yeah, he repented, all right, but the poison's still in him. So in other words, his repentance wasn't a true repentance. It was all for show. And that seems to be the case. So the role of the Metropolitan Searches in the restoration of churches during the Great World War, greatly exaggerated in the West, and in particular in the book of In Stroll. This evidence speaks of an ignorance of many underground manifestations and the fact of church life in the USSR. The appeal of Metropolitan Searches and believers as citizens of the USSR on June 22nd, 1941, was received by true believers as a new... Oh, wait, I already read that. Sorry, guys. Thus, the opening of churches within the narrow bonds of what was not the work of the hands of Metropolitan Searches, patriarchs, but rather the opening was done by the atheist regime itself under pressure from the simple people in order to pacify them. Patriarch Sergius, later Patriarch Alexis, gathered and placed new bishops who, as distinct from the former bishops, who as a rule perished in the concentration camps. There was, of course, exceptions were obedient to the patriarch, assimilated well, leaven of Herod, the adoption of the money of this world. Here's how, for example, Bishop Vladimir Korov expressed adaptation to his sermon in May 23rd, 1967. He says, quote, "We must adapt ourselves to the new conditions and circumstances of life like a little stream which on the meeting rock in its path goes around it. We live together with atheists and must take them into the consideration and not do anything that displeases them." Listen to the cowardice, man. Are you kidding? It is interesting that B.V. Tantalov was told almost the very same thing at the KGB on February 14th, 1967. It says, quote, "You," said the KGB the KGB agent addressing Tantalov, quote, demand that all closed churches be open, but you live together with atheists and must take their wishes into consideration, and they do not wish that the churches be opened. So as you see, everything was in the control of the Soviet regime. Everything. And it still is. It's never died. People think it fell. It didn't fall. It just took on a new name. You know, the KGB's own website admits to this, that they're still around and they're still in power. And, you know, it's ridiculous. My boy. Oh, Trump didn't put his hands on the Bible. You know, I'm convinced after what I've seen with him and whatever that whole Canada and all that stuff, that weirdness that we were reading about on the New World Order episode. Yeah, I would say he's, you know, subservient to somebody, and it ain't us, man. That's all I'm saying. And it's not just that. I'm not just trying to pick on that guy. I mean, I think it's all of them. I think they're all involved with, you know, secret societies to a large degree. Yeah. So here we go. It says in the St. Seraphim Church in Kharkov on January 20th, 1966, the day of the commemoration of St. John the Baptist, one priest said in his sermon, John the Baptist taught everyone very simply, obey the authorities in everything. From this, it is evident the new bishops, having assimilated adaptation to atheism, has become an obedient tool in the hands of the atheist regime. And this is the most ruinous result from the church of the long activities of the metropolitan of then metropolitan Sergius. Wow. Okay, so there's something I'm thinking of right now. Now, there's a verse in the scriptures, and it talks about obedience to rulers, right? So, let's see if I can find the verse real quick. It might be like Romans 13 or something. Like, yeah, it's Romans 13. So I'm going to go to Romans 13 real quick. And I'm going to try to clear up something because I talked to one of these, you know, Soviet apologists, and they went to Romans 13 to try to say we're supposed to, Sergius did what Romans 13 is telling us to do. So it says here, it says, duties to the state. Let every soul be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and the authorities that exist are appointed by God. Therefore, whoever resists the authorities resists the ordinance of God, and those who resist will bring judgment on themselves. For rulers are not a terror to good works, but to evil. Do you want to be afraid of the authority? Do what is good, and you will have praise from the same. For he is God's minister to you for good. But if you do evil, be afraid, for he does not bear the sword in vain. For he is God's minister, an avenger to execute wrath on him who practices evil. Therefore you must be subject, not only because of the wrath, but also for the conscience sake. For because of this you also pay taxes, for they are God's ministers, intending continuing to this very thing. Rendering therefore to all their due taxes, to whom taxes are due, customs to whom customs, fear to whom fear, honor to whom honor. Okay, but here's the main difference here. Okay, To defy the civil government is to defy God. We accept that as Christians, for God works in and through the governing authorities. Okay, right? The principle holds true so long as the civil ordinance is not in opposition to God. That's the issue. When it's in opposition to God, it says, but promotes good works. When civil rulers are in direct opposition to God, the believers must follow God. That comes from Acts 4:19 and 5:19. So that's the main point I was trying to get across with that is that yeah, I probably do. I just need to probably drink. It's cold out here. And you're one to talk, reader, John. You got the worst voice I've ever heard. No, I'm playing. Okay, so so we go back here. So it says, adaptation, the surgeon saved the Russian Orthodox Church. For what has been set forth is clear that not only did it not save the Russian Orthodox Church the end of the disposition of Joseph Stalin, but on the contrary, it furthered the loss of genuine freedom of conscience and conversion of the church administration into an obedience tool of the atheistic regime. Cardinal Wyszynski's, okay, I read that. This one cannot defend the church by a lie. Adaptation is lack of faith in the power and providence of God. Adaptation is incompatible with true Christianity because as foundation there is a lie, severity before the mighty of this world, and a false separation of spiritual needs into the purely religious and social political, according to the teachings of Christ. Faith must direct the intellectual, family, and social life of every Christian. You are the salt of the earth, you are the light of the world. Matthew 5:13 through 14, said Christ, addressing his followers in accordance with the Cardinal Wyszynski says, in Poland, the church must penetrate everything: books, schools, upbringing, the people's culture, painting, sculptures, architecture, theater, radio, and television. Social and economic life. Quoted from the Journal of Science and Religion, number 1, 1967, page 63. The secret participation on the Moscow Patriarchy in the battle of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union against the Orthodox Christian Church and the crisis of the church administration. Yeah, I'm probably going to cut this short because I'm not feeling it right now. And there's like 17 pages. Yeah, I don't know why I did this right now. Yeah, that explains it. Okay, so okay. The majority of bishops in the period of 1960 to 64 withdrew from the battle against the adaptation which planted by the Metropolitan Synod has resulted in the fact that beginning in 1960, the Moscow Patriarchate and the majority of the bishops objectively have secretly participated in all the actions of the councils, the affairs of the Russian Orthodox Church, participation directed towards the closing of churches, the limitation of the propagation of faith, and the undermining of the latter among the people. The majority of bishops in the period of 1960 to 64 withdrew from the battle against the illegal closure of churches and the legal removal of priests from registrations, the numerous complaints of the believers in the Moscow Patriarchate against the illegal closure of churches and the removal of priests from registrations remained without any answer. More than this, the MP itself issued a circular circular concerning the confusion in parishes which did not have sufficient income. As a result of abuse, many churches which did not have sufficient income were closed by this circular. Now the atheists who hold power, together with Metropolitan Nicodeme, affirm rely on this circular, and supposedly all the churches closed to the years 1960 to 1964 lack sufficient income. This is a lie repeated in an article in Karab Pavda of May 31st, 1961, with an open visor. Certain bishops, for example, Bishop John, have closed churches themselves and ruled where they please. All this has become known from the letters of the Moscow priests in Aleshman and G. Yukunin, and the open letter of Karov believers, and many other materials. An irrefutable proof that the Moscow Patriarchate has secretly participated in the closing of churches is the fact that neither the bishops, with some exceptions, for example, Archbishop Armogen, who, however, was removed from the see by the Patriarchate, nor the MP has ever come out anywhere with a protest against the illegal closure of churches and the removal of priests from registration. What it is more to they have even come with a declaration that there was no mass illegal closure of churches in the USR in the years 1960 to 64. Churches, according to their assertion, were closed because they did not have sufficient income. So they're doing these things. They're saying this isn't happening, and then they'll be like, "Well, if it did happen, it was because they just didn't have funds." Yeah. Okay. So, with the aim of limiting the propagation of faith and undermining among the people, the bishops have unconditionally submitted to all the oral directions of the authorities, which have been directed towards the limitation and undermining of the faith, and they have demanded the same thing of priests. Thus, for example, Bishop John of Kurov firmly declared to his priests that any one of them who would not unconditionally fulfill the directives of the authorities will be forbidden to serve as a priest. This kind of goes back, reminds me of something Father Joseph brought up of, like if you weren't a Freemason, you couldn't get to a certain, spot in the Moscow Patriarchate. And we're seeing something very similar here talked about. It's pretty strange. With the aim of the limiting of the propagation of faith, blah, 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 unconditionally submitted to all the oral directives of the authorities, which have been directed towards the limitations undermining the faith. The Patriarch itself issued a number of circular directed to the limitations undermining faith. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, if anybody yeah, okay. Well, I mean, usually I go 4 hours or something. So I'm gonna open this up and then let people, if somebody wants to come in and I guess talk about whatever we're talking about right now, and then I'm just gonna go from there. So give me 1 second. Okay, so I'll post this in the chat if anybody wants to chat. There's the thing. Yeah, definitely. There's tons of stuff on Yandex. For anybody that watches the stream back or is watching it now and you're wondering about surgeonism, it's a little probably harder to find on Google. I would look through the Russian websites without a doubt. So back to this article. With the aim of limiting the propagation of faith and undermining it among the people, the bishops have unconditionally submitted to all the oral directives of authorities. Yeah. For this example, the patriarch itself issued a number of circular directed to the limitations undermining the faith, such for example the circular number 1917, which demanded of priests of an official obligation to cooperate with the registration of passports while celebrating private services on request. All this is discussed in details of the letters of the Moscow priests, and an open letter of corrupt believers, and other letters and complaints of believers. You know what I'm thinking of real quick, just to go ahead and get this out here so people know about this, and I'm probably gonna hop off because I'm not feeling hot. So I'm gonna return with an episode on this because I got too much information to cover to kind of end it this way. But it's just so people may want to read about this particular text that I was going to read from. It's called "The Bitter Fruits of a Sweet Captivity," by this person, Zoya Krakamalanakova, or something like this. I'll post the name in the chat of this, because I think everybody should probably, if you're interested in this subject, check this out. Check out this work. And there it is. It's called "The Bitter Fruits of a Sweet Captivity." So, yeah, it's a great book on surgeonism. So I'll read a little bit from that, and then I'll leave. Okay. So it says, in this recent work of Zoya, with this weird last name I can't say, we hear perhaps the clearest voice coming from the consciousness of reborn Russia, reaching the West as an eloquent and profound manifestation of victorious apostolic church in full harmony of the 2,000-year-old experience of God's saints. The voice must be heard. The message must be understood if Christians are to survive the most subtle temptations of humanity. Surgeonism. Spiritual surgeonism is the root of the schism of 1054, at the root of the Orthodox ecclesiastical jurisdictional fragmentations, and is a tool in the hands of Antichrist, for it is a concordant with the world whose prince is Satan. John 12:31. This malady of ecclesiastical worldliness is today reigning in the churches of the Soviet-dominated lands, as well as almost all the Orthodox churches of the free world. If this voice coming from contemporary martyrs who died daily for the truth of Christ is not heard by all Christ's loving strugglers, then the end of the world is closer than you think. Saints of God are justification for and the reason why God tolerates the evil world, for they are these God pleasers, carry the salt of the earth, and at the same time God bears, for without salt there's no taste of Christianity, and at the taste of Christianity is a foretaste of heaven. The saints and martyrs and the witnesses of God's glory are links between heaven and earth. Without a knowledge of heaven, Christian struggle upon this sorrowful earth is meaningless. The 20th century has produced millions of Christian saints, mystics, and God-seers martyred by blood or by suffering, enriching heaven and sanctity, the daily life of the devout Orthodox Christians upon earth, and yet they have been so brutally unrecognized, dismissed, persecuted, and silenced by the leaders of the ecclesiastical worldliness, who have thereby deprived the young God-thirsting generation, especially teenagers, and leading them into despair, escapes of intoxications, and we'll just say S. Yeah, you can kind of figure what that is. So SUI something, right? Which occurs according to U.S. statistics every 14 minutes of the day and night. The world needs God's saints, and real and of flesh blood, This voice of the Soviet Union is a warning that the official leaders of Christianity are wolves in bishop's clothing, destroying the true church of Christ set amidst simple people. The author Zova Krakomalanakov is a Jewish convert to Christian Orthodoxy who was fortunate enough to be confronted at the beginning of her conversion with the concept of genuine saints, grace transmitters of ancient and recent times. Thus, she was informed in the healthy atmosphere of seeing the reality of the 20th century existence in the context of dwellers of heaven, saints and martyrs of the Russian Orthodox Church. She risked her freedom by beginning to collect and edit thick analogies of memoirs and candid narratives concerning saints and their writings. Such writings have been brutally destroyed by communist regime, being seen as a threat to the godless spirituality, which Vladimir Lenin had installed to replace Christian orthodoxy. Zoya published her anthologies under the title Naders Abad, which means hope. I don't know the word, thereby giving hope to millions. The periodical she compiled was published in the free world, Germany, and smuggled into the Soviet Union. So some type of samizdat or something. This distributed both there or throughout the whole world. For this activity, she was arrested, imprisoned, and exiled for many years, enduring patiently because she knew that she had to pay the price to that the others could benefit and could have spiritual food without which human souls perish. Since her recent release from exile, Zoya is fiercely fighting to have of abstract removed from her life spiritually that soothes the guilty conscience, but rather in the context of truth and freedom, of war against lies, double talk, and compromise with evil, of war with the spirit of Antichrist. What Zaya is doing should be the work of bishops and patriarchs themselves, most of whom are, in comparison with Zaya, silently participating in the demonic plan of destroying the Orthodox Christianity throughout the entire world. Excuse me. This heroine, slave of God, Zoya, must be prayed for by every conscientious Christian, that God will preserve her and heroes like her for many years to come. That's just the first page, right? And like she's got a chapter, I think it's chapter 9, and it's called "What is Spiritual Surgeonism and Its Fruits?" And I kind of named, the name of the stream after this, and I had planned on getting to her stuff, depending on how it goes, I might read a little bit more from it. I might have a link to this book so people can sort of maybe get a copy of it in some way. Let me see. I think I put a link somewhere. Anyways, I don't know. It's called. I'll say the name of it one more time. The Bitter Fruits of a Sweet Captivity. You should be able to find it if you can. Just put Sergianism next to it or something. Anyways, it says this is a message from Abbot Herman. It says the message of hope that Zoya transmits, especially through the pages of this essay, is praiseworthy, not unlike that of her favorite saint, Saint Maximus the Confessor. who alone preserved the fullness of the truth when the whole of Christendom was in error. Following in the footsteps of the saint, this heroic slave of God, Zoya, has disclosed and attached a malicious heresy that may be called strovocalism, which takes away the importance, the need of inescapable ability of carrying one's cross in order to save one's soul, is the fear of losing one's life for Christ's sake. That is at the core of the heresy of modernism, or deified comfort of the benefaction of the Grand Inquisitor. May our Lord preserve humble Orthodox brothers and sisters from a lack of love towards God and men, and become iniquity shall abound, and the love of many shall wax cold, but he that shall endure unto the end, and the same shall be saved. Okay, so I'm gonna read this first page of The Bitter Fruits of a Sweet Captivity. The circumstances impel me to speak out. The millennium of Christianity in Rus has become a world event. Professors of patristics and church history, of ecclesiology, and philosophy of culture presented a great variety of papers both in our country and abroad. Religious programs of, quote, The Voice of America and the BBC informed us about the more serious of them. But considering the manifold treatment of the topics of the millennium, one main topic outside of interest of scholars, namely the crisis of church consciousness, which the Russian Orthodox Church would have been placed in a phenomenal situation by the atheistic state authorities, who at the dawn of their powerful undertook the global task to destroy religion in the USSR. One specialist on religion delegated abroad to participate in conferences and dedicated to the millennium did not speak of any church problems or the church history of the latest period or the characteristic of a certain type of spirituality. Neither were these topics discussed at home, and yet as a result of special circumstances below, there has been formed in our church a type of church consciousness which is in a certain sense unique. In the course of the last 7 decades, the teachings of the true Orthodox Church turned out to be essentially inaccessible to the Orthodox population, deprived as it was as the catechetical and spiritual literature of the Holy Scriptures and traditions of the Orthodox Church and the true Christian sermons. Believers were only given one opportunity to attend church service, and even then, only when there was a church left, for a performance of religious rites, as one could read in the official government instructions. Holy Church professes faith with all her life, her teaching, sacraments, and rites, and not one of the 3 components may replace another. The practicals of the dogmas of the Orthodox faith exposed in the Orthodox Creed were revealed in the Church. From one century to another, the Orthodox Church was passing on her doctrine, preserving the cherishing its purity as the apple of one's eye. But the time came when this tradition was interrupted, and the Orthodox Church in Russia suffered innumerable losses. Obviously, the crisis of Orthodox spirituality has affected several generations of the church population in our country. Researchers of the Orthodox who live abroad are able to fully analyze the particular features of this crisis, because they realize at this sort are apprehended the personal experience of dealing with them. Our own research, however, have apparently chosen to disregard this problem in order to cause a discord to the general pathos of the Millennium celebration. Meanwhile, consider this particular problem to be essential for the destiny of the contemporary world. The forces of Antichrist who have raised the sword against God and his disciples have not only changed the situation in the church in Russia, they have changed and will change the spiritual situation throughout the Christian world. Mankind is one organism, the whole atom, and if one part of this organism is destroyed, it becomes destroyed in its entirety as a whole, regardless of whether or not this organism adequately comprehends, by reason of the impending catastrophe, the persecution of the first Christian church, revealed not only the power of victory of the spirit of Christianity over the kingdom of the prince of the darkness, it opened a new era in the history of mankind in its civilization and culture. What then is the spiritual meaning of the unprecedented persecution being now experienced in Christianity in the 20th century? What sort of lesson to mankind is it? And what has the Lord sent it? And what providential meaning and what fruit has the bloody harvest of the 20th century brought forth and it's still about to bring? So I'm going to end here. I'm going to come back maybe tomorrow or the next day, and I'm, if I have time, and I'm going to do a part 2 on this. So it's going to be kind of a series because there's a lot to go over. I might end up reading, all 53 pages of this document because I think it would probably be worth it. And I doubt someone's done that in a long time, really read through this particular piece. And considering what everybody's been talking about lately about surgeonism, it might be good to kind of cover it because this seems to be the document. So I appreciate everybody that stuck with me. Forgive me if I sound a little sick or something. It's kind of cold and going through it a little bit. But all right, I appreciate everybody, and I hope you have a good night. And thank you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's only one thing that can bring this world together, and that begins with you. The word begins with you, not you. I'm gonna say the word again. On the dance floor.
What the fuck is this? Oh, hell no. So what are you doing here, Nuero?
CEOs? Yeah, I'm talking to you.
All right. I'm going to have to come back to that. That's just straight up ass. I'm going to play something else real quick.
Yeah. You know a nigga here, nigga there, nigga everywhere. Balls of Russ, JR, PH7. Listen, hey yo, straight out of Brownsville, I wave it around till every one of these goddamn shells in the pound kill. Chill, crack in the knapsack rapper, gat in the backpack rapper, lackadaisically blazing the mac and these whack ass rappers. See, you a duck bobber waving the target. P, Drew and Buckshot's favorite artist.
Hey, sis, what's going on?
There, I thought I was the one who couldn't hear the volume suddenly, but you lowered the song, I guess, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Yeah, I just wanted to not hear that Jay Dyer song. So, what's going on?
he made that like legitimately. Jay Dyer did?
Well, he's made lots of like comedy songs, comedy music. I really don't like
Oh,
that.
if you call that cop.
Yeah, that's not really my thing. Comedy music. I mean, I've heard a few of them that were really, really funny, but that's the
What
thing is
about
like,
that one that you use where it's like in a jogging suit? You know what I'm trying to say? You, I guess would that be comedy music? And then they show Trump in a tracksuit and shit.
yeah, I mean, I'm just not with the whole thing. I mean, the type of comedy I like is just people telling stories, you know? And I guess because I'm Punjabi,
Like
you
a
know, that's
stand
how
up.
Punjabi.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because
Like in a
Punjabi
family
comedians.
setting.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if you've ever seen like Punjabi comedians. They tell stories about real life and they make fun of people a lot. I mean, like so, and they're
Yeah.
really like, yeah, they're really dirty how they make fun of people. So that's kind of the whole thing. So we have a tradition like that too, man. Um, but yeah, but like this whole thing
Well,
of
they
doing it.
fucking even if it's just like a gathering,
Yeah.
they'll have you in splits, you know, stories.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm about that smart humor.
Yeah, intelligence. I don't like impressions, and I don't like comedy music and stupid shit like that. Cartoons and shit. Like, we'll move on from that. You know?
Yeah. What is comedy music? Is it like purposely bad music?
It's like comedy. It's like it's like skits. I guess they're trying to mix in like a theater element. You know,
I see.
it's fucking lame. I hate theater shit. That's some shit I really don't like. You know what I mean?
Well, American theater is, or Western, it's much different. I've come to see, um, you know, because the theater is a sacred within India, like within dance and stuff. But
Right.
American theater is just crazy, you know, because I did my first year of college. I took a bunch of theater classes. Um, it's just a lot of fake shit, and yeah, it's real different. Even gives me a pit, feel in the pit of my stomach. I don't like that. There's like a whole sub, right? Like it's not just people who act on the like different kind of CD part of, I think.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that art should be part of the sacred element within society. I mean, so, and I think
Correct.
actually, yeah, and I think comedy should be used to improve people. You know, like,
Correct.
like not necessarily shame, but like we could all laugh together about our faults, right? Kind of thing, right? So that nobody
Right,
like
yeah,
really,
to use to sharpen,
yeah,
like,
sharpen the intellect and make people less take themselves less seriously. You know?
indeed, indeed. But I noticed also a lot of comedy is that was the reason I asked about that song. It seemed
Yeah,
like
you
a
kind of cut
smart,
out there. Yeah, you kind of cut out there. Sis, you said
oh,
comedy is what?
SMU referring to. That's what came across in that Jay Dyer music.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I personally think that poetry and all that type of stuff should be handed over to people of a pious nature, right? And stuff like that. It should be,
Well, that has been the Vedic tradition. I'm not saying it's so today because they've, so they'll take some of these words from Vedas and they create the given at the presidential, prime ministerial, art ministry and stuff. And they make it sound like they're honoring these age-old traditions, but it's a bunch of nepotism and corruption and, saints or false voodoo, false type dynamic. And yeah, and so we have Bob start getting these presidential awards for acting and shit. That's what I'm trying to say. And they're obviously involved in any operation. And, the government of India actually, there's like certain voice recordings and, but even without seeing that, I know it's true just because it's in little bit of like dipping a small toe into that. They outright like they make deals to what is it called? Like it's like a shaping of the public is what they call it. But before election time, they'll go up these star deal and say, support this, that. So these kind that are being given the accolades of ancient is what I'm trying.
Yeah, that's why it's so funny is that you could look at this, like, for example, this Andrew Wilson guy, right? And you can observe, like, he's getting more donations. Now he's talking about Trump. Now the election's coming up. And he's never talked about Trump before.
Yeah, and every Andrew Wilson is one, but I noticed that theme with like every Daily Wire as well, like Candace Owens. Right. So yeah, I'm gonna like get on that bandwagon. And then Andrew Wilson was on Pierce, right? You were when my computer shut down, I think I saw that on my screen of Pierce Morgan and Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, I reviewed that. Yeah, I'm gonna play that again on my show. But yeah, every 10th word you say or something like that cuts out. I don't know why that is, but yeah.
All right.
But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, it's like every 10th word. It's not that bad, but it's like every like. I mean, you have to go back and listen to the tape.
The angle of Wilson going on Pierce, is it because he's now a conservative?
I mean, this is the thing: is that he's not only a conservative, he's not a Republican, right? So, it's one thing if you're a conservative attacking liberalism from a Christian perspective. It's another thing if now all of a sudden you're shilling for, one candidate or another candidate, all of a sudden. Which we pretty much predicted.
I thought it was like all of these cats were nonpartisan, is what I was, like that's what they.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They should be, ideally, they would be nonpartisan, right? Political commentators, or at least that's how they originally styled themselves.
Right.
So.
Right, but Wilson is not a political commentator, correct? He's a philosopher, right? Or claims to be?
Nope.
No.
He claims to be a political commentator and an entertainer.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why is he around like the ortho bros?
I think it's like debate circles that form around these guys.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So it's eventually just one slop. In the end, it's all just one. It doesn't matter if you're DPH or Andrew Wilson. Like, eventually, I guess they're going to end up talking about the same things.
Which is kind of weird, yeah.
Yeah, very, very, because it's like an illusion of variety. They're playing us, I mean, I guess some of us, but giving an illusion of variety, but it's actually the same thing. And the style, like the camera angle, everything, you know, it's not just one or the other. It's all like the same. If you look at the Daily Wire people, they all have the same style. And yeah, that's what I'm getting. Like, he just kind of like mimics the vibe of the rest of his group while pretending to say something different.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they have different levels of focus. So it just seems like, it seems like Jim Bob is the YouTube reaction channel. And then
Jim Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, but Jim Bob used to be like a truther type, like an Alex Jones type,
exactly,
right?
he changed it. He changed from truther to anti-truther. So, and around the same time,
Now is that Chop Body Outline as well?
same thing. Yeah, they did the same thing. But that's the thing, is that now they're friends with Jim Bob. You know what I mean? So it makes sense that they all changed at the same time. I mean, so somebody got the same memo. I mean, is what I was thinking.
Now, I don't know if you know this channel, but it started a lot of this, so like the Tartaria. Who keeps talking about that? I think it's Rocky. But some of those, yeah. So there's this AEWAR, right? Everything was all right. I think that's a acronym. The channel goes by the name EWAR. And they exposited a lot of this. Like, I mean, they got like 11, 12, 13 hours, quote unquote documentary style. Man, if I could find those videos, if you've never seen them, I would really like to see your reaction to it, and like what you thought of it.
What, those pictures?
What's that?
Those black and white pictures or whatever?
Yeah, that's part of it. But this guy, he has an English accent, almost like a little bit pretentiously English accent, like the comic, the documentary style, right? Like, I never met somebody that talks like that in real life, like how the documentary is narrated in a British.
Yeah, I've gone a little deep into it.
Okay, so you do know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think it's a psyop created by the Russian government, right? And the reason I'm saying is because
the Tartaria.
Yeah, because they've been talking about a Eurasian superstate, and that's what the whole Ukraine thing is about,
right?
And they've been saying, and Fomenko's been saying that Ukraine is Israel. So it's some type of deeper conspiracy attached to it, where
Ukraine is the new Israel. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
So it's not, but this big channel, it's not just Tartaria. He went flat earth. It was like the entire truther thing, like spectrum.
Because think about it, where did the Aryans come from?
The Caucasus, right?
Yeah, which is in Ukraine, right? Which is in Ukraine, right? So
right.
That's what's interesting, right? So
that's very interesting. Because I actually met a guy from that region that, he was like, we are the elites and shit. Okay, I'm just going to be on my computer. I'll X out of this device.
It actually fixed whatever we were experiencing, but
Well, hopefully it's still good. Anyway, I was saying that he was man, like I don't even know if you know these characters because they are so close in these circles. Let me just
Well, they're all getting their theory from Fomenko and Gunnar Heinsohn.
You're saying that's who they're under. I mean, or like that's who they're espousing.
No, that's who they keep citing.
Oh.
Yeah, so they're citing two scholars. So you know when they keep saying things like Scaligerian timelines and all this type of stuff, right?
Mm.
You ever hear them say that?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's coming
the
from
idea,
Fomenko. I see.
Yeah, the idea of Scaligerian timeline is from Fomenko. He said Joseph Scaliger made up the commonly known timelines or something like that. But that's a conspiracy. Right?
Oh, is this Rocky? Rocky's what he's talking about, like the centuries getting switched or something like that, or made up,
Well,
or 1,000 years added
he's doing it from a different perspective.
from Revelation.
Yeah, he's doing it from a sort of Protestant perspective. That there's millennialism and Protestantism. In Protestantism rather.
Right.
And then he is doing amillennialism, which is sort of a reverse of the theory. So
got it.
But anyways, a lot of this stuff is based on reinterpreting the timelines and the Bible and stuff.
Well, then this guy went anti-truther, though. You know, that's what I'm trying to say. Like he became anti-truther. He recommended CBO. That's why I even accepted like to go on CBO and give my story. And
I'll tell you the theory. See, during the time, right, when Rome, right, collapsed in 500 AD, apparently, or started to collapse, right? And then Islam started. They're saying that never happened. They're saying that Christianity was formed in 100 AD and Islam was formed in like 200 or 300 AD. And that entire timeline of Rome collapsing and the Christian martyrs and all that stuff and Islam being made, all of that's false, they say. They say that the Nabateans created Islam. And they were Christians, right?
I have no idea who the Nabateans are. Let me look that up.
They're basically Christian Arabs.
Oh.
And they rejected the Trinity.
But, oh God. What? So what? Muhammad and all that did not happen?
Well, they think that the church made up Muhammad. So what they believe that the Jesuits did the whole history.
Right.
So I think that's too.
It's too much.
It's too much. Like it's got a lot to do with the small hats. I think they want to hide what the small hats are doing, and that's why they want to claim that Israel is in Ukraine because they want to be small hats, right?
Well, that's what's bringing me to. So this is the guy, right? It used to be without the A, like it was just EWAR when he was a truther, and now that
I've never heard of him.
You never heard of him?
No,
but everybody just kind of recycles what he said, and he makes these like little documentary style. Here, I'll just play one. So you can see it's like produced.
The labyrinth. Walk in the path of the arch. Will you be so kind as to let me indulge in an act of wild speculation for a moment? To connect some dots, even if they remain fanciful. To ask a simple question and see where it leads. It may be helpful later on, but just remember, it's only speculation for now. Could there exist a cathedral in Antarctica? We have a growing conundrum, a puzzle forming before our eyes. What is the connection between water, sound, and the telluric currents, and their relationship to these medieval structures? Could it be that baptism has a lost or hidden history, and that the living waters were truly restorative and healing? Or that monastic agricultural farmers were actually utilizing electroculture to grow their crops? Or perhaps
You get the idea, right? So that's his newer stuff. And like the voice and the cadence and everything. That's the guy recommending chalk body outline, right? He's like, if you want something real that's not like conspiracy minded, as soon as he became a truther, yeah, he recommended chalk body outline. That's how I even heard of CBO. Right. And then I don't know if you've heard of Wooden Nichols as well. He's another big guy in the truther quote unquote space. And he's also become an anti-truther, more or less. You know, so I want to show you his older stuff that put him on the map, this guy. You know, and that these guys are shady because they've like like adjunct reached out to me one time in a comment, one time due to the Santos Bonacci debacle.
Well, think about what he's saying. He's saying that the Bible is science. The Bible's about science.
Right. That's his position now. Yes.
Yeah. So if you boil down very clearly what he's saying, right, it's like, all right, well, if you take the position of the church or the position of the Christians, right, what right would scientists have to reinterpret the Bible? Pretty much none. You know what I mean, right?
True, yeah.
So, you know, like ask somebody like Unseen Warfare or somebody like Joseph Sweden, you know, Father Sweden, you know, he would say, yeah, they have no right to reinterpret the Bible. That's the property of the saints. So, you know, see, this is why I talk to these guys and this is why I promote this kind of stuff. I mean, right? Because it easily refutes what these people are saying, right? Like,
which
no
is like
Christian,
the truth or slop is what I've come to call it.
Exactly.
It's not that it's not all unreal, but it's creating kind of its own narrative. And the reason I brought this guy up is he shaped the narrative. This is his old stuff.
Well, think about this. They have a guy named Tartarian Truth, and then they have a guy named Bernai who does electroculture.
Right.
So,
yeah.
So there's two connections.
And
just
they all know. I mean, they have at least been in touch, to my knowledge. Bernai, this guy, Tartarian Truth, and like what's the other guy? Gosh, Wooden Nichols and all that. Because like they've kind of reached out to me, kinda, but not really. It's like, don't think you're too important. You know, like we just want some information and we'll reach out to you now and again. I'm talking about this guy, Ewar, and Wooden Nichols. So I found that real suspicious on their behalf too. But you're right. It's like a, I guess it's a new truther. That's what I'm trying to, like, this is the old, so this is what like the flat earthers run with, this part 7 right here. And he's taken all of this back. He's like,
this is reversed. And the September equinox marks spring, and
may
the
or may
March equinox autumn. Sturgis's presentation of our known world here maps the 5 prominent circles.
Anyway, but you know, I wanted to show this guy, and then you know the guy he's recommending now. That's another channel, Vibes of Cosmos, and they do like flat Earth maps. They got a flat Earth shop, like where they sell merchandise and stuff. So it's, you know, this video is like almost 10 years old now. So you can imagine like the moment. What I'm trying to get at is like, I'm pretty sure these are the guys.
Well, I think
truther community.
Well, I don't know if you've seen the cartoon One Piece.
Yeah, I have.
I have too. The
Okay,
Grand
so
Line.
yeah, so in One Piece, right? The Navy is the bad guys. I don't know if you guys ever noticed this. And the
Yes, of course.
yeah, and the pirates are the good guys, and they actually
Some of them.
control. Yeah, and they actually control world government.
Yeah, some of the pirates are good guys. Some of the pirates are also bad guys.
Right. But
But
it's
the
interesting.
seat of power is there, and now with the Navy.
Yeah, and they have a character named Vlad Dracul in the show too, by the way. So you know, it's yeah, he's like a top level character in the show, right? So the show is about colonialism and the Crusades and all of this ideas, right?
Oh, right. Yeah.
So it's very fascinating, right? And
Yeah.
and what this idea goes to is this idea of world exploration, right? Where there's no nation states, right? Because they could form international governments through sea channels, right? So so what's interesting is that this could lead to sort of a type of primitive future where the whole push of government is based on sea exploration instead of space exploration, right? Or something like this, right? Where it's a new type of arms race, right?
I understand.
Well, yeah, we just been the old type of arms race. We just progressed past that in our universe.
There is a case to be made, though, with the relationship with water and uniform commercial code, which is what most of our bylaws.
That's right. That's right. That's right. There's a new focus on that. So
yeah, and something about like because your mom's water breaks or something, they can apply the rules of birth at sea, which is why you can be issued a
yeah.
certificate.
So there's larger issues here. And I think this idea about maritime law, the Bible, science and the Bible, these are bigger issues that they keep on pointing to. I mean,
But these people are not Christians.
Well, but some of them are, but it
Say,
doesn't
like,
matter.
none of them are Christian.
Some of them are, but it doesn't really matter because they're not they're doing exegesis anyways. They're not reading what's in front of them.
that they'll identify as Christian because they're trying to work within the idea that sort of Freemasonry is wrong and another occult practice is right, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like that's why they attack Jesuits because they think like Jesuits are Freemasons, right? And they want to be against the Catholic Church, right? And that's why they always promote esoteric Hitlerism, right? So
Hyperborea.
yeah. So I think the Hyperborean myth, esoteric Hitlerism, anti-Freemasonry, right? The kind that basically like essentially saying that there's something beyond Freemasonry, right?
Esoteric fascism at the time of World War II was approved by the Catholic Church at the time. So it's not real. I don't understand your narrative. It doesn't make any sense.
No, it does fit the narrative because it's two fascists against each other, right?
Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, yeah. So it's two. So and two occult systems against each other, right? It's Atlantis versus Shambhala, right? So it's like a splinter within the occult. They're fighting each other. That's why basically Britain represents Freemasonry, and then Hitler represents esoteric Hitlerism. He wanted to shut down the Rothschild banks, right, and all that type of stuff.
It's supposedly along with the Guggenheims and them. Supposedly, it was not just him. So.
All right. So pretty much, it's just power games. It's just generic power games.
I would say it's a staged power game, even.
Exactly.
But if it stays, who's
So
writing the
also
script?
elected.
Yeah, if it's a skit, there has to be a script. So where's the script?
What?
Exactly.
They're coming up with this on the fly. This is like,
That-
if they
Well, the
really
script-
wanted to find Shambhala, Shambhala may not be in existence for another 100,000 years. Like, it's just like if they actually went to the origin of this stuff, you know, there's nothing mystical there.
Yeah.
Maybe something, but like if you actually went to the Vedas and looked at what Shambhala is, it's the birthplace of the next avatar. That's what makes it special.
Yeah, and if you want a script, you know, go to the Kabbalah, go to the Zohar, go to the Book of Revelations. That's what they
Yeah.
use.
Yeah.
They're gonna
Then,
make it up though. They fuse different things, take what they want from here.
Exactly.
yeah. I mean, I don't think it's. I think it's a legitimate power struggle because there's no evidence that they're coordinating. Also, these truthers, I've been skirmishing with them for a while. That's why I got my catchphrase from "Truth is just a feeling." I'm skirmishing with truthers. Basically, they just try to push your own narrative, but they can be top of the dominance hierarchy. So actually disrupt their narrative via stuff I learned from Discordians by just reinterpreting their narrative. So they're pretty easy since they don't have facts to cling to. Their narrative just falls apart. Just reinterpretation. Stuff that's based on facts, like good science, reinterpretation is not going to destroy it.
I'm trying to see, do you know this guy, Machine?
No.
No, I don't know him either.
I do. Well, I did. He's Santos's friend. Maybe you've seen the face. Like if the face comes up, Brown's boy hates on him a lot. So now he's taking like Vedic stuff. Like when he met me, he was like, "Oh, I'm so interested in the Vedic, you know, Vedic." He's a grifter essentially.
Yeah, it took him only a few months to learn it all. Look at that.
I guess he's a quick reader, right?
What's that?
I guess he's a quick reader, right?
Oh my God! How am I going
like the spirit sign?
How am I going to do this?
Yeah, unless he was like the spirit sign and just read that covers and just made his own stuff and threw it at the wall.
Yeah, I think I've seen.
Yeah, but this guy was part of the Santos Bonacci operation. I met him over there in Mexico, and
yeah, he looks like he's the same race.
Incredibly vain.
He looks like he might be in his family, honestly.
So that's why I pulled this guy up, right? Because the other guy, I wonder if his video is still even here, man. But
yeah.
These are the people these are the people saying we're the elites. Like these people actually said that in front of my face at a dinner. Like we are the elites. We are the elites of this.
Well,
world.
you know, that's a game that me and Nuero are showing that they actually, you know, with the QAnon psyop, right?
Right.
The whole white hats thing.
Right. Right. They were claiming to be the white hats, yo.
This is exactly what it is that the whole white hats thing comes from the good occult. Get it?
Right. Right.
So
right.
The whole
that's
white
what
hats
claiming to be the good
yeah,
occult.
Yeah, that there's a secret cabal, but they're good. And obviously whenever you go deeper and deeper into it, you find out no, it's just a bad cabal that I'm following now. Right. So it's a big ruse, right? In order to cover up what they're doing by selling lesser gods to the people that are like the good occult. Right? And these are the white hats. So it's a huge diversion.
Right, and they're these incredibly vain people that want attention from the multitudes.
Yeah,
so think about it. They'll always say that. They'll always say there's been a true people that have been interpreted the Bible the whole time. Right? So
yeah, I know, but this is a common scheme. I mean, Ellul Makami's doing it too.
Exactly. Yeah, because he's been watching all these truther channels, and he knows that the Bible's a hot new thing, except he doesn't know how to use it because he hasn't read the damn thing.
Yes.
So that's Santos Bonacci over here, and I just wanted to show a little bit this guy on the extreme right. That
They
guy
look like
is
some-
claiming to be from the Caucasus, you know, and
some island
he
boys.
just they wanna be island motherfuckers shaving their head. Look at that guy in the middle; he looks ridiculous. But it's just the guy on the very right. This is the only video I have of him or any so. Also incredibly vain, but he's like from around like the country of Georgia, like the Caucasus Mountains. He's always so proud of it. He's like, yeah, he's from the Caucasus. He worked with the UN. He ran like a crypto scam under the UN, and you know, once he came into this like truther thing with Santos and the Syncretism Society, that's what they were calling it. But you know, like this guy's he's a Jew. Like, you know, he's like from New York, you know, he's in crypto. It's just like hitting all of the fucking like, you know, there's no way you can trust this guy, is what I'm trying to say. Like, he's just nasty as fuck. But he and that other guy that I just showed you, they were in the room saying we're the elites, you know. And you know, this is a Ukraine thing. That's what brought this whole thing up. Like when you brought up the Ukraine Caucasus wanting to be Israel. I mean, this guy was moving like, you know, upwards of 10 grand a week, you know, in and out of his like fucking bank account and shit. Like it's yeah, you know, there's
laundering money.
Yeah, so he would like ask to use someone else's laptop to do it too, you know. So it's just
Yeah, let me show you guys something I saw earlier that Hank might know about. It's this show that he's talking about sometimes called Dark Matter 2525, right?
Oh, I watch this channel a lot. I like it.
Yeah, I just started watching this video today. Let me see what it's pretty funny, the first part. So since you showed up, maybe I'll just watch it with you since you watch the show anyways.
Yep.
one sec. I wanted to point out one last thing. The machine. The last thing that I saw coincided between all the anti-truthers who were formerly truthers. Is the Christ is King. I heard that.
Bring up. Yeah, please send me these channels so we can confirm some of those things, because me and Nuero will look into it for a while and we'll find 100 things, really. So
right, and it's like the blind spots are covered, right? Because I got a lot of blind spots, but then
like just that 30-second thing you showed me, I got it all there. I mean, they're like science and the Bible, Ukraine and flamenco and all this shit. So
right, but then why are they saying Christ is King? Because like in the CBO Discord, they're talking about pornography.
That's the Russian church. All right, this is the thing that me and Unseen are exposing. Get it right? So
that's what they mean.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So see, it's the Orthodox, right? Ortho bros, right? So, but it's the fake Orthodox. It's the Russian church, right? So, I mean, so that's why they have the Russian psyop theory with Fomenko. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Right?
Now it does, yeah.
You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And also, you know, Dugan mentioned Tartaria.
I did not know.
Yeah, he said, "Great job." Yeah. He said, "Great success," right? You know. So, yeah. Yeah, so think about that one. So the Kabbalists and the Satanists and Dugan, yeah, they love it. They love this stuff. Of course, reinterpreting the Bible. Of course, blaming the Catholic Church and the Muslims.
Great success. And then like the monks are some kind of high-level scientists that have figured it out.
Yeah, exactly.
Do they say tartar sauce comes from Tartaria yet? That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, we're getting tarted in here. But yeah. But yeah, this is funny. This is like he's reading all the Christians, right? I mean, when he reads them in a row like this, it does sound like they're crying a lot, right? When you just read their
On the
comments.
internet too.
Yeah, when you just read their comments in a funny voice, right? And it's virtue signaling. Unseen warfare is not running around like virtue signaling on the internet, you know, saying
Right.
like this, that, and the third thing. Actually, he's trying to talk to other Christians.
Right. Protestants, right? Mainly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, so
I actually disagree. I think he is virtue signaling.
even other Orthodox Christians. You know, that's the thing is he's
Right.
going very, very close to his own people and then speaking about the issues that matter to him. You know, so you know that's how you know someone's real. I mean,
Yeah, because they're not afraid of the scorn.
yeah, exactly. Right. So
excellent. Yeah, thank you.
I don't think not being afraid of scorn is actually a good sign, good reality check thing. If they stand by what they say, I think that's a better sign because there's people who's not afraid of scorn, but they'll hide, they'll try to disguise themselves.
Right.
So they'll get scorned, but they're going to come back to another person anyways. They're going to hide, they're hide from their own words. So and play peekaboo. So they'll get scorned, but they'll try to use a substitute to absorb those scorns. So I don't think that's willing to take scorn a good metric, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I already vet people that are actively living in sin. I am fuming, and I already vet people that are actively living in sin should theologically repulsive. No, I would have gotten up and left. I'm so mad at that Bishop Marian, but he found out she is a lesbian. Why in the hell was she even allowed to give rules of conduct to be a bishop? Person's disgraceful abuse of the activism has no place in service to the bishop is a disgrace. Which version of the Bible does she? We need to respond to this abomination.
This looks like, wait till you guys see what actually happened. All right. So they're responding to essentially a speech that Trump attended, and it was a lesbian bishop giving the speech.
Yeah. They made a big deal about that, and she was like, "Have mercy," right?
I mean, like, why would he attend? It seemed like he just attended the speech just so he could say like, I don't like this speech.
Right. Very staged. Yeah.
Yeah, very staged event. Right, like they literally had this lady give a speech so that he could react to it. I'm right, and then you know, it's like, dude, if you don't like it, why are you there? You know, the $1 million question. Right, so
well, why did you invite her?
Yeah, what are you doing in the gay church? Like, what's you know, it's all so many questions. Right, so but yeah, then the cope by these people who don't realize it's a staged event, and the whole event is to generate tweets of outrage, so that they could generate profits from their fucking tweets of outrage, right? These fucking robots.
And then there's all of the Daily Wire guys. They all reacted to that.
Yeah, and just like the idiot ass Muslims when they're like, "Let's have a draw Muhammad contest," and just fucking kill them. And they're like, "Look at the angry Muslims." Jesus rubbing their hands.
Yeah, next time we're talking to Muhammad hijab drawing contest. So fine.
On that
It's such a stupid. It's like, oh my god, all you people are fucking morons.
Yeah, but the Hindus are also on the same, right? So like the unseen experience in Christian communities is similar to my experience in Hindu communities. So it's just many are gearing up for a holy war, and I mentioned this before. that they're trying to bring back the Kurukshetra war from the Mahabharata. That's what they're referring to, that you have to stand up and fight, you know, but we're not in the Bronze Age, and I'm just like, we're not there. We're not in Dwapar Yuga anymore, but whatever. If you say anything against that, like they wanna war to expel all non-Hindus essentially from India as a nation. And if you say anything like level-headed even, or like slightly disagreeing, they just call you secular and kick you out. So it's just, it's intense. It's intense. But I do think it's those small hats behind the scene rubbing their hands in glee, especially because they're behind Bollywood. And it creates a lot, like movies move the people in India still.
So they want to hold their own inquisition. But I mean, this doesn't even make sense.
They want to have a dictatorship. They want a dictatorship. They want a non-secular state. So yeah, and
maybe
they want
do that in Pakistan. It's probably easy enough to take over.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. I don't think it's the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, Pakistan's not that easy to take over. They got nuclear weapons, right? So it's one of the superpowers in the world. But yeah. Military superpower. So is India. So
I
is
thought he said that making India a Hindu, like what is a Hindu fascist state or whatever, would prevent Pakistan from taking over India. Isn't that what you said, Hank?
No, I don't really think over Pakistan.
Yeah, Pakistan's not really. Yeah, it's not really trying to take over India. You know, but they do spy. They do spy on each other. So, you know.
Is it true? Is it true, or is this propaganda that in the Pakistani national anthem? Do you know that national anthem?
No, I don't know it. Yeah.
Supposedly in the Pakistani national anthem, and you guys and we have the same Independence Day, or one day apart. You're 14th August, we're 15th August, but supposedly there's a line saying we will take over India. You know.
I mean, who knows? I mean, I think the whole thing is just a bunch of bullshit. I mean, Muslims already ruled India. You know, so the whole project of Pakistan is not for Islam. I mean,
different purpose.
So yeah, it's for a whole different purpose. You know, so I mean, India and Pakistan are formed by the British government. I mean, so I mean, that's the reality of the situation. I mean, so people can say whatever they want, but there's millions of Muslims who live in India, and so you know, it really doesn't matter. Right? But and
then what about like ethnically, like how you and I are ethnically probably closer.
Yeah. I mean,
not, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I have a person in our family, right? Like one of our family members married an Indian guy, right? Who's a Muslim, right?
Oh.
And he actually told some people in our family that the creation of Pakistan was a mistake. You know, that Muslims lost a lot because you know, they created Pakistan, right? So he would vociferously argue that the creation of Pakistan was bad for Islam, and I've heard lots of arguments about that, right? Because why? Because Muslims already had lots of power in India. I mean, we were the freaking the kings, right? So I mean, it's just interesting there, you know, and the Muslim kings were not like.
Apart from that, there was property, like the border split people's property, and
yeah, they were not like traditional Muslims either. The rulers that were Muslim,
that's
you know,
true.
they were, you know, they like
we were Mughal. Yeah, so yeah. Mughals are already 500 years in the assimilating process.
Yeah, they were pretty tolerant of Hindus already. So it's interesting. They created all this false animosity for no reason. I mean, right? And so I mean, it's just an idea. And I heard
conquer type. That's what I think, because the subcontinent, we were in Singapore. You know, that was a part of the same empire, so to speak, or landmass where you can go without a passport, is what I'm trying to say. You can trade without a treaty. You know, like the up to Singapore, Malaysia, Myanmar. What about the Tibet? No one ever talks about Tibet. You can't even visit Mount Kailash, one of the biggest pilgrimages for Hindus. They say Shiva is there. That's where he hangs out, because he hangs out there and he bathes in the lake. So it, like, you can't go there because the Chinese government has just like kind of taken over Tibet, and they don't recognize Tibet even as a nation state. So it's just like the geopolitics in that region is so contrived, and it's so obvious that it's not for the benefit of the natives. It's glaring us in the face. That's what I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. You know, they went there and they said, you know, essentially, you know, it's a contest, you know, of who can westernize the fastest. You know what I mean? And it's
Right.
obvious that India won that war. Why? Because it's not associated with Islam. Islam is toxic to modernism, right?
Right.
So, you know what I mean, right? So, you know what I mean, right? You could have all of the girls in saris do all the dances they want. You know what I mean, right? But the Muslim girls won't do that, right? So, and right, the fact is that we lost the whore contest, right? Of trying to become adjusted to Western values, right? And they always will lose that war.
Right.
You know what I mean? Until they realize why they're different, right? What separates them from the other world, and why they shouldn't have turned on, you know, Afghanistan and the Palestinians and all these people. I mean, you know, because it's obvious that Turkey and Pakistan, right? They're the most advanced Muslim countries in the world.
Meaning most westernized, right?
I mean, just the most technologically advanced.
I
Right?
see.
So I mean, you know, they have a
Modern too, like in Turkey or Pakistan, you don't have to wear a burqa to walk around and
they're
stuff.
certainly the most educated. You know what I mean?
Right.
So people from Pakistan and Turkey, they don't play in terms of education and stuff. And
Right.
you know what I mean? Like I've heard that there's like nude beaches in Turkey and stuff.
Oh
I don't
my,
even know if that's true, but you know what I mean? Who knows? You know what I mean?
that's nuts.
Yeah, but the thing is like, you know what I mean? You know, I mean,
Nuts.
yeah, I mean, Turkey tried to get into NATO, right?
Right. True.
So you know, arguably Turkey is even more Western than Pakistan, right? But yeah, Turkey and Pakistan, they're non-Arab Muslim countries that are basically pretty modern, right? And that's the weird thing about them, is that they don't help the other Muslims, right? They just kind of
Correct. Well,
you know,
don't they want to be seen as kind of separate? Because the rest of the Muslim world, quote unquote, has the misnomer of being backward, right? Like that they're backward. Maybe some of it is true, some of the oppression is true, but you don't want to be associated with that. You want to be cool like Dubai.
yeah, I mean the Arabs, you know, obviously, you know, they've sold out their own. A lot of the Arabs have sold out their own people.
Well,
You know,
that's
so yeah, and that's the thing, is that for the last 400 years, right, the top Islamic scholars have came like from Turkey or India.
true.
You know, so it's like, you know, so so it's really interesting.
Well, a lot of the Arabs were the ones that like what's his name? Gosh, I forget his name. But like some of these first rulers that came, and you know, this is like what is now probably 700 years ago, 800 years ago. The first Muslims that came, they were Arabic. They were Arabs that came in.
Right.
And then the Mughals come from there, but those guys were crazy. I'm sorry. Like this, you know, the brutality is insane. It was just insane. Of these Arabic rulers that came. Well, they were just like invaders, right? They had to come in, invade, and establish a stronghold. So you can imagine what kind of a person it takes to cross the mountain, the Hindu Kush mountains, and then come and take over, with the ragtag band of like bandits. But yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I was trying to get.
this is the guy right here. Let me show you.
Was it Aurangzeb? You know this Aurangzeb? I think Aurangzeb was already born in India. 6th Mughal emperor already. So no, it wasn't him.
Yeah, it says Muhammad ibn Qasim al-Thaqafi was an Arab military commander in service of the Umayyad Caliphate who led the Muslim conquest of Sindh and Punjab, part of ancient Sindh.
Right.
Inaugurating the Umayyad campaigns in India. His military exploits led to the establishment of the Islamic province of Sindh. So this is already in 715, right?
So there we go. Yeah. So by the 1500, their children are ruling already. Like their 7th generation is already ruling.
Right.
And even they, sometimes it was crazy. Like, taking the woman of the king of the time and stuff like that. Some crazy stories are there, but
yeah, it says it was after the Muslim conquest of Persia.
I see.
So
after Zoroastrianism, so at that time Zoroastrianism is the prime religion in Persia. One sec, tracks. Al-Bahaduri. No, Baladuri, Conquest of the Lands, contains a few pages of Sindh and Muhammad's person.
yeah, it's all crazy stuff. But yeah, I have a book on a lot of this stuff. But yeah, there was a bunch of Muslim leaders, right? Who actually didn't want Pakistan to be formed. They wanted to form a caliphate.
Yeah, but the story goes that the British kind of led them on. The British had already come up with the map for Pakistan way before. I think it was like 1899 or something. They had the map of India and Pakistan already prepared. So they knew they were going to, quote unquote, pull out. They were just trying to do it in a strategic fashion so that, well, the story is that they didn't want Russia to have like access to a big landmass like India, Pakistan, and all combined. But I think it's not just Pakistan in the partition, it's Bangladesh as well, right? And then Myanmar, which is Bhutan, I think now, and no, Burma, which is Myanmar now, and Bhutan is in there, Tibet is in there. Like it's a lot. It's like cutting up a melon the way they cut it up with that map. And the story is that they kind of incited the Muslim League that eventually caused. They say that they put the blame for the partition on them, saying that eventually they're the reason that Pakistan was formed. But the Muslim League didn't have an idea of that map. They thought that it was organic and that, they were getting some kind of a deal with the British, but it was like against the Hindus and for the Muslims. So, obviously there were other Muslims that saw through that. But the story goes that they were being kind of led on with this map already planned out, and the departure of the British already planned before, 50 years before partition. But what were you playing that 25 video for? I'm sorry, I wanted
Hank left, so.
Oh, okay. Sorry about
But
that.
no, it's okay. But
It was for to point out like it was like a big sale.
Well, yeah, let me show you. It's actually pretty funny. No, it's just a channel that Hank likes. I'd watched 5 minutes into this,
I see.
and I was trying to see what he would think. But it says Christians who hate Jesus. So it's just pretty funny. Like just watch 2 minutes. It's just pretty funny. He's got all these tweets of Christians crying about this stuff. You know.
You're not putting up with this crap anymore. Being kind got us into this mess. Who chose her? She looks gay. First Timothy chapter 2 verse.
She looks gay. It's like she's openly lesbian. That's
Right.
pretty funny. Yeah.
The so-called bishop.
I noticed that too. Like when I went to go sign up for the modern day debate, right? I was actually surprised by the number of hate-filled comments. I mean, there's a lot of hateful like maybe I could pull this up. I mean, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, like these comments were like Muslims aren't smart, like Muslims aren't like well behaved, like you can't get a Muslim to like get in and actually talk rationally
Yes,
about Islam without
low
you trying to,
level
like,
shit, right? Low level.
well, just saying that any Muslim who you try to talk to rationally about Islam will try to basically, unalive you, right? Because they're irrational, they're totally brutal, right? They have a scheme about unaliving people. You know what I mean, right? So it's a religion of hate, and
That's
and it's
the
just
Zionist narrative, though.
it's a comment after comment like that on modern day debate on the comments, and I'm just like, what? Yeah, and I just like wrote my little comment. I'm like, well, I would love to volunteer for the debate as a Muslim debater. Right, I just write my little comment there. It's hilarious. But, yeah.
Well, maybe they'll pick you up. I hope so.
maybe they
Hey,
will.
we should
Yeah,
go
I can't
on
find
Mel
it.
Pandora. I've been thinking about it since you said it.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, I'm down to do it.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, go ahead, play this. This is hilarious, though.
Yeah, but it was similar to that. Like I just couldn't. Like the reason I'm saying it is because I couldn't believe the wall of Christian comments that were just anti-Islam. I mean, I was like, wow, these guys really go hard in the
But
paint.
do you think, like, I'm coming to the point where I think it could be like a bot could be that advanced, but there is somebody programming the bot to do that, But I seen that on. It's kind of like the norm now. If you go to like a bigger channel,
You could just have 5 guys with 5 accounts each.
right?
That'll do it. I mean, who's gonna scroll through that many? I mean, I could have only seen like about 15 of them.
100.
So I'm just
maximum.
making my decision based on those 15. I mean, so
Yeah.
that's literally just 3 guys with 5 accounts. Right? So it doesn't have to be anything big. I'm just saying it's pretty alarming.
And you think that those 5 guys would be getting paid?
I mean,
Right?
I'm pretty sure that like
Don't tell
there's
me that the hate is a payment. Oh gosh.
I don't think they necessarily have to be. I think there's AI programs that help you manage your accounts now. And
There is.
Yeah, so
And
you
they
could
help
just
you like create and write like comments or content.
exactly. Yeah, so it could be any of the above.
But even 10 years ago, like I wasn't aware of the amount of bots.
That's the thing. It's not only people getting paid, but it's people already with money trying to scam people, get people into their
Right. Their mind.
insider trading scheme.
Yeah.
So the thing is that they're trying to generate funds by creating fake pyramid scams and
Right.
They're using cryptocurrency and insider trading and all this stuff to do it. So yeah, so the fact is that
Sorry. The fact is, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's just that, you know, you generate, you know, views and, you know, you use accounts to, you know, generate funds. So, yeah, I personally think it's like, it's run by cryptocurrency scams at this point. Right?
Right, but if you get, you know, like you can, yeah, like at that point you can cast a wide net, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, at that level.
Yeah, because I think that's how they pay the content creators, right? And they don't have to report how they get paid. I mean, right? So you could get people to do these things, and they get paid by giving them, you know, stock in a growing company or something like that. I mean,
Correct.
you know what I'm saying? So it's a different, it's a alternative method of payment, right? That these people are getting, you know, that's not being reported. Right?
Yeah, yeah, okay. I see. I see.
Yeah, yeah, and that's how they're paying. You know, I'm pretty sure that's how they're paying most of these top level content creators. Right? So. Yeah.
Who spoke at the National Prayer Service on Tuesday morning was a radical left hardline Trump hater. She brought her church into the world.
So, I mean, you brought her church into the world of politics. You're the president. How do people decide what church you have to go to, right? This is a public event, right? He could have just said, I decline to go, right? National Prayer Service. Yeah, I mean, was this a surprise that this lady was going to speak there?
Yeah, everything has coming up on a teleprompter. How can anything be a surprise? You know, like, come on.
Yeah, I mean,
We're not
sure,
that stupid.
yeah, I mean, surely someone in the Secret Service could have looked her up or something like that, done a Google search or something.
Yeah, and that speech is pre-written. Everything is pre-known.
Right.
Right? And they have to have like clearance, like you're saying.
Right.
World of politics.
At least
very
he should have known she's
ungracious.
a lesbian. At least he
Right.
should have known she's a lesbian. I mean, at least that detail, you know. And somebody so sharp is gonna miss that detail. Yeah, right.
Way. She was nasty in tone and not compelling or smart.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car.
Uh-oh.
This sounds really serious, doesn't it? What on earth happened? Seems as though some bishop denounced Jesus Christ at the presidential inauguration and encouraged everyone to worship Satan instead. Let us listen to this supposedly anti-Christian message that was preached by Bishop Marion Edgar Buddy.
Mr. President, millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God.
What the hell? Did you guys just see that?
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
I mean, did you guys just see that?
Sorry, go back.
No, I mean, it just literally just unfull screened.
Oh yeah. I saw that.
I did not do that.
Oh God.
I did not fucking do that. I did not unfull screen this motherfucking video right here. Now it's telling me I need to reload my site. Very weird.
What a sad day.
Okay, I'm just gonna hit cancel. I don't know what's going on here. But yeah, I really don't know what's going on. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and re-full screen this as I intended to do. And as I had done. I think I downloaded a
Hey,
ghost.
is it true that during like when the Patriot Act came out, you couldn't text Obama? Like it blacked it out.
What the hell is this? Digital.
What do you see? We only see the Christians who hate Jesus.
There's a lot of weird windows being opened up on my computer for some reason.
Oh gosh, do you just need to restart your computer? That
Yeah, I
sounds
might need to.
insane.
Yeah, I might need to restart my computer in a minute here. But yeah, but yeah. But yeah, this here. I mean, look at these people. You see this? You see his. I think these are his son's wives, right? There's two of his sons, right? And that's one of his wives. One of his son's wives. You see that, Anna? Yeah, I don't know if you're there. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I'm just gonna reload this page and come back in because I have no idea what's going on. Give me a second.
Sure, machine, take your time.
Yeah, because it's not showing like it's because it's showing that you're muted, so it's showing that the screen is frozen. So
Oh God, we seem to have lost him. Hopefully he'll be back soon. Let's see. I'm gonna read. Oh, there you are. Okay, you're back.
yeah, let's try this again. Yeah, but what I was saying is how weird this chick looks in the middle. You see her?
Yeah, it looks like that she's not really there, doesn't it? Because the light hits her differently.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like it was a post insert almost.
Yeah, and then his I don't know, like his son's wives kind of look like his wife. It's kind of weird, right? Like seeing all three of them together there, you know, right?
Yeah, they all have really masculine faces to me.
Yeah, and then compared to JD Vance's wife,
Right.
you know, very different.
Right.
Right? It's like you see the same type of chick like 4 times, and then you see, you know, old Bobby over here. You know what I mean, right? Which is kind of weird, dude.
Right.
And yeah, she's definitely the prettiest one there. But yeah, which is also interesting, right?
Are you talking about Usha Vance?
Yeah. She's definitely the prettiest girl there. But yeah, which is very strange, isn't it?
Right, because you're supposed to look at that girl in the middle, I think. Above Trump's
Yeah,
wife.
she definitely caught my attention because I'm like, why is this chick looking so weird? I mean, that's what I was thinking. I was like, what? You know, because she actually seems like she's earnestly listening to what this lady's saying, but I think she doesn't understand like that this lady's kind of talking down to the president. So I don't know if this Dark Matter 2525 guy, I don't know what he really thinks of it, but he kind of seems to think that this is a legit speech, but this isn't a legit speech.
Right.
Like
right,
what?
that's the idea I'm getting, yeah.
Yeah, like what? Okay, there it
But
goes.
he seems to think that the bait is being taken, is what I thought.
Yeah, for some reason I can't full screen this video, so I
Yeah,
don't know
it keeps bringing you back to that.
Yeah, let me just stop screen and share that again. I don't know why that.
How crazy the ads they put on you, huh? Like
Yeah, I don't know. I think I got like some type of dust on my mouse. Is what's going on here? You know?
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I
Yep.
don't think. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, now it's working. Yeah, I had some kind of dust on my mouse.
Like in
So
your scrolling little ball.
yeah, you know what I'm talking. Yeah, you know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about. There's like a bunch of dust on there. Yeah, like weed dust and shit.
Yeah,
So
that could screw it up.
yeah, so it's sticking to the thing. So hopefully this works here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. I'm thinking like, what? Like, what's pressing this? Right? So I'm just huffing and puffing and blowing weed dust all over my mouth. And I'm thinking that things are pressing my mouse, and I got like a fucking remote access Trojan or some shit.
That's what
No,
I thought.
it's fucking heavy duty hallucinations, folks. This is what happens when you get high and stream. You know?
There's a simple explanation.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, look at this Bobby, man. She is very nice, right? But yeah, you know, and you know, honestly, Vance looks like the most relatable guy there, to be honest.
Yeah,
To
definitely.
me, I mean, yeah, honestly, he seems like the most chill. I mean, so I will say that.
They're
I mean,
already calling him the next president, you know.
yeah, I like him. I mean, I like him. I don't know why I like him, but
Yeah, we're supposed to. That's why, right?
I guess it's just the Indian wife. I mean, I can't really put my finger on it. It's
It's
like,
they're manufactured to be relatable, is what I think.
yeah, yeah.
She
Then you
doesn't
have,
speak much, if you notice.
yeah, she sure doesn't. Yeah.
I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families.
What?
This is stupid. Yes.
Some who fear for their lives.
Wait, what?
This is absolute stupidity. Yeah, their speech is absolute stupidity.
So he's gonna kill them?
Supposedly, yeah. Supposedly.
Yeah, this is getting a little weird.
Where are the transgender children? Like, unless they're abused. You know, I don't know if you know the Hinjda community in India, like the quote unquote transgender community.
Yeah.
Well, what happens is children are either abducted, sold, or stolen, like, or abducted is the same thing. Like when they're very young, like age 2 or something, and then castrated. That's how they become like a male to female Hinjda. And you know, that community, they prey off of the superstition that natural hermaphrodites, you know, have some kind of psychic power. This goes back even to the Mughal courts. Like there used to be like a natural hermaphrodite in the court as an advisor. But you know, this is like kind of like mimicking it, because like, oh, then they'll give you money, you know, like my mom and like our family, they would negate the beggar's money, but they wouldn't negate their money. And they like touch you. They fucking touch you. They like grope you. They'll put the hands inside the tuk-tuk, you know, like, and like they'll curse at you and stuff if you don't get money. And the other profession of this group is that they're prostitutes. So like that's the only transgender children I know of, and that's abuse in my opinion. So I don't know what transgender children is being spoken about here. Oh snap.
Damn, it's still doing this shit. Fucking understand this, man. Oh well.
And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meatpacking plants.
What is this? What is this, huh? What is this? Like arguing for the slaves? Like what is going on here? You know what I mean? Like, what is going on here? I can't. Like people who clean our toilet. Like,
yeah, there's gay people in fucking poultry farms. Like, I don't understand, man.
Well, now she's talking about undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, like, you know about all the gays and poultry farms? Like, what the fuck is going on, dude? Like, she should just combine the two issues. Why not?
Did you see Zephyr's comment? Your mouse has had too much THC.
Yeah, pretty much. just blown on it. So I don't know if that'll help. But yeah.
Who wash the
Can
dishes
you
after we eat
dislodge
in
the
restaurants and
ball?
work the night shift.
Wait, what's that?
Can you dislodge the ball from the socket and then clean it?
No,
Or
it's one of those square. It's one of those squares. Right? Yeah.
In hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and
What the hell? Or maybe they don't go to any of those places. Like, you ever think of that, lady? Like,
she
or,
said Gurudwara at the end. Can you believe that?
yeah, I know. Like all the gay people in the Gurdwara, I'm sure they're greatly accepted there. Right? I'm sure they don't beat the fuck out of those guys. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, or just or I don't know what's really going on here. But here, let me go back a little
She's
bit.
saying that like all illegal immigrants are in all these like religious institutions as devoted what is it called, like the populace that goes to the church, right? Like the congregation. Yeah, they're part of these congregations.
or have the proper documentation. But the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome here. Our God teaches us.
Yeah, I was wondering when she was going to get to like Christianity, right? But yeah, here goes her Christian.
Here we go.
Yeah. Let's see how Christian it is, because the guy Dark Matter 25, he was saying it's very Christian. So let's see.
That we are to be merciful to the stranger, for we were all once strangers in this land. May God grant us the strength and courage to honor the dignity of every human being, to speak the truth to one another in love, and walk humbly with each other and our God for the good of all people in this nation and the world. I'm a person of faith, surrounded by people of faith. And with God's help, I believe that unity in this country is possible. Not perfectly, for we are imperfect people and an imperfect union, but sufficient enough to keep us all believing in and working to realize the ideals of the United States of America, ideals expressed in the Declaration of Independence with its assertion of innate human equality and dignity. And we are right to pray for God's help as we seek unity, for we need God's help.
That sounded like gobbledygook.
Yeah, it sounded no different than what the Nick Fuentes kid was saying yesterday. I mean, in the show that, when he was talking to Elon Musk, just a bunch of vain platforms. I mean, about how you're different from everybody else. How you can accept everybody else's differences. It's just liberalism.
Oh,
It's closet.
Elon is so great, he was saying.
No, Nick Fuentes.
But he was saying that we should accept people's differences. Or what was he
I mean,
saying?
I just feel like that's what nationalism is. You know, it's just closet liberalism. That's just kind of saying, hey, you know, we have a right to be ourselves. You know what I mean?
Right. I didn't know Fuentes interviewed Musk, but I guess
Yeah,
it's just travel.
that was yesterday. Yeah, that was yesterday on the show. Actually, I never commentated on it because I was on the phone. But yeah, I think Neuro still has it up. We could pull it up if you want.
Yeah, that would be great. I missed that for sure. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's kind of talking about why he wants to distance himself from Peter Thiel. But what's strange is that he's aligned himself with lots of other people that promote similar things, right?
So
He
get
wants
the
to,
illusion of being different, I guess. But
yeah,
Peter Thiel was exposed.
yeah, he wants to say he's like the true alternative, right? Because he actually criticizes the Jews, and the rest of the people are bought out by Thiel. And
You
it's
know,
like,
that's
yeah, but
exactly what Candace Owens says, that she's the only one that has the balls
yeah, but it's
to
like, look,
criticize.
yeah, but it's like, look, you people were propped up by people like Alex Jones and
Right.
I mean, so
Ben
you're
Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro for Candace Owens, right? So you people are propped up by all these people, right? So you know, and they gave you a huge platform, right? So now you have the fame to critique and criticize them, right? It's the same with Andrew Wilson, right? Like, who made you people in the first place?
Right. Who made you, right?
You know, it's these same people. Now, if you turn against them, they're gonna say, "Look here, right? We created you." Right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. They're not
So
ready
it's the
to lose their influence.
yeah. So it's the same thing with you know, Nick Fuentes. It's like you're hanging out with Elon Musk. You're not going to question him about Netanyahu, but you're going to ask some random kid if he's being funded by Peter Thiel. You know, but you're this big anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish guy. It's like this guy was hanging out with
Yeah,
Netanyahu.
but yeah, not in front of Elon. Not in front of Elon, though.
Not in front of Elon. So it's like, yeah, they're staging the message. It's like, dude, all you people, right? You believe in the same thing as the accelerationists, right?
Indeed.
You know, and I'm talking about Moldbug, Thiel. You know, why is Thiel talking about Christianity? You know, why is Richard Spencer talking about Christianity? Right? It's all just a bunch of
Appeal to the masses.
appeal to the masses, exactly. You know.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if 50 years down the line, all these guys are Hindus and shit. I heard that on the Indian news, I received word that they showed Barron Trump, like the guru-looking son of Donald Trump. They showed him at a fucking temple, like after the election inauguration and shit or something like that. I received word on the Indian news they had a photo op of him in a temple praying.
Yeah, it's gonna be Bhakti Vedanta. Uh-oh, whoops. Uh-oh. All right, looks like my computer's glitching out. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'll clean this later. Figure it out. But yeah, I don't doubt that they may follow many different types of religions soon. Let me see this. I think it's all about syncretism anyways. Okay,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
really,
I was in the bathroom.
no, it's
I
all good.
said something important.
No, I was saying that that these guys are gonna follow many different types of religion anyways. Syncretism.
Right. It's kind of like a changing with the times, which could only mean that the true religion is a cult. Right? What they're actually following is hidden.
Yeah.
And I know you guys always say Remilio. I didn't understand until we talked what that was. And sometimes it's Remilio and then it's Remelia.
Can you guys hear it?
But
I can hear it.
Yes, yes.
Well,
Oh.
that's weird. Yeah,
Who the fuck is that?
That's me in the video. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah.
You said, can you guys hear? I can hear. Wait.
Yeah, let me
You
actually
answered yourself? Oh, fuck.
No. Yeah, let me do this so we don't get confused. Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
you know, so I kind of have the gist. So Milady is the
Okay, I'm on the
NFT.
phone,
You
so just
made
holler
the
if you need me again.
Milady make
Yeah, well, sorry about that. I just want
under
to.
the
I just want to get a
Remelia
copy of it.
Corporation.
It's all
Do I have
good.
that right?
Yes, that's yep. So far, so
Okay.
true.
And why do you say Remilio at the end of everything?
So Remilio is it's a sister collection or a brother collection, really. So Milady is the main one, and then we released Remilio. It's also an NFT, and they kind of represent a little bit two different tribes. The Remilio is the one that I think the Groypers and Remilio share some community crossover. It's a lot more into sort of juvenile shit posting, trolling, that kind of 4chan style fun, but on Twitter. Milady is also 4chan influence, but it's a lot more aligned to cypherpunk values. It's strong commitments to like free speech, free information, free markets. Remilio is also a free speech maxi project, but it's a lot more in the way of like baiting people into saying retard or starting end towers and that kind of thing. And you know, a lot of shit posts or jokes inside the collection, like referencing QAnon or like the Trump campaign, that kind of ethos.
Gotcha. And so let me ask you this. So, I mean, really, I don't have a problem with you. I don't really know you.
Yeah, I don't really understand what this kid's angle is. Right? Like, what did he just say that he actually promotes? Is he saying he's just running a limited hangout? Right? Is he admitting to that? Right? Like, what? You know.
and I don't have a problem with the Milady people, but I mean, to me, the crux of this conversation and why we're here is, and I think you actually posed the question. I think it's the right question. You said, why should anyone who is within 3 degrees of separation from Peter Thiel, why should they be canceled or blacklisted or something like that? And I think that is really and I wouldn't phrase it exactly that way. I don't think I am blacklisting or canceling people. At least I'm not trying to do that. And we could get into that. But I just want to make that clear at the beginning. And that was how you posed it. I wouldn't necessarily say it that way. But that, I mean, it's the relationship with Thiel and then the broader.
Hey, who is my lady? My lady, who's that? Oh, they're NFTs. Got it.
What is that?
That Milady is a NFT,
What is that?
non-fungible token. It's like a share in like the crypto space, kind of.
Oh, okay.
Like the Bored Ape. You seen those? Those JPEGs that sold for like millions of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, this kid Adam Dole, I kind of think that this kid Adam Dole is Nick Fuentes. When this guy comes on the Crucible, right? And he came on my debate. Yeah, he came on my debate and asked me a question, right? So check out this guy's voice. You're hearing Nick Fuentes' voice, right? So check out Adam Dole's voice. It's this guy who comes on and never comes up.
Well, lead into a follow-up. If
shit.
somebody were to teach a guy to make nail bombs, and that guy were to go out and use that to kill a bunch of people, is the person who taught them somewhat responsible for that action?
No.
Why not?
Well, this goes back to the same idea that a lot of liberals have of gun ownership, right? Like, you allow people to buy guns. They say that right there is bad. Hold the gun manufacturers accountable, hold the gun stores accountable, because people commit mass shootings. So yeah, just because you teach somebody a skill set, kind of like my point earlier, the Marine Corps teaches us to kill, but the Marine Corps is not responsible for Marines in history who have committed mass shootings.
Okay, so obviously, well, the Marine Corps is partially responsible for that, I would say, because they certainly gave them the skill set by which to commit those actions. And
purposely trying to modify his voice, it sounds like.
Program teach men that they ought to be virtuous. And if so, what framework do you, by what framework do you decide what virtue is?
So I disagree with the first point that you made there. So let's agree to disagree on that one. See, second one. So sorry.
Well, the Marine Corps doesn't teach Marines to go.
Adam, you got to make it quick.
Yeah,
So if you have a second
your
question,
second
you
one.
got to ask it fast, man.
Reiterate your second again, please.
What do you teach virtue in your course, and if so, what's your standard for virtue?
So I guess in a sense, I am teaching virtue. Do I have a foundation such as, like, you know, a church or some type of gospel that I'm teaching this virtue based off of? No. You know, I've been around the world twice. I've lived a lot of life at my young age, so I'm kind of learning as I go. And what I have learned
What a
is
fucking
basically what I'm
dipshit,
trying to
so full of himself.
Okay,
Who
what
is
virtue?
Ron Johnson? Gosh, cannot
You didn't
stand
hear the
that.
last
Sorry,
thing,
what-
James. You cut out the
What
last word. So you know.
virtues?
Oh, I cut out.
Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit more too now.
Yeah, go ahead, Adam. Last the question. Make it quick.
What virtues?
So for example, showing women respect, being an incredible, well-rounded man. That's a couple examples of, you know, some virtues.
You consider
I do
those
right
to
there.
be virtues? What do you
Sure.
consider virtues to be?
Yeah, that's why I asked for the standard.
TML, he's
Yeah,
so
what do you
full of
consider
himself.
virtues to be?
Clearly.
Sorry, you're cutting.
Yeah, I can't get into
I'm a
it.
ladies' man and I'm a well-rounded man. I'm such a big man. Fuck you.
Yeah, here he comes back. Listen to his voice.
Members of the Marine Corps are not told to randomly go murder people. That's not a part of the training. They're not trained to do that. In fact, if they were to do that, they would be going against their training. So really what you're saying is if somebody uses their training to go against their training, then they're doing something bad. Well, but yeah, that doesn't really make sense.
Andrew, can I help this poor man quickly?
Quickly.
James, a virtue is a positive characteristic, the ensemble of which produces a good person. That's what a virtue is. So he's asking you, do you have a particular set of those that culminates in a good person? What are they?
Oh, okay. So like, I was overthinking that one. Yeah. So
Did he just flash us? Oh my
again,
god!
like I said, earlier on
He
in
just
the
showed his
interview,
fucking thigh.
Yeah, let me see. Let
Who
me
the
see if I
fuck
can
is
find it.
that mofo?
Yeah, let me see if I can find another video. Adam Dole.
But Adam Dole
Um,
does sound like Nick Fuentes. Come on, it sounds exactly like him. Maybe lowered. He tries to lower his voice a little bit, but yeah, it sounds like him.
Yeah, here's another video. He appeared in the debate I had too. So let me see. In both of them, actually. He came up to ask me a question.
The Johnson Amendment, which is the
Yeah, it's the
specific
fact.
amendment.
Yeah, the fact that
Which
they're
is
barred
this-
from. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so you can totally have, and Wally pointed this out. You
What
can
kind
totally,
of photo is that? Gosh.
they can keep
You
the
know, even
tax
the photo is kind of giving it
and
away.
also,
It's a
be
photo
able to
that
do
looks like who?
Nick Fuentes.
Exactly.
Yeah, but like next thing, Adam Dole is going to be an anagram of Nick Fuentes. You know, like that's how obvious. Good.
This is some wild shit. I mean, I think this is actually him, in my opinion, but I could be wrong with you.
No, I agree.
Very
I
similar
agree.
voice. I mean,
And
right?
he's like, but then why would he put that picture? You know, like it's like if it you could use a voice changer, you have access, but you're still not. So it's like kind of like he wants us to know. So, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
political campaigning for a specific candidate, but also with the Johnson Amendment, they can do specific topics. They just can't do specific candidates.
Yeah, I want them to do specific candidates too.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
even then, you aren't actually arguing against the removal of 501c3 at this point. You're just arguing against the removal of the Johnson Amendment, and you're hold on, some fucking fireworks.
Yeah, but not really, because okay, so I can understand you parsing the argument this way. So you say there's two parts to it. We have the amendment, and then we have the exemption status. So why couldn't we get rid of the amendment and keep the exemption status? Okay, that's fair, but I don't think that that's viable. Politically, I don't think that that's a viable course. I think that politically, you would have to give up that tax exempt status in order to be involved in.
And look, he's debating political issues. That's exactly down his alley. Right? So it's kind of interesting, isn't it?
Politics. I think he would need to do that.
He's not debating Christianity or philosophy. He's just debating ethics and political issues.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, I don't really see how that's
Right, and
unviable.
he's very confident of his political
Like, things go from unviable to very viable very, very, very quickly. Just look at the flip-flop on gay marriage in the U.S. You know as well as I do, not a year before 2009, all the fucking Democrats were saying that they were against gay marriage, and then they flipped on it on like a dime. This is
Listen to that. That's Nick Fuentes, man. Think about that. That sounds a lot like him, man.
This could be a similar thing. There's no reason to think it is politically unviable.
There is,
Right,
and that's
like
because of the.
lost the character. Yeah.
Yeah, I need like AI to, you know what I mean? Voice verify if those are the same voice, you know, honestly. I bet we could do it, you know? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah. But I'm open to the idea that Fuentes himself could be AI. I mean, who the fuck knows?
Yeah, now
at
let's
this
hear.
point? Like, who the
Yeah, now
fuck are
listen to
these
his
people?
voice. Yeah, now listen to his voice. Listen how similar it sounds.
Little tech, PayPal mafia space, because of course Teal as well as
Right.
You know what I mean? I'll go back
Absolutely
and
the
forth.
same.
Yeah, I'll go back and
Mhm.
forth real quick, but yeah, it's
some of these other elements, venture capital elements, they are backing a lot of these projects, which although they're not necessarily political per se,
like that even sounds like the same damn microphone, dog.
For real.
That like things go from unviable to very viable very, very, very quickly. Just look at the flip-flop on gay marriage in the US. You know as well as I do, not a year before 2009, all the fucking Democrats were saying that they were against gay marriage, and then they flipped on it on like a dime. This is
there is a lot of overlap with a political world. Like, for example, the Remilia after party, the Milady after party.
What do you think?
I think it's the same. I think
Did I
it's the
figure
same
something out?
individual.
Yeah, it sounds like the same damn
But
individual, yo.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, same
And
ass
I think
voice.
that you're
Yeah,
right
exactly.
because like Andrew Wilson might be like too small fish for Fuentes to fry, like with his personality.
Right.
So like, that's why he's coming on as a like maybe he actually watches that show. I don't fucking know, and he wants to participate, but he doesn't want to
Yeah,
associate it
exactly.
with his following. Yeah.
Exactly. So he like hits him up. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna call into the show, but I'll be Adam Dole. That'll be that.
Yeah, it's pretty much a John Doe. Like, come on, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just obvious, kind of.
Yeah. And the picture looks hauntingly similar to him. And he's
Similar,
used he's used two different pictures, and they both kind of look like Nick Fuentes. So I'm like, kind of freaked out by that. He's used two different ones, but yeah. So
Nick Fuentes, but like with the Enrique Iglesias makeover. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well, it could be
That-
younger version. Right?
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Following the Passage Press inauguration party. That's an example of the overlap. So
That's
let
what
me ask
she
you, 'cause
says
I know
when
you do a lot of
TMI.
ironic stuff. And when I asked you, when I said, is this ironic?
Yeah, I mean, I'm convinced. I mean, mistake that voice, right? That sounds exactly the same. Right?
I mean, that sounded like a mic drop. You posted and said, oh, I got a Peter Thiel grant. And I said, was this ironic? And that sounded like a mic drop, like, oh yeah. But it was that ironic. So I guess as much as you're willing or comfortable to answer, can you clarify what your relationship is with? Because I don't think you work for Palantir. I think that's a troll. But like, what is the relationship that you have with Teal, if you can speak on that?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any. I've never met him. We've never taken. Remilia is entirely self-funded or crowdsourced through crypto. This happened very publicly, with a lot of intent so that we could retain our autonomy. We've never taken private capital. I'm not exactly opposed to it. It's just something that we would only do while we can make sure that we can do so while we're maintaining our ideal. So we're very independent in that sense. I would love to take Peter Thiel even just $100 just so I could say that we did receive that money, because I think it's very funny. And that's exactly what we were memeing. Actually, if you look up that tweet, it's a pasta. It's not, we just put it, you can find 100 ladies having made that same post saying that they took money from Peter Thiel if you actually read it too, that what it's saying is that Peter Thiel is giving us emails of tweets that we should retweet personally, like 20 to 30 tweets that he asked us to retweet. It's pretty clearly a joke.
Okay.
You know, but the funny thing is, Nick, what I was so surprised is we were actually mocking libtards who had canceled us.
Okay, so that's interesting because these losers are going around, and it's kind of like Toilet Bowl Earth dressing up like a Jew.
Did he really do that?
Yeah, or Andrew Wilson doing the Merry Griftmas special.
Oh God.
And then he said that was to make fun of people calling him grifter. So
yeah, and that everybody was in on the joke except you, right?
Oh yeah.
Asshole. Sorry.
Yeah, but he called it Merry Griftmas, and then he took money, and the jokes were making fun. So Brown's boy, he said, yeah, next, he said next year, he'll put on blackface and make fun of racists, right?
Oh God. Hilarious. So like people giving money and joking about it makes it okay. I can't get the logic. I can't get the logic of that. But
Yeah,
people love
it.
it.
Yeah, that makes zero sense. That makes zero sense. Yeah. And
so I have something pulled up here if you would like to share.
But think about it. The same time he starts shilling for Elon Musk, right? This guy Nick Fuentes starts talking to him.
Wait. Who starts shilling for Elon?
Fucking Andrew
Wilson?
Yeah.
Oh my God, what a hack.
Yeah, but think about it. They both make the same move.
Right.
Very interesting, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just noticing.
Moving in this general direction as a group.
Oh yeah,
as
I'm just noticing.
groups.
Yeah, I'm noticing. They want Elon to be their daddy. Right? Elon is the white hats, or whatever. Or whatever the fuck they want people to think. The new PSYOP,
He won't talk about Jews though, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's there.
Well, that's why he got. It's so funny that he has Nick Fuentes on there talking about Jews, because remember we played that clip, and he shut down the conversation.
Right, he's like, do it on your own platform, not here.
Yeah, and of course he talks to Netanyahu, but he'll let Nick Fuentes talk about it. So it's just really fake and gay. It makes zero sense at all. I mean, why is Nick Fuentes being given a platform to criticize the Jews? Right? It's kind of interesting, right?
Right. Unless it's by the Jews. Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. You're right.
So I want to know if you know Rose 777, because I did not know this. This is just like hearsay, right? This is
I know
like
too much about her.
A
yeah, I know too much.
I
about
don't know much, but I know of.
Yeah.
So apparently, Wooden Nichols is the other guy.
She's a Jew producer. That's her words, not mine.
I see.
Yeah, she said that she herself said she's a Jew producer of Crow 777 Radio, and she said they got a deal with the production company.
Oh. Well, now I wasn't aware. So Wooden Nichols is the other guy that I was talking about with the video that I showed you about AWAR or whatever, like the Christian monks were scientists. You know what I'm saying? Like Christ is king. He says all of that. A lot of the anti-truthers parrot it, and then Wooden Nichols is the other former truther, like anti-truther now, and in the description of this video that was deleted from YouTube, so I had to find it on BitChute, it says that Wooden Nickels is now Rose 777 on Rofkin. So I had no idea that they were even connected. Like, I don't know if that's true. It may not be true. But I wonder if you've heard of Wooden Nickels then, Machine. Probably not, right?
No.
So this is his anti-truther stuff. I think like his Dogma Free probably knows, but like I think he was like doing like meltology stuff or whatever before like becoming an anti-truther. He would, yeah, like, so more like maybe like Tartaria adjacent stuff, mudflood type of stuff, if I'm not wrong. But Dogma Free, I have a feeling you know, so like just correct me about Wooden Nickels, please, y'all. So let me see.
Watch how coconut oil affects belly fat. Is coconut oil a superfood or
BitChute got ads now.
Before getting started, use the platform. I understand that there is massive.
Wait, this isn't it.
By multiple broadcasters were suspended. If they're
Woody?
Explicit discussion of what they would like to do to that little girl is taking place. And if we think about this logic, this social media platform is one of the most terrifying and disgusting things I've ever seen in my life. And again, I believe that to some degree, TikTok as a company is attempting to moderate this. It probably should not exist. That's it. Link down below, Patreon, Locals, Odyssey, another YouTuber to check out, merch, social media, but I'll cut it there and stop rambling. As always, thank you all for watching and have a nice night.
Having no desire to ever join the latest social media platform craze, curiosity finally got the best of me and I signed up for an account on TikTok. The reason? To find out whatever type of information is being spread on this platform regarding the subject of mudflood and Tartaria. Now, I know what you're thinking. You claimed you didn't want to be an anti-Tartaria channel, Woody. When it comes to research, what will be presented here is aimed to exercise critical thinking. And I believe this conversation is important, which is why I'm going to have it. I knew the subject of Tartaria existed on TikTok, where the average user age is under 25 years old. But I did not know to what extent and therefore wanted to see for myself. Videos not just with thousands or hundreds of thousands, but millions of views. One of the biggest channels is One Foul Wow 2, also known as the Bully Slayer, who has 220,000 followers.
San Francisco, 1915, World Fair. Oh my days. This is the Palace of Fine Arts. Not much has changed. At the top is what it used to look like, and at the bottom, that's what it looks like now. Doesn't look temporary to me. You see, I don't really believe they built that World Fair. I believe that's from the old world, the previous civilization. That's Tartarian architecture. We don't build like that.
Now, some of you are probably thinking, this is great. The word on Tartaria is getting out to the youth and the truth can't be stopped. Fuck you, Woody. But before venturing further into this presentation, let's take a moment to recap the story behind TikTok, which for consecutive years has been the most downloaded app in the world. TikTok's parent company is ByteDance, with its headquarters in Beijing.
Now, ByteDance wasn't just any old tech startup. It was a startup directed by a man named Zhang Yiming.
So did y'all hear that? Wooden Nickels talking? Gosh, I hope I didn't just freeze up. Wooden Nickels, Dogma Free. That's what I'm talking about. Wooden Nickels.
Yeah, that's the guy talking in the video, right?
Yeah, yeah. So you heard that. You've never heard him before, right?
Yeah, no, I've never heard him. Yeah.
But somehow he's associated with Rose now. And he used to be a Tartaria guy. And this is like his anti-Tartaria stance. I think like maybe his first anti-Tartaria video. And he's showing about TikTok and like Tartaria and
Yeah, you're kind of cutting out there,
because
sis.
this is, I mean, this is some crazy stuff. Because they all sound like each other.
Yeah, you're kind of robot in there. But yeah, the Tartaria stuff, it wasn't Nichols.
Yeah, my computer is frozen. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
StreamYard in the screen share.
Yeah, there's another YouTuber that sounds exactly like. Oh, fuck.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah, StreamYard. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah,
But
that's how my shit was just bugging out. I don't know what's
no,
going on.
mine is. But it just takes too much memory, the StreamYard.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But Wooden Nichols used to be on YouTube to answer Dogma Free. They removed his channel from YouTube, and so did AWAR. You know, he used to have millions of views and shit on his YouTube channel. But I think it got deleted, and then he created a new channel and like stuff. But I had no idea the association with the Rose 777. But I do remember now that both AWAR and Wooden Nichols shouted out Crow 777. So, you know, yeah, there is a fucking connection there. So, dang. You know, like I didn't even know about the association with Crow 777. I didn't even, yeah. So, yeah, there you go.
Here, hold on. My wife is calling me. Give me a second.
Oh, sure.
see how yeah, let's just go with the first video. Let's go with this first video. 7 years ago, 32K views.
Ecosphere.
Yeah, but Neuro, if you're out there, it's about time for me to sleep out here. But yeah, I don't know if he'll show up, or if he fell asleep himself, then we may have to just quit the stream, or actually just leave the studio. Then I think the stream will go off. But I might have to watch it on the TV for 10 minutes and see if it'll turn off. If not, I'll have to figure something else out. I'll probably come back in and play like a book or something.
I am here at this little man-made pond, and I have my jar with me because I am trying to make an ecosphere. Now I know that in this pond in the summer there's a lot of life. Right now it's winter, but I think that there will be at least some snails and hopefully some algae in water, and maybe even some dormant Daphnia eggs or other little crustacean eggs. So I'm going to get some dirt and some water and hopefully make a successful ecosphere. So I'm going to try and grab some dirt. And some more water. It should be enough. Now I have a jar full of sand and water. It's really cloudy right now, so the little sand particles and dust particles in the water need to settle down, which takes a few hours, maybe even some days. So in the meantime, I'm going to explain you a little bit about how an ecosystem works. So the idea behind a closed ecosystem or ecosphere is they're supposed to grow algae, and growing algae produce oxygen and need carbon dioxide. The animals that live inside of the ecosystem need the oxygen and produce carbon dioxide and produce waste, which in turn the algae use to grow, and the little animals can eat the algae. So that way there's a cycle in which each living organism, so algae and little animals, sustain one another. So there's really a ecosystem. It's the next day, and the water has cleared up pretty nicely, and this jar is just full of life, even more than I hoped for, to be honest. So let's take a look and see what we got. So there are all these tiny little balls swimming around really fast. There's a lot of them in there. I think they're ostracods, and there's a lot of these tiny little ostracods. We also have cyclops. That's a cyclops right there. Let me see if I can see better with a magnifying glass. That right there is a cyclops, and even more tiny balls, ostracods. That right there is a Daphnia. There's maybe 10 of them in there. So that right there is a little baby snail. I saw a bigger one too. I can't find it right now, but all these tracks, spores are from the bigger snail. These worms here, they're two tiny, really long, well, there's actually more than two, tiny, long, thin, white worms. I'm pretty sure those are nematodes. Yeah, those are. I think those are nematodes. There's an. What's that? There's actually a lot of nematodes. I found the big snail. It was on this leaf. So I don't know if you can see this, but there's a bigger snail. There's. I don't know what that is. That's really interesting. It's fast. Maybe that's an adult ostracod, maybe? I don't know. There's another nematode on the left. Very cool. That right there is a copepod. It's very, very tiny. And over here, another baby snail and another one. Really tiny baby snail. Another Daphnia in the back. And some kind of worm too. I don't know what this is. It's a worm, that's for sure. Maybe it's a baby leech. Could be. That's pretty much everything I've spotted. Oh wait, what's this? Another type of worm. A lot of worms. I don't see that much algae growing. There are microalgae in water for sure, but not really big algae that I can see. So it will be interesting to see if some algae naturally grow. I hope so. If not, I don't want to kill all the animals living inside of here. So I might just consider adding some algae from my fish tank in here. So all the animals in here have a source of oxygen and something to eat. I'm not sure though if I'm going to do that. So that pretty much wraps this video up. I am going to make update videos on this ecosphere because I'm really interested to see if something new develops and well, how long this ecosphere will survive. So if
You're him, the one they call the Baba Yaga.
Hello everyone. Today it's December 17th, which means it's been a week since I've sealed off this ecosphere. I have decided not to add algae from my aquarium because I like the experiment of having a completely natural ecosphere. I am going to make an ecosphere in which I'll add algae and plants. That video should be posted in a few days. There's some algae starting to grow on this rock. The big guy is still fine, and so is this little one. The nematodes are feeling happy as well. This nematode has found his home in a leaf. And there's algae growing on a glass right beside him. And this I simply cannot explain. I have been seeing more Cyclops. And more snails too.
Yeah, he's got like hundreds of videos like this, and he like alters these little jars. And yeah, there's hundreds of organisms in these jars. And I bet if you look at them in like a little telescope, that all he does is go in a lake and put a clod of dirt in a fucking glass jar. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's cool.
And there's hundreds of tiny little organisms in the jar. It's crazy. It's kind of like, I don't know, pretty cool to me. Weird. Like, what is that thing? That's weird. It's really tiny.
I don't know if you can see this, but they're starting to grow algae on the glass.
So see, he didn't see that much algae there, but there's algae growing in the glass. Like, how is that possible, Aaron?
Oh, we live. We live.
The copperpot population has been rising. I suddenly came across this guy, and what's interesting is that he moves like a snail, but looks like a worm. After having done some research, I'm pretty sure this is a planaria. The ostracod population is flourishing. This is a new type of worm that I haven't seen before, but there's around a dozen of them in the jar.
And that's only a week later. You know, we came back to the same jar a week later, and this is going on in that. And there's algae growing in the jar. Pretty fucking weird, huh? I don't know. I think that's fucking weird. It's like, where did all that shit come from?
Yeah, zero input. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, the zero input thing is crazy, right? Saltwater ecosphere 5-month update. Like, what the fuck?
Everyone is born with a natural.
Wait, hold on. Salt water. So wait, where was that fucking video?
Okay, making a saltwater ecosystem. I see one there. Saltwater 5-month update. Okay, I think there it is.
Today I'm going to make a saltwater ecosphere. I have my ocean and I have my jar. First of all, I need to get some water. The easiest way to do this is by scooping the water up right when the wave hits the jar. In case you were wondering, yes, this was really cold. So now I have enough water and I can start adding sand. And I'm going to do that with this cup. I'm taking sand which has just been hit by a wave because I think there's just a slightly bigger chance that I catch some animals this way. It turned out to be really hard to get the sand in the jar. It was also hard to focus on what I was doing and holding the camera at the same time. Now the water needs some time to settle down. I already saw a little crustacean about the size of a grain of sand, but it wasn't noticeable on camera. After a day, I noticed something in the sand which looked a lot like a trail from some kind of animal. So there's probably something in there. I saw about 5 little crustaceans. They were really small and super fast, so they were impossible to catch on camera. I'm actually going to leave this jar alone for a few months. It's quite possible that the crustaceans in there will start to grow because their water is getting warmer. And it will be interesting to see if there's some kind of worm making the trails in the sand. If you don't want to miss when I...
Okay, check this out. We just had a 42...
It is finally here, the moment you have all been waiting for so long, the update on the saltwater ecosphere. When I first saw this ecosphere after 5 months, I immediately noticed that the water was crystal clear, much clearer than any water I've ever seen, much clearer than it would have gotten from just particles in the water settling down. One of my theories is that the water is filtered by animals in the jar. When I made this ecosphere, I told you that I had seen little crustaceans and a trail from some sort of animal. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, well, first of all, go watch the original video, and also watch some videos of clams filtering water. Anyway, the good news is there's still life in this saltwater ecosphere. A lot of algae are starting to grow on the glass of the jar. Of course, I can't tell you at what point they started to appear, but they seem to be popping up a lot. The algae might actually have contributed to the clearness of the water too. There seem to be a few different varieties. but they are all brown and consist of small dots. But I noticed something even more exciting. When I was looking for any signs of life, I suddenly saw a small white worm quickly bury itself in the sand. I couldn't get my camera fast enough, but I know it's there. Now that I have this ecosphere with me, I can closely examine its contents all the time. So I'm sure I'll see more animals. If I catch some on video, which I'm sure I will make sure to upload it ASAP. I don't remember if there was poo in this jar before, but well, there's poo in this jar. So I'm curious if that was produced inside of this ecosphere, if you know what I mean. I hope it's a mystery we will solve one day. Well, that's the 5-month update on the saltwater ecosphere. If you want to see more updates and other projects, next week I'm making a new ecosphere, well, you're going to
What's up, fellers? Hey man, you trying to get me in trouble, dude, with the world Orthodox, man. What's your problem, bro? You gotta specify, dude. You can't just say bacon.
Bacon, bacon, bacon.
They're gonna be like, he's eating bacon. Schismatic bacon.
Uncanonical bacon.
You said what?
It's uncanonical, not according to wisdom,
Yeah.
bacon.
Yeah. Zeal without knowledge.
Zeal without knowledge, bacon.
Dude, honestly, I highly recommend turkey bacon. I didn't think I did because I've been kind of like looking at it. I got it. I was like, man, I don't know if I'm gonna like that, you know. And boy, was I wrong. That was great. It's great. Gotta get some Italian, bread with it.
Make
That
food
dude-
for itself.
That
Most
Ephraim
algae
Crystal
store them.
Forest dude is the worst, bro. Sorry, guys, interrupting this.
Ephraim.
No, I can't hear that. That voice is terrible.
Algae and carbohydrates.
Yeah, and it's not giving that much information in this video. I'm trying to figure out how it grows in those jars like that. It's pretty weird, dude.
I don't know.
Yeah, because
Growing. Oh, they're growing it.
what
Why
are
would someone
okay?
do
This
that?
is more precise here. I think this is more what I'm looking for.
Back in time to the early life on Earth. 4 billion years ago, the first forms of life emerged. These tiny cells were simple creatures with freely floating DNA.
Oh man, why are all these videos like this?
Later, one group of these started to use sunlight and carbon dioxide to produce oxygen. This process is called photosynthesis. 2 billion years ago, eukaryotes developed. These complex cells contain a nucleus to keep the DNA and have other specialized structures called organelles. This happened when a cell that had eaten another cell did not digest it but kept it inside to take on a specialist function. All plants, animals, and fungi have eukaryotic cells. 1.2 billion years ago, this process happened again, with photosynthetic bacteria transforming into organelles that we call chloroplasts. The first algae were born. Soon individuals developed into larger bodies made of many cells. They are called seaweeds. This was long before the time of dinosaurs. Within the tree of life, algae don't belong to a single group like plants, animals, or fungi do. Their genetic composition and the way they look and function can differ a lot. There may be more than 70,000 different kinds of algae. They live in the ocean in a single group like plants, animals, or fungi do. Their genetic composition and the
I need to do more history on this stuff, man. I don't know enough about the Greek situation really to debate it. You know what I mean? Like I mean I know it, but it's just like it's annoying dealing with a guy like that. I think. Because it's very apparent that he knows the history of the stuff, right? But he uses the history against it, like against us or something. It's very weird what he's doing. It's like he'll present a false narrative, completely out of context, and then you know it's kind of like expecting you like to correct his ignorance or something that he knows is ignorant, because he's not. He's trying to get, you know, make sure everybody else doesn't figure it out or something.
What are we looking at?
Yeah, I'm trying to see how algae could just pop up inside of a jar like that, and apparently it's not like a fungus, a plant, or animal, but it's like a single cell organism whose cell lacks a nucleus. So it's more like a bacteria. I didn't understand all of that before.
So it's like spontaneous life forming something.
Yeah, like bacteria. Um, phyla radiation. What the fuck is that?
Well, there seems to be some correlation between like light and life. It's like you have like carbon, water, light, oxygen, carbon dioxide. I'm sure some other things, but it seems like all these things are kind of like certain recipe.
What the hell? Eukaryotes. So there's types of bacteria that are eukaryotics. Man, oh man. But yeah, what else, Neuro? I'm about to fall asleep here.
It's all good. We get shut her down if you guys are done, or I mean, if you want to stay and welcome, happy.
Yeah, I'm out, boys. Later, my guys. Later.
Yeah, blessings, homie.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell is this thing?
Is that coral?
What the fuck?
Wait, that's a canyon. A grand prismatic spring, Yellowstone National Park. Oh, it's a spring. I thought it was like a rock opened up and there was like coral inside of it.
That looks crazy. By thermophilic bacteria.
Breathe a little heavier, Joel. Bacon face.
I got side pork I'm doing in the morning, which is like, it's like sliced pork belly. So
Look, man, I can't have that. I can only have birds now, man.
Can you breathe harder while you say pork belly?
Yeah, throw the pig skin.
Some pork belly.
Pork belly.
Thank you for gratifying.
Pork belly pig skin.
Pork belly pig skin. Yo, a pork belly big spin. That's my new skate trick, bro.
Sacrophiles. You a sacrophile.
So what kind of meats can you have? Is it just like what's how does that work?
Turkeys and chickens.
Human.
Yeah, I could have fish and turkeys and chickens. Birds, as far as I understand.
That's not too bad.
So yeah, but there's no beef. There's no pork. I think it's like two-legged birds. That's the
Who can't do that?
me.
Why?
What do you mean? Why?
I don't trust no man. Don't eat no four-legged animal, boy.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's part of Saint Benedict's rule. So not every like monastery or Orthodox has that rule, but our Western rite holds these type of. So
What about four-legged birds? Are you allowed to eat those?
I don't think those exist, my friend. If you find a four-legged bird, I'll ask. But
I don't want to give you some temptation that you can't really.
I appreciate it, man. You're really thinking. Bats were considered birds at one time.
Was that pre-2019 or?
Yeah. You're stupid. No, but seriously, like in a biblical narrative, I guess it's like if a creature flew, it wasn't considered like a mammal or something like we do now. We have all these like categories.
How about one of them flying squirrels?
Oh, and speaking of categories, the guy that came up with like categorizing man as an ape, he believed that he didn't believe in evolution, by the way. But Spinoza was very interested in this guy. I forget his name. But he believed that God created each individual creature separate. But then he gives them these, he was a biologist, so he gave like all things that were similar categories. So that's when like bats became a mammal, and no longer were considered a bird, I think is because of this one guy or something. But it ended up leading into like Darwinism, his beliefs. Darwin took it a step further.
That dang old Darwin ball right now. We're going down there to the Lord. That dang old Darwin going around here throwing flowers over here.
So I've been thinking about this. Like, how does a blob, right? Let's just like say, we believe what the evolutionists say for a second, or like I believe what they say for a second. I'm supposed to believe that a single blob has every single genetic code somehow predisposed in this one blob, and all these different categories of animals supposedly developed from this one blob, although each individual animal has a very specific genetic code. How crazy is that? That seems unlikely to me. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't see how that could be possible. That one primordial sludge ball has like all this in it.
one sludge ball had all
Yeah.
the different stuff in it.
Speaking sludge ball.
Well, I mean, maybe atheists, developed out of sludge balls or something. You know what I mean? Maybe God, never mind. I shouldn't talk like that.
Well, I know this is unrelated, but I watched this true crime video, and there's this halfway house for people in need or something, and sorry, I'm watching something. Okay, sorry. This guy was living in this house, right? And there's 5 people living in the house, and roommate came up and saw the guy stabbed basically and thought he was dead or whatever.
Right.
And the guy ran away. The police caught him. He basically said, "Yep, I did it," because he's trying to start a cult, and he's like a young retard Hitler because I'm an atheist, and I think anybody with their own unique ideas are a problem, and I just have to get rid of them because I think that all religions are a problem, right? So it's
Oh.
basically, so yeah.
So that's
pretty
what
crazy.
happens when you have no moral basis, where you have no God. There's no rules. You're your own God, the mass man. And you're consumed by nihilism, and you're angry at anybody that calls it anything higher than that. So you're just like, okay, I'm gonna, it's absurdism, really. At every single time, it's rooted in this man rejects God, so he becomes a beast. You know what I mean? Something like that.
I felt that big lip beast. Did you? And then there was another thing I saw. Well, this is something me and Machine have talked about. Other people talked about, but if you really look closely, the whole, love everybody no matter what. Not in a Christian sense, in a
In a
hippies
secular way, right?
Right, and then the world, and then the veganism stuff, love all animals, and all this, it ties ultimately back to there's no difference between a human and a cat or something or whatever, right?
There's human beings aren't called to something higher. God didn't put us in this world, as sort of the masters of the earth. He didn't create us in his image, so therefore everything is categorically the same. Yeah, it's crazy. It's but what that ends up doing every single time, man. It's this false piety and idealism, really. What else could it be?
Well, and it gets into stuff that I don't want to talk about, but a lot of people I haven't looked into it too much, but I've had some other people have looked into the academic stuff on the PDF stuff and the animal love stuff. You know what I'm talking about? And
Okay.
a lot of academically, they try to push this stuff in academia, right? And if you look at a lot of that, it ties back into this kind of just general hatred of humanity, essentially. And a lot of this kind of trans stuff, if you look at the picture on the YouTube video of this, it has you have American flag is the first iteration, then you have the California flag, and then you have the progressive trans LGBTQ flag.
Right. Well, if God didn't create man and woman, and there's nothing sacred, it's just a free for all. It's like nothing matters. Nothing. That's nihilism, right? That's why that book was written. It's like, that's the root of the revolution of the modern age. It's some lawlessness that's coming out of the pits of hell, man. Like a whole spiritual phenomenon that has subverted the way man thinks to the point where it's like annihilated the past. There is no more past. It's just right now, whatever we feel in the moment, and it's a lot of these people are just mentally ill, right? And they're spiritually disturbed. They're spiritually dark, and they're taking influence from demons, and they don't even think. If you don't believe demons exist, and the demons are influencing your thoughts, you think those thoughts are your thoughts, but they're not yours a lot of times. Those a thought like those types of thoughts, that's clearly coming from somewhere else. And I'm not taking away the responsibility of a person to accept such a thing. What I'm saying is that there's a spiritual reality to that, like a a deception to that, and giving into something like that is it's insanity, for one. You know what I mean? Just on a clinical way, but spiritually it's demonic, without a doubt, man. Like, that's coming from the pits of hell, man. But here's something interesting by Saint Nectarius of Aegina. He said, the followers of the derivation of man from apes are ignorant of man and of his lofty destiny, because they have denied him his soul and divine revelation. They have rejected the Spirit, and the Spirit has abandoned them. They withdrew from God, and God withdrew from them. For thinking they were wise, they became fools. If they had acted with knowledge, they would not have lowered themselves so much, nor would they have taken pride in tracing the origins of the human race to the most shameless of animals. Rightly did the prophet say of them, quote, "Man, while in honor, did not understand, but joined the beasts and became like him."
Yeah, it's you remind me of this other thing. I was trying to find a song that ties into this, but you reminded me. Let's see. Speaking of bats, this song called "Bat Country," and this is by Avenged Sevenfold, 2005. He who makes a beast out of himself gets rid of the pain of being a man.
That's Hunter S. Thompson.
Caught here in a fiery blaze, won't lose my will to stay. I tried to drive all through the night, the heat stroke ridden weather, the barren empty sights, no oasis here to see, the sand is singing deathless words to me. Can't you help me? I'm starting to burn. Too many doses and I'm starting to get an attraction. My confidence is leaving me on my own. No one can save me, and I don't want the attention. As I adjust to my new sights, the rarely tired lights will take me to new heights. My hand is on the trigger. I'm ready to ignite. Tomorrow might not make it, but everything's all right. Mental fiction, follow me, show me what it's like to be set free. Can't you help me as I'm starting to burn? He's literally talking about going to hell, basically.
Right.
So sorry.
Man becomes a beast and goes to hell because he's beastly or something. Like, that's what it seems like, right?
Yep. And then he's like, so sorry you're not here. I've been chained too long. My vision's so unclear. I'll take a trip with me, but don't be surprised when things aren't what they seem. Let's see. This guy actually wrote a lot of very interesting interesting songs. Like definitely not a dumbass, you know. I mean, he's a dumbass for what he's involved in, but let's see.
You didn't hear the wisdom of the world is foolishness to God, man? What do you mean?
That's what I mean.
I'm playing.
No, you're right. And sometimes, so he says, sometimes I don't know if we'd rather live than die. We look up towards the sky for answers to our lives. We may get some solutions, but most just pass us by. I don't want your absolution because I can't make it right. I'll make a beast out of myself, get rid of the pain of being a man. Can't you help me as I'm starting to burn? You know, So, yeah, here we go. Sorry you're not here. I've been sane too long. My vision's so unclear. Yeah, this dude wrote a lot of weird songs. Beast and the Harlot. Lyrics. Here we go. The shining city built of gold, a far cry from innocence. There's more than meets the eye around here. Look to the waters of the deep, a city of evil. There sat a seven-headed beast, 10 horns raised from his head. Symbolic woman sits on the throne, but hatred strips her and leaves her naked, the beast and the harlot. She's a dwelling place for demons. She's a cage for every unclean spirit, every filthy bird. It makes us drink poison wine to fornicating with her kings. Fallen now is Babylon the Great. The city dressed in jewels and gold, fine linen, myrrh, and pearls. Her plagues will come all out at once as her foreigners watch her burn, destroyed in an hour. Merchants and captains of the world, sailors, navigators too, will weep and mourn this loss. With her sins piled to the sky, the beast and the harlot. The day has come for all us sinners. If you're not a servant, you'll be struck to the ground. Flee the burning, greedy city. Looking back on her to see there's nothing around. I don't believe in fairy tales, and no one wants to go to hell. You've made the wrong decision, and it's easy to see. Now, if you want to serve above or be a king below with us, you're welcome to the city where your future is set forever. Pretty weird. I think this guy's Jewish. He must be.
Well, you know, why is he writing a song sort of about fear and loathing in Las Vegas? You know, that's what I want to know.
Is that what he's writing about? You think so? Probably, huh?
No, I know he is. That whole, you know, the intro to it, that man becomes a beast or backcountry, the whole day, that's all Hunter S. Thompson, man. That's fear and loathing in Las Vegas. Yeah.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense actually, because I don't. If you ever look, actually, if you look into that band, that band seems like just like a regular like hardcore band or something. They're definitely not, in my opinion. They're not just some.
Well, I think that John Todd had a lot of, as crazy as that guy probably was, and maybe he lied about some things, but I think there was a lot of truth to what he was saying, that, you know, that the music industry is full of, you know, occult and cults that are into like doing black magic and putting that on records. I mean, that's been going on forever, man. You know, like you take Led Zeppelin and like reverse it or something. Have you ever done that? Like
a little bit when I was a teenager. We did a little bit of
right.
that.
I had a DJ thing where you could, you know, manually reverse a record. When I was about 15 or 16, and I had that, you know, Stairway to Heaven on an album or whatever. I forget what album it is, but whatever. And and it's there, you know, you reverse it on a live record, and it's very clearly put there on purpose. Now, how they did that, I don't know, but I know Crowley talks about speaking in reverse, and you know, something about forwards and backwards with words, as a form of ritual, you know, so it's some form of ritual magic to it, and that's never stopped. You know, what John Todd was saying is that they would finish a record and then they would do a ritual over the record for cells so it would sell well or something. You know what I mean? So you would maybe, who knows what they do? Like sacrifice something, and then hopefully the demons help you get your record off and going. And you hear Kanye West talk about like lower frequencies, like, you know, there's a healing frequency, and then there's something that lower than that can cause diseases and, you know, all types of things or something. And you see it like let's say that you had a person that was listening to a particular type of music, and it got them in a state of mind, and they went and killed somebody because of a song. You know what I mean? That happens, man. They've had full court cases about that stuff. So something's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot. I mean, Led Zeppelin, I do like them a lot. I think at least Robert Plant seemed to regret a lot of that stuff. I think Jimmy Page did too.
Well, his son ended up dying, and like a bunch of weird stuff kept happening.
Yep,
you know,
exactly.
and
Yep.
you know that guy that made that movie Lucifer Rising. Jimmy Page was supposed to do the soundtrack for it, and that, you know, what's that guy's name? I forget his name, but supposedly he cursed the whole band because Jimmy Page did something, you know, he didn't do what he wanted on the soundtrack or something. And then shortly after that, Robert Plant's son died, you know, so there's some belief that it had something to do with Jimmy Page dabbling with the occult.
Kenneth Inger, yeah. Yeah,
Kenneth
I think
Inger,
it was. Yeah. I mean, you know, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, he bought
I
that
mean,
house too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was a huge, and I still really do like Led Zeppelin quite a lot. I mean, but it's one of those things where it's like, you know, you have to be very aware that like, there's a like, I mean, I saw it personally. Like again, that's one of the reasons I got out of music, because like I saw what it did to people. Like very few people could stay away from drugs and alcohol and like just really bad behavior when they're trying to become a musician. I don't know what it is about it, but I mean, you know,
I'll tell you what it is. It's the soul isn't formed properly. You know, I got something on this actually, and I'll show you. Hold on, 1 second. Okay, here it is. Okay. Okay, it says, Father Sir, from his own experience in dealing with young people, saw the wisdom behind the approach of Father Adrian and the Athonite elder mentioned above in an essay entitled Forming the Soul. He carefully articulated the orthodox philosophy behind it. Quote, the education of youth today, especially in America, is notoriously deficient in developing responsiveness to the best expressions of human art, literature, and music. As a result, young people are formed haphazardly under the influence of television, rock music, and other manifestations of today's culture, or rather, anti-culture. And both are a cause as a result of this, but most of all because the absence of the part of the parents and teachers of a conscious idea of what Christian life is, and how a young person can be brought up in it, and the soul of a person who has survived the years of its youth, often an emotional wasteland, and at best reveals the deficiencies in the basic attitude towards life that were once normal and indispensable. But he talks about forming the soul, and this is what he had to say about rock culture. Let me find it. It's, okay, here it is. He says, Okay. He says, Father Servant saw the plastic approach to religion most graphically when a young pilgrim, having spent time at another monastery in America, came to Platina, talking about elders, hesychism, Jesus prayer, true monasticism, and the ascetic wisdom of the Holy Fathers. One day, Father Seraphim saw him walking around the monastery, singing rock songs, snapping his fingers and bouncing with a rhythm. Surprised, Father Seraphim asked him if he didn't think this might go against all his interest in spirituality. But the young man just shrugged his shoulders and replied, "There is no contradiction. Whenever I want spirituality, I just switch on the elder," meaning that he could take out his rock tape and put on a tape of his elder giving a spiritual discourse. The fact that this young man could compartmentalize his life like this, Father Seraphim understood showed that something was missing in the basic formation of his soul. To explain what he meant by this formation, he again referred to his article in the passage from St. Theophilus the Recluse. He says, "A man has 3 layers of life, that of the spirit, of the soul, and of the body. Each of these has its sum of needs, natural and proper to man. These needs are not at all equal value, but some are higher and others are lower. And the balanced satisfaction of them gives a man peace. Spiritual needs are the highest of all. And when they are satisfied, then there is peace even in the others that are not satisfied. And when spiritual needs are not satisfied, then even the others are satisfied abundantly. There is no peace. Therefore, the satisfaction of them is called the one thing needful. When spiritual needs are satisfied, they instruct a man to pull into harmony with them that is with them the satisfaction of one's other needs also, so that neither what satisfies the soul nor what satisfies the body contradicts spiritual life, but it helps it. Then there is a full harmony of a man's movements and revelation of his life, a harmony of thoughts, feelings, desires, undertakings, pleasures, and this is paradise." So what he goes on to say, in our day, Father Sarah pointed out, the chief ingredient missing from the ideal harmony of human life is something one might call the emotional development of the soul. It is something that is not directly spiritual, but very often hinders spiritual development. It is a state of someone who, while he may think he's thirsts for the spiritual struggles and an elevated life of prayer, is poorly able to respond to the normal human love and friendship. For if a man says, "I love God," and hateth his brother, he is a liar. For he that loveth his brother whom he hath seen, how can he love God who he hath not seen? 1 John 4:20. But yeah, it's like sort of, if we're not our souls aren't formed properly from the beginning. If God intended to create us to be in communion with him and to have some sacramental synergy between God and man, and all life is pushing you toward an atheistic, mentality of whatever desire I have in the moment needs to be met. There's no humility in that. Then, like he's saying too, a man gets split down the middle, like where he compartmentalizes his spiritual life with his secular life. So we try to put God on the back burner, and well, we can just pop the tape of the elder in or something. But we really can't do that. We're either Christians all the time, or we're not Christians at all. That's the unfortunate reality. And some people say, well, that's a hard thing. But what's harder than a world that's pushing you towards hellfire?
So no more Led Zeppelin for you?
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to say like, like Bible thump at somebody and say, well, listening to music is, you shouldn't do that. But I mean, I think that the reaction is obvious. Like if you were to sit down and you were listening to like an Optina hymn or something, there's a piece to that. There's something sacred about it because you're glorifying God in that moment. Now, who are you glorifying when you're listening to a rock song? The rock star, yourself. You know what I mean? It's like they're like anti-saints or something. people put posters up on their walls of all these rock stars and stuff. It's like those are icons. But what are they directed towards? They're not windows to heaven, you know. So
Can you do me a favor? Can you type in "Got the Power" by Eagles of Death Metal and read the lyrics?
yeah, let's see. Okay. So all right. Got the Power by who?
Eagles of Death Metal.
Eagles. Okay, I got it. Here we go. Let's see what the lyrics. I got the lyrics now. You want me to read them?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I ride the lightning. Yes, I'm on the go. And when I go down slow, I need more power now. It keeps me damn lucky. Yes, I just won't stop. And I lit to the pop. Oh, yes, I got the power now. I got a secret that I want to tell. I'm feeling power from the pit of hell. Yeah, I got something to say. I think I'm going to say it. The power is flowing. It just won't stop. I touch a woman, make the flesh burn hot. I want to love to spread. I think I'm going to spread it. The secret easy now. Lend me your ear. Don't ever hesitate. There's not a thing to fear. Oh, yes, I ride the lightning. Yes, I'm on the go. And when I go down slow, I need more power now. Keeps me down lucky. Yes, I won't stop. I'm lit to pop. Oh, yes, I got the power now. This is horrible lyrics, but just for the record, like it's like a nursery rhyme or something. You take the power, but it don't come free. The devil charges such a hefty fee. You got to pay the piper when he comes collecting. Please don't hurry, but you can't take long. Just give yourself up to the rock and roll song. Yeah, it's gonna keep you strong and keep you always winning. The devil really wants you to see you swim. Just take the dill, then you jump right in. Oh yeah, I ride the lightning. Yes, I'm on the go. When I go down slow, I need more power now.
It's retarded, but he literally admits everything that you read there. You know what I mean? Like, it's really weird. He's literally admitting that. He's actually written quite a few songs about that.
I'm sure, like a lot of these bands are like that. But I mean, it's expected. We live in an atheistic culture. There is no God, and like Nietzsche was saying, it's kind of like, well, like the Christianity that we've received is just dead, anyways. It's like this diluted, it has no asceticism. There's no heroes in Protestantism, really. And I'm not coming at Protestants. There are some good ones out there, but for the most part, there's no heroes there.
Well,
There's nothing real about it.
That guy says he's a Catholic. I think he tried to become a priest, or is a priest, or something like that.
Now, what I've noticed with a lot of Catholics is a lot of them don't take their faith very seriously. And even if they did, they would be in heresy, unfortunately, but that's just how it is. You know what I mean? It's like, it'd probably be better that they didn't take their faith seriously, than to go to church and like take part in some sacraments that are actually blasphemous to take part in. That would probably darken you more. But I think what people see in Catholicism is it subverts the church into being a mystical body of Christ, and it becomes a worldly institution for worldly purposes. I talked to a Catholic once, and he said, well, how could Orthodoxy be the truth? You don't have as many orphanages as us. As if Christ, established his church to establish the most efficient churning out orphanages or something. You know what I mean? It's like, is that really the purpose? Is it, I thought that it was the salvation of our souls and the kingdom not of this world. But to the Catholic, it's about worldly things.
Well, to go back to what you were saying before about the malformed soul. Can someone who's born and raised with a malformed soul, can they ever really achieve salvation, or does that kind of put them at a handicap that is
I
not
know
of their
this,
choosing?
that it's hard enough to achieve salvation within the church. So I would imagine it's very difficult outside. But what's impossible to man is possible to God. So he's going to have mercy on who he's going to have mercy. You know, I don't know the judgments of God. I do know this, that, you know, I would rather be on the ark than off of it, if that makes any sense when the flood comes.
Makes a lot of sense. And do you mind just checking, because I really want to see it. Can you just type in Eagles or Jesse Hughes Catholic priest? I want to know if he actually became a priest, because I should have looked that up on my own. Sorry, I'm driving. If I could, I would look it up.
You're good. You're good. Let's see. Jackie Hughes, you said?
Jesse, Jesse Hughes.
Jesse. Yeah, I see him. Okay, Jesse Hughes. All right, he's a red-headed guy. Catholic priest. Let's see. Has been ordained as a non-denominational minister of the Universal Life Church World Headquarters, not a Catholic priest. So he has become a priest, but he is not Catholic. He's some form of Protestant.
A universal. What is it called? What is it called? Universal what?
Universal Life Church World Headquarters.
What the hell is
A
that?
non-denominational minister. So non-denominational.
What the hell is a universal life? What is that? I never heard of that before.
I don't know. It's some modern church that has come around in the past 100 years, I would bet. You know what I mean? Like it's not. It's got to be very new.
Can you try to see if you can look up what